We are live at Collecco. Me and John are thumbing through some 45s that look pretty dang sweet, and we're excited about them. I started getting later and later, and dang, David Baber, the first comment, he won. John, Rob, and Mike, y'all are late-ola. Alrighty, the train is coming through town. I hear that train a-coming. It's rolling round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Do-do-dee-ba-ba-da-da-da. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Let me move all my stuff around. See ya, John's wearing a jacket. That means the seasons are changing. It has gotten cold. Alrighty. Here we go. There are 7 crates of new vinyl. And I still got to fill one price sheet out for Laura. Is this Back to the Future Day? All right. Let's see here. Man. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so Tuesday night, here's the lineup. We got 7 crates of new vinyl. John has marked 245 crates. Laura is bringing auctions. 7 crates of new vinyl. I'm going to fill out one price sheet here in a second, Laura, for you to mark at your earliest convenience. Some of these I might know by memory because it's all restocks. I might can knock out a bunch of them without having to do the whole ordeal. I see 6 crates of new vinyl. 1, 2, 3. 3 crates are full of pre-orders at least. Mammoth is in, Duran Duran's in. So that's some good stuff I've almost forgot about. Let's see here. All right, so here's the deal with 45s. I didn't realize it, but sitting next to me last night, I thought it was all Christmas 45s. I mean, I just opened up one box, and John was like, I got you some awesome Christmas 45s. Of course, y'all know last night we went through a bunch of them, right? We went through a ton of Christmas 45s last night. But the big thing, I opened up a lid last night and I was like, holy crap. And there was like punk and metal and hardcore. And he said, no, there's only 2 boxes of Christmas. These other 3 boxes are full of picture sleeves from the 80s, punk, hardcore, and metal. And of course, like classic rock and, 80s nostalgia stuff, what I call it, hit songs. So this is the leftover Christmas 45s, which there's some dang good ones in here. And then tonight, there's going to be probably a good 45 being auctioned all night long. What does that mean? Like some kind of picture sleeve, some kind of punk. I mean, we've got the Exploited, we got the Dead Kennedys, we got Black Flag. We got some really good stuff. Jerry, I actually have your message pulled up right now. I was making sure I didn't need to reply to any pressing messages. And I am going to make sure you get, I ordered one of those. And I took a risk hoping you needed one, okay? So I'll let you know when it ships, either here or I'll send you a message, and I'll make sure one ships. But I got it from the place that we won't get it till Thursday or Friday because it's a new release. And because it's a box set, I was trying to get it a little bit cheaper to save us both money. So, yeah, when I saw that coming out, I was like, yeah, we need to make sure. I went ahead and just ordered one. I should have messaged you first, but hopefully you need it, and I'll make sure it ships, okay? So, because I know you'll probably definitely want to make sure you're getting one. So I'll keep you up to date. All right, and then we're live, and we're rolling, okay? So yeah, we got a great selection of 45s. Yes, please pause that. I'd greatly appreciate that, Sister Jill. Zombie is playing here in the store by the Cranberries. A zombie, All right, so yeah, we got some cool stuff coming up. Thanks everybody for tuning in early. It's gonna be a fun night. Man, I just keep running out of time every night trying to get autographs ready. We're about to do another big JSA deal here in the next few days. I think we're about to have another 500 items authenticated. And I was like, pile it on, because we've got all this other stuff already. So we got some incredible stuff coming up soon. And we're still waiting for like 20 or 30 letters to come back from JSA, which would be amazing, because we'll have some high-end stuff. But, yep, that's what we're doing, folks. Okay, so I'm almost done sharing the links, and then we'll get started with auctions. Last night was killer show with all the miscellaneous and stuff. And sorry these shows are starting a little bit later. I got to do a reset. And I got to just basically reset my rhythm. It is the Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska box set. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska box set. I've been out of sorts ever since I stayed up 24 hours straight in 3 different days. So I've been just like, that song Zombie that was just playing would have been a good representation of me a couple days. But I'll get reset. Power went out. I was wondering where you're at. Texas Sun by Leon Bridges. I don't know that one. All right, I'm almost done sharing the last link. I didn't even check the market today. That's one of the first things I do. Maybe I don't need to check the market. All right. We should be able to, hopefully in the next 7 days, Danny. Really, hopefully in the next 7 days. The 24/7. Oh, yeah. Well, when I do that, I'm going to do it where the next day that I don't really have to do a sale like on a Sunday, or Paul can come in on Monday or something and do it. Okay, so where is the crates I usually start the show with? They're right up front. Alrighty, let's get started. Zombie, a, zombie, E-A-E-I-O-U, A-E-I-O-U. Eli Wallach. Eli Wallach. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. All right. All right. Thanks everybody for hopping on. Have you hit the like button on Facebook? Let's see here. All right. I have not filled out the price sheet yet. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it over here. I don't know if it's in here. Now, sometimes they don't. Let me see if I know the prices. $39, $29. I have to check those. I think they're $39. There's about 4 I don't know. I better be on the safe side, though, because sometimes they're $1 or $2 more than I thought. I'll take care of it in 1 second. Okay. Price sheet not filled out. Any hip-hop or Japanese jazz. Every once in a while, some hip-hop will make an appearance. Let's get started with killer auctions. I'll run through some of these Christmas 45s in a second because there's some pretty cool ones. I'll mix some of those in. And then I've got this awesome collection of miscellaneous buttons that we bought yesterday. And these are all originals from the 80s and mostly 80s and 70s. I don't see many pinback band buttons from the 60s unless it's like the Beatles or Stones maybe. But there's some pretty cool ones in here. So let's put some of them up. Look at this. This made in England. It's Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning, an original pinback button. It says made in England. Thin Lizzy, item number 1 tonight, $7 start. I got AC/DC, I got Zeppelin, I've got Pink Floyd, I've got Huey Lewis and Journey, and all kinds of different ones. Whoops, one just fell between the crates. Uh-oh, I'll have to get that. That's why I put little pads down so those things don't fall through the cracks there. All right, let me move. let me get that one right now that fell down in here before we forget about it for 3 years. 100 years from now, they'll be like, hey, there's a CD back here too. What did we got? A CD, Audio Slave CD. There we go. All right, finding all kinds of stuff. That crate hadn't been moved in like 6 months. We got Audio Slave for $6.99. Okay. We have Audio Slave for $6.99. We have Thin Lizzy now up for auction. And we have nice AC/DC up for auction. Another vintage lapel pin, pin back, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. So our first couple auctions tonight are some cool little music collectibles. Thin Lizzy, AC/DC. We got Rage Against the Machine. We got Limp Bizkit. We got Faces, Ooh La La. We got Pink Floyd Pulse. And one of my last ones on hand of It's a Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, $36.99 on that. Alrighty, let me move John's price stuff right over here. And we'll probably also start tonight with a 45. Now, I posted a flip video. It was kind of hard to see because it had to go to the comments. But in the comments of tonight's hot picture, in the comment section, I'm doing a flip video of one of the boxes of 45s, and you'll see some pretty dang good stuff. Okay? But let's go ahead and put up one of our first ones. This is Cockney Rejects. Cockney Rejects. On the Streets Again. And Lumbob. What's that say? Lomdob. Cockney Rejects is a $7 start. And Jerry Torrey's got the Audio Slave CD for $6.99. Thank you. That was laying back there. I didn't even know it was back there. It's beautiful. Thank you, Jerry Torrey's. Okay? So, Thin Lizzy's at 10. Bob Riger has it for 10. Cockney Rejects is at 7. AC/DC's at 7. And we have an empty crate right over here. And the show is officially underway. First thing I have for you right now. And we got Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. Let's see here. First person on that one was Tom Kelly. Now, I think I've got more of these laying around. This was my last one that was in the rack. There may be some of the crates behind me, so let's go ahead and write down Nick Bargeron. And I guess that's it. Did you want one, Scott Arnold? Oh, no, he was saying Great CD. I thought you was wanting Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown or something. So sell that one to, first person on that was Tom Kelly. Let's write down Nick Bargeron's name because I might can get him one. And right now, the Thin Lizzy is at $10. Patty has not set out, though. She did say out. Cockney Rejects is at 7, and the AC/DC pin's at 7 with William Warner. All right, and then this morning's video was 2 crates. It was all the newest new stuff. Is all the newest new stuff that was posted or that came in yesterday. We got a ton of new vinyl, including big pre-orders from Duran Duran and Mammoth. And this post has 7 comments. And let's get started. So I still got the Eagles box set. There were some people on the fence yesterday about it. It's called To the Limit, the Essential Collection of the Eagles, the definite career-spanning Eagles collection on 180-gram LPs, essential hits, album cuts, and live performances. The Eagles is $159.99. Also, Porcupine Tree, Fear of a Blank Planet. Porcupine Tree is sold to Darren Wortman. He gets the first, actually the second sell of the night. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's sold to you. Ice Cube Death Certificate. Cube is $34.99, and then we sold both copies of Seether. Seether's $39.99. We got one for Michael Wilkerson, and we got one for Amanda Davis. Okay, so thank y'all and thank y'all. Amanda was the second person there. Both Seethers are gone now. Make a note, I need to order more of those. I still got Down, which is NOLA, double LP, $44.99. And then Porcupine Tree Stupid Dream, that one was sold to Mitch T. That one was $44.99. And then here's the Charlie Brown Christmas Zoetrope picture disc. We just sold some Great Pumpkins Charlie Browns. There's that for $38.99. The last Rhino Hi-Fi Stevie Nicks is sold to Chad Snyder. Thank you, Chad Snyder, on that. And then the last Ghost I had was sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. So that's sold. And that leaves me with the Richard Pryor box set. I Hope I'm Funny. The Warner Brother albums, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 LPs. 6 albums over 7 LPs of Richard Pryor, all new and sealed, $139.99. And then LA Guns, I could have swore there was a comment for an LA Guns. It might have been deleted. That's okay. LA Guns is $44.99, and I still got that. That's the Man in the Moon, the Friday music pressing, okay? First thing is Thin Lizzy is sold to Bob Riger for 10. Thank you. William Warner, you get the AC/DC button for 7. Thank y'all. I'm going to be making lots of trips in here in the miscellaneous table room to do some stuff because I'm going to start lining up all these little buttons. Jill loves keying in these little buttons. I keep them all in today. Yep. This is, I know somebody didn't get tagged for, I know who bought that too. Okay, so here we go, and lots of cool 45s tonight, all right? I still have Paul and Neil. I should, yeah. Cockney Rejects. Craig Thomas has this for 11. On the Streets Again and Lambam. And Craig Thomas has that for 11. What's that song called? Lom Dob, I think. That's at $11, and that is with Craig Thomas right now, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another one. And this is Van Halen. And this is I'll Wait. Very cool in the picture sleeve. I'll Wait from the 1984 album. Very clean and very nice. $7 start for Van Halen. That is now up for bid. The next little pin back we're going to be selling is going to be, let's pull another one out of there. This is right up Patty Anderson Williams' alley. She's like, hot diggity dog, we got pin backs tonight. And I like this one right here. Boy, look at this. Obviously an original, because it definitely from that era. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. How cool is that? Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. That is going to go up for a $7 start. That's another original pin back. That would be from around 1979, 1980. That is going to go up. Led Zeppelin pin back, a $7 start. Cockney Rejects is at 13. Van Halen's already at 10. And that was all the new vinyl. There's one more crate, which was the Laura stuff, and I'm about to run up there and grab that. LA Guns, Man in the Moon is $44.99. Richard Pryor, Hope I'm Funny, is $139. Charlie Brown Christmas Zoetrope Picture Disc, $38. Down is $44.99. We also have Ice Cube for $34, and then that Eagles box set for $159.99. Rage Against the Machine is $29.99. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish is on silver and brown vinyl, $44.99. Faces is $39, and then Pink Floyd Pulse box set's $114.99. Cockney Rejects is a final call for $13. Van Halen's at $11. Calvin, you're out, and the Led Zeppelin pen does have a bid. And of course, we got all kinds of albums to auction tonight as well, and I'm going to start slipping those in. And we have enough magazines, pens, buttons, and patches to keep us busy for about a week. Let me go grab this last crate, and then we'll get into all of our big pre-orders. Pre-orders are fun because it's an exponential boost to sales every night when I'm like, okay, we got how am I trying to word this? We got 9 crates and it's already pre-sold. And then we usually sell, I usually have some extras. So, okay, so Van Halen's at 13, John Durden's out. Led Zeppelin's at 12, the Cockney Rejects is sold to Sean Bailey for 13. Let's try to find something else of that genre over here. I mean, there's some of these I hadn't really got the research, but y'all know how I do it. I just put them up. Some I'm going to ask higher starts for because there's stuff in here like Black Flag and Dead Kennedys, and I think some of these might be, some of these could be $20, $30, $40 records. I hadn't had time to check them. We don't have time to check them. We've never really checked 45s unless we think it's something from the 60s that could be, you know, highly desirable soul or garage or sock or something. But some of these punk 45s can be just as expensive. This one says Kraut Unemployed. Kraut Unemployed, $7 start on that. Is the Pink Floyd sealed? Yes, the Pink Floyd box set is new and sealed. It's a 4LP Pulse, $114.99. We have Essex Honey. This is some of the stuff from the Laura crate. Thanks to Natasha. If y'all wasn't watching, and Laura, if you don't know, Natasha got on late right after you left, and she bought one of everything in here, so there's not much left. We got Essex Honey Blood Orange for $38.99. We have George Clanton Slide, that's $29.99, George Clanton Slide. Also, the Japanese House, that is $33.99. In the end, it always does. We also had the King Cruel, the Ooze album, $44.99. Van Halen is Mega Blast is out. We're about to sell I'll Wait picture sleeve for $13 to Calvin. Kraut's at 10 with Michael Snared, and the Led Zeppelin button's at 15. Calvin, you're out on the Led Zeppelin button. We have the Last Dinner Party, the Pyre, that's $39.99 for the Last Dinner Party. We have Marina, Princess of Power, that's yellow butterfly vinyl, $36.99. And then Magadalana Bay. Magadalana Bay is the mini mix volume 1 through 3, $44.99. Also, Lebanon Hanover. This is sold to Daryl Johnson. Thank you. And then we have Daryl Johnson got the Lebanon Hanover. Heat Miser, Mike City Sons. That's $49.99. And then Arctic Monkeys, Suck It and See, $29.99. Team Sleep Remastered, $44.99 on Team Sleep. And then Fontaine's DC is $33.99. And then Lana Del Rey Blue Banisters, $49.99. So Lebanon Hanover. And then I needed a Last Dinner Party also for Daryl Johnson. Last Dinner Party. I don't think I pulled that one. Yep, that's also sold to Daryl Johnson, okay? And then Arctic Monkeys is sold to Brian Call. This is all stuff that Laura ordered. Great job as always. And a couple questions on Kraut. Is it 81 press? So some of these, like I said, all these I have not checked. So this happens all the time. I've put up some very rare and sometimes pricey punk singles, and we'll have to figure it out together because I know people's looking them up and they're like, holy crap, is that a $300 record? Is it a $5 record? I don't know. It looks like it's 1981, but who knows? It has an insert with it. It's on black vinyl. It's on black vinyl. So these, you know, could get pretty interesting. Who knows? I mean, I've put up some before for $7 starts and not realized they're worth $300 to $500 all day long. And they usually get bid up to that. If the right people's watching, they get bid up to that. Sometimes they don't get bid up to that. Sometimes I've sold some really pricey ones for $9, and I could have sold it 2 days later on Discogs for $100. We just let them roll here, okay? Kraut's at 20 with Craig Thomas. The Led Zeppelin button's at 16 with Chris Gardner, which means William Warner, you were outbid on Led Zeppelin. He's right back in at 17. And the flip side of Van Halen, I'll wait, is Girl Gone Bad. Girl Gone Bad. And the last bid on Van Halen was, VH was 14, where are we on this? $14 with Calvin Ward, okay? And Michael Snare says he has Kraut for 20. Michael Snare did bid 20 on Kraut, so Craig, you actually tied him. He already bid 20. What year? I mean, this is brand new. I just bought it brand new. So this is, I think it shows up as a 2018. I mean, it was made in the last, you know, probably 6 months or 3 months, but it was, they call it a 2018. It's brand new and sealed, $114.99. We do $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. So I still got Lana Del Rey, Fontaine's DC, Team Sleep, Heat Miser, Magallanes Bay, Marina, King Cruel, Japanese House. Excuse me, we have George Clanton Slide, and then Essex Honey. Okay, and let's get into some of our newest stuff. If anybody new is watching, you want to make a purchase, go right ahead. I've already seen a couple names pop up. A lot of new people get on early because they get the notification and they click on it. Kraut's at $35 with Scott Arnold. And then Van Halen over here did get a new bid for 15, and Calvin's out. And then the Led Zeppelin button, the last Led Zeppelin bid was William Warner at 17. Chris Gardner, you were outbid on the Led Zeppelin button, okay? That's an original In Through the Outdoor. And of course, those kind of things were given to probably people at record stores, probably sold at stores for fans, whatever may have been the reason they made that. But it's definitely something from that era. I can tell from the metal, the paint, and the manufacturing marks on it. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Let's see here.
I think it should have went on somebody's invoice.
Oh, it was last week. Yeah, I think it's George Jones.
Should I go ahead and
Yeah.
tag it?
Yeah, or maybe.
Key it in?
Yeah.
How much was it?
Is it marked on the bottom?
49.
Yeah. Yep. All right, here we go. Let me check that 45 again. Give me 1 second. Led Zeppelin still getting bids. All right, sorry. Van Halen is sold to Jason Thomas for $15. Kraut, let's look at it again. Kraut is called Unemployed and Last Chance Matinee. It has the poster insert it appears to be on Cabbage Records on that label. I'll get you a good close-up of it. That's the label. It's beautiful condition, really clean and really nice, okay? And there's the insert. Bill, I just special ordered a Nebraska box set for Jerry Stone. If you want one as well, let me know. Chris Gardner, you're out again on Led Zeppelin. The high bid is $19 with William Warner. And did I miss anything else? Did you put out any Megadeth limited edition orders in? Not for sure which one you're referring to exactly. Can you get soundboard of Back to Beginnings? I cannot. No, those are actual, those are legitimate bootlegs, as in that might be some kind of, those kind of bootlegs are bad, as in they're dangerous. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started with one of our big pre-orders. Let's got some awesome stuff tonight already. I mean, it's everybody's eyebrows are being raised. They're like, what the heck is going on, Chad? What are you doing to us? Throwing out all these rare 45s, all this punk and hardcore this early. I'm like, yeah, I know. Hopefully y'all are paying attention. We have Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. This is in shrink, a top copy. The shrink has a couple tears, and it has some writing on the shrink. That could probably be removed. But this is a pricey, even a pricey new copy because it's an import only. That's Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust. A $25 start. $25 start. As of right now, there's no Danzig reissues available to us. They still have not made anything available to us at all. All right. First big thing here, as soon as they do, y'all will be the first ones to know, okay? Y'all be the first ones to know. Here we go. We got to get started. We have Duran Duran's Greatest Hits. So this is new. It comes out this Friday. It's a 2LP on white vinyl. Duran Duran's Greatest Hits. 2LP white vinyl. There's a gigantic pre-order. I hope I have enough for everybody. If not, then, I mean, this was posted 22 weeks ago. I bet some people even forgot about it. Let's go ahead and get started. We got Ben Digert and Gary Samuels. Ben Digert and Gary Samuels. We got Carla Brecky and Rob Fordham. We have Cynthia Herdron and John Smetzer. We got Stephen A. Young and Lily McCurry. We got David Howard and Bob Riger. We got David Howard, Bob Riger. We got Jerry Stone and Stacy Brown. Jerry Stone and Stacy Brown. We got Philip Holt and Richard Yeager. We have Nikki Cox and Bill Walton. We have Justin Deckelman and Jamie Diaz. We have Daniel Bouziden and Tracy Poston. We have John Miller and Wendy Pierce. We have Amy Hutchings and Shepard Michael. We have Chris Smith and Ken Crooker. Ken Crooker and Chris Smith, Ken Crooker, and then we have Fred Cardinale and Brian D. Leon, okay? $39.99. Those are available, and I have a whole nother crate. Coming soon, I have a whole nother crate. Give me 1 minute to bring them over here. These are going to evaporate pretty quick. I hope I even have enough for the pre-order. It looks like I have about another half crate left, and the post had like 70 comments, so I may need to go ahead and immediately make sure we have some on the way, and I'll take care of that if I need to tonight. If you know for sure you wasn't on a pre-order, let me know. If you for sure want one, and you know for sure you did not pre-order this like 4 months ago, then let me know, okay? Next thing over here is Troy Robinson and Jeff Halsworth. We also have Julianne Roman and Richard Davis. We also have Rhonda Stansberry and Daryl Johnson. Rhonda Stansberry and Daryl Johnson. We also have Bill Samus and Jeremy Dalton. We also have Jeff Brindley and Jimmy Clark. We also have Holly Safe and Scott Beebe. We also have Robert Matthews and Carmen Shar Tiger. Robert Matthews and Carmen Shar Tiger. We also have Mike Massey and Brad Waits. We also have John Durden and Darren Wortman. We also have Dave Kavanaugh and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Now, Rob Fordham commented again, but I know for sure I've already read his name. And then we have Michael Thrower and Carol Keys. Michael Thrower and Carol Keys. And we have Scott Dwallow and Tim Holloway. And we have Aaron Andrus and Stephen Parton. And the last person I have a copy for tonight is Scott Ranniton, okay? That's the last person I have a copy for tonight. On the waiting list is still the following people: Mark White, Steve McGee, Melanie Jennings, Mike Codrini, Courtney Duncan, Stephen A. Young, Leland McCurran, Scott Beebe, Larry Williams, and Jamie Wills. So I'm not for sure. I'll have to check and see if there's more in stock. The problem is this pre-order was posted 27 weeks ago, and the last 20 names I've read were 7 weeks ago. So what happened is it got bumped back up in the algorithm, and we had almost 20 more pre-orders that I wasn't expecting, and I never did even notice it, because I bet I put in my order a long time before those, because like it started 10 weeks ago. Mike Massey, Brad Waits, John Durden, those names, those were 10 weeks ago. And most of the comments are from 22 weeks ago. So probably 2 weeks after I placed my order, there was almost 20 additional pre-orders that I never even notice. It got bumped back up in the algorithm. So that's how I get shorted a lot, and I don't have enough. So with that being said, I'll check on right now whoever's watching this sale, and I can't forget it. I need to write it down myself, because I need to go ahead and order them like tonight if they're available. We need to order more Duran Duran greatest hits. I'm going to need at least like 20 more, because on the pre-order there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's at least 11. And then I'm going to start reading off some names. I'm about to start reading off some names right now that's commented live, and I hope that whoever's commented live still wants one and you wasn't already on the pre-order. And I'm going to write down your name. Now, I haven't updated these auctions in a long time. Led Zeppelin was at $19 of William Warner for that button. Chris Gardner went out. This is sold to William Warner for $19, okay? That one's done. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. That's sold. $19. Thank you, William Warner. Let me go set this right here on this table next to the AC/DC Thin Lizzy buttons. And you can see what the next pre-order is coming up. So there's that. There's that. And then we left off. I remember saying Craig and Michael Snare both bid $55 on Kraut. $55 on Kraut. Michael Snare bid $55 on Kraut. $56 on Kraut. $60 on Kraut. Midnight Oil, $25. Midnight Oil, $25. Also $25. Also $25. Also $30. Also $25. Also $31. Put down Cindy Yarborough for Duran Duran. Put down Chad Snyder for a Duran Duran. Put down Sarah Wyberdink for a Duran Duran. Put down MT Matt for a Duran Duran. Jackie Reynolds does not want on a waiting list, so don't put down her name. Midnight Oil, 35. Paul Brothers wants a Duran Duran. So Kraut, unemployed, is at $62 with Craig Thomas. It is a 7-inch single with the picture, with like an insert. We'll call it an insert. Everything's nice. It's at $62. I got a whole crate of hardcore, punk, metal singles. They're all going up for $7 and $10 starts all night long. Whoever's the high bidder wins them. Midnight Oil is with Stephen Parton at $35. $35. It's Chase K 00002 in the dead wax. It's Chase K. This has Master Disc M. It has 10-4-182-A. It says anti-feedback. And then 10-482-B-RE1 Cabbage Records. The label says K-002. I think this is a pretty pricey single. The last bid was Craig Thomas at $62. Midnight Oil was the last bid at $35. So I've got all the names I wrote down from the pre-order. I'll have those. And then the extra people tonight, and if anybody else wants one, this is new. It looks like we're going to end up selling close to 100 copies, I bet, by the end of the week. Duran Duran's greatest hits on vinyl for the first time. And then live tonight after the pre-order will be Cindy Yarborough. It will be Chad Snyder, Sarah Wyberdink, MT Matt, and then Paul Brothers. If anybody else wants a Duran Duran, there's a high possibility these come in this week. If not, you'll be on a waiting list. On vinyl for the first time, remastered white vinyl Duran Duran. That's going to be one of the biggest pre-orders of the week. And that's not even a Rocktober. The Rocktober stuff will be here, probably some of it tomorrow, but most of it on Thursday Night Metal Night. Okay? All right. Now, the next pre-order is another one. I think I've got almost 2.5 crates of these. It's the new Mammoth. And that's, of course, Eddie Van Halen's son, Wolfgang Van Halen, Mammoth, his band. You heading out, Jill? Thank you as always. This is the new album. It says Grammy-nominated Wolfgang Van Halen, Mammoth, the new album, The End, on orange with red splatter. Joe Delgado also wants Duran Duran. And we have, how much is Duran Duran? $39.99. Also put Joe Delgado on that waiting list, okay? Also put Joe Delgado on that waiting list. Let's go ahead and start reading off the wait list for Mammoth. $39.99 for Duran Duran. Mammoth is $33.99. Kraut's a $250 record. I don't doubt it. It should be all day long, $250. That's, I think, what I've seen, and I think that's what some other people are saying. But it could sell for $75 right now. We're about to find out. The high bid is with Craig Thomas, Michael Snared at $70. I got Michael Snared at $70. Now Craig's at $75. Mammoth, the first person was Scott Smith. Let's read these off. Scott Smith, Matt Algram and Autumn Betts. Matt Algram, Autumn Betts. Scott Smith was first. Brian Dismore and Greg Preston. Brian Dismore and Greg Preston. And then Scott Corcoran. Okay? There's that. And then let me go get another crate full. Let me go get another crate full. Because this crate's full. This crate's empty, which I'm about to fill it back up with the sold records from one crate to another. By the way, there's a whole nother crate over here, and then there's 3 other crates of new vinyl. One of them I still got a price for Laura, which I'll have to do here momentarily. I'll have to print out the invoice and jot down some prices. Whew, it's going to be a big week. Shipping department. Oh, by the way, Tony just left, and he said they shipped 198 packages today. 198 packages went out today. That's crazy. All right, James Hicks also on the Duran Duran, so we're adding to that list. Midnight Oil. Let's go ahead and get some other stuff going. My brain's going about 30 miles an hour. I mean, 3,000 miles an hour. Stephen Parton has that for $35. And I don't even have, I haven't even had an energy drink yet. I got Laura to tag some cool Christmas records, too. I love some of these Christmas records we have over here. We got some of the best ones. Let's go ahead and throw up Vinnie Vincent, though. Vinnie Vincent Invasion is an 86 USOG EX edition, $25 start on that. It's also time for another pin back, and let's see what else we have over here in our vintage pin backs. These are really cool. I've got another Led Zeppelin one. Let's do that one. Another Led Zeppelin pin back. Let me see if I can date this one. This is definitely from the 80s, I would say. I would guess that's 80s Zeppelin. Okay, very cool. That's going to go up for a $7 start. They didn't have a lot of original items like that in the 70s with Zeppelin, so $7 start on the pin back. All right, let's finish the Mammoth pre-orders. The Mammoth pre-orders continue. We got David Howard and Ben Dygert. David Howard and Ben Dygert. We got Brad Waits and Tim Graham. Brad Waits and Tim Graham. Scott Dwallow and Stephen Reeves. And Scott Beebe wants 2. 2 for Scott Beebe. Vince Lano and Bill Walton. Vince Lano and Bill Walton. We also have Kevin Willis and Jamie McCord. Kevin Willis and Jamie McCord. What about Bob Riger and Jerry Stone? Bob Riger and Jerry Stone. Chris Kirkley and Ron Duffield. Alonzo Breezy Brinslow Jr. and Tim Colino Jr. Some juniors. Alonzo Breezy and Tim Colino. Robert Matthews and Corey Lawson. Burt Jordan and Paul Brothers. Burt Jordan and Paul Brothers. Paul Conway and Fred Cardnell. Paul Conway and Fred Cardnell. Glenn Kesey and John Brown. Glenn Kesey and John Brown. Joy Fino. Brent Robley. We're getting near the end, and I'm running out of records. Robert Matthews and Todd Kilgore. Gerald Whitworth, Suzanne Drews, and Kelly Cook. I've got one extra to sell live. Once again, the most recent, this was posted 12 weeks ago. The most recent pre-orders are from 9, 5, 4 weeks, and a couple from 2 days ago. So some people getting their pre-orders in at the last couple moments, that's okay, because it goes to whoever comments on the post first, and then we sell them to whoever's live. So Jerry Stone, you did get one. And then the next person who claimed one, was Nick Bargeron's the only person who's bought one live. Boy, I'm glad I posted a pre-order. Could you imagine if I would have ordered 50 copies of that and didn't post a pre-order? They'd all be sitting here unsold. Orange with red splatter, Mammoth. Nick Bargeron gets the last one. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? Do not put Cindy Yarborough on the Duran Durans. She said take her name off. Where are we on Kraut? Kraut's hit $100 with Michael Snared. Craig's out. Still seems like a great price. Kraut is at $100. Michael Snared. Final call. All done? All done? Kraut, $100. I've got stuff like this all night long. Vinnie Vincent's at $25. The Led Zeppelin button is a $7 start. Mammoth, if anybody wants on a waiting list, they are $33.99. We've sold out exactly on the number. We had one. We've had one unclaimed. We had one unclaimed, and it sold live, and that was the only person who commented live. Seems like a great price, okay? So these 45s tonight, it happens all the time. If you get on Discogs and try to buy some of these, they're probably going to be listed for $200, $300, $400. Most of them are going to be put up tonight for $7 and $10 starts. I roll the dice. Sometimes I can get those fair prices that I need. Sometimes they're going to sell, and I'm shooting myself in the foot. I'm also trying to get whatever's left out of my Diet Coke. I got to have something to drink. How much ice do I have? Whew, I am thirsty as the devil with cotton in his mouth. Okay. Led Zeppelin button is a $7 start. Led Zeppelin button, it's a Plant and Page. Looks like mid-70s is the photo. I think it was made in the 80s, but don't ask me. $7 start on that. Vinnie Vincent's at $35, and when I come back, I'm selling Kraut, and we're going to roll into another one, okay? We need a whole nother crate of vinyl, and I think I've got a pre-order for one more item over here. Let's see what I got. Oh, the Neil Young box sets are in, too. And I still got to get this last thing priced for Laura, but let's go ahead and knock this one out. Let's do it. John's got 5 crates of pre-owned over here. Let's do it. Okay, Kraut is sold to Michael Snared for $100, making sure nobody was thinking any more about that. Zeppelin has one bid for $7, final call. Vinnie Vincent's at $36. All right, the next single I have is Black Flag. Awesome. They covered Louie Louie. I think this is a pretty dang good one, too. Posh Boy, Black Flag, Damaged One, and Louie Louie. I think that's worthy of a $10 start. It's beautiful, too. Wow. That's something we don't get every day. That's pretty incredible. Black Flag, $10 start. That's now up for bid. All right. EX is not on Discogs. No, it's not. A lot of people have gotten rid of the EX grade, which doesn't make sense. EX is higher than VG Plus, but less than VG Minus. EX is a real record grading, but there's a big gap between VG Plus and Near Mint Minus that people try to evaporate from grading systems. So we use it here because you can be a little bit more specific. Okay? All right, this is another pre-order. This is called Coverdale Page. Coverdale Page, Coverdale, as in David Coverdale and Jimmy Page. It's called Rarities. I don't think I have enough, once again. The way Facebook works with algorithms, some of these pre-orders show up 2 weeks later in people's feeds. So like, Chad, I'd even see that. Well, if you're not on Facebook every day or constantly going to the actual group page, you probably will miss pre-orders. But sometimes they'll pop up late and poof, there they are. So we have Coverdale Page sold to Mike Massey and Scott Dwallow. Mike Massey and Scott Dwallow. David Howard and Nick Bargeron. Also, we have Clifford Umstead and Ron Kirkland. Clifford Umstead and Ron Kirkland. Next thing is Autumn Betts and Fred Cardinale. Autumn Betts and Fred Cardinale. Next is Scott Markheim and Dwayne Worley. And I think my crate's full. And before I try to fit any more in here, actually I can put a couple more. Rob Fordham and Lily McCurry. And the next thing is Jen Cast and David Eberly, okay? And I'm out, and so anybody that claims one live will be a waiting list, and I still got 3 people on a pre-order: Nico Copolanis, Aaron Civic, and Scott Smith. Now, I've already ordered more. I saw what they did, so I ordered like 25. I think that's, or I ordered like 35, and they sent me like 14, whatever I just have there. So that tells me that either they ran out or sometimes they hold them back and they try to allocate them a little bit better. But there's a good chance more is going to show up. If anybody wants on the wait list, the same as it always is. I'll take down your name. When they come in, you'll get tagged for it. Okay, let's see where we're at on these buttons. Black Flag is at 20. Vinnie Vincent's a final call. Vinnie Vincent, the last bid, Vinnie Vincent Invasion, self-titled, Chad Snyder, $36. OGEX, $36. $36. The Led Zeppelin button got 1 bid for $7. 1 bid for $7. 1 bid for $7. Final call. All right. Let's put that, or actually, excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying. That is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $7. That is sold to Cindy Yarborough for $7. All right. Now, if anybody wants a Coverdale page, now Chad Snyder says if there's extras. So Chad, I'm assuming you don't want on a waiting list. Black Flag's at 20, Black Flag's at 25. Okay, and then Vinnie Vincent's out. Let's put up some other stuff. But this was a pre-order Laura posted. The Cult, as in the band The Cult, Weapon of Choice. Now, these are new limited edition 2 LPs. They're $59.99. The Cult, Weapon of Choice. Includes Honey from a Knife and For the Animals. Limited edition, color and color effect on red and black and purple and black colored vinyl. This is The Cult, Weapon of Choice, $59.99. The Cult, Weapon of Choice, okay? And the pre-order for this is as following. The pre-order for this is as follows. We got Scott Dwallow. We got Dwayne Worley. We also have Dwayne Sevilla and Scott Smith. We also have Scott Beebe and Michael Massey. These are $59.99. John Mincemoyer and Fred Cardinale. And then Rick Peabody and Autumn Betts. And we have Richard Davis and Mike MC. And then we got Justin Deckelman. And we got 2 extra copies. We got 2 extra copies. So the Cult Choice of Weapon, $59.99. There's 2 extra copies right now. The last bid on Black Flag was Michael McDade, and this is at $25 with Michael McDade, who is a new bidder. Michael McDade, okay? And let me verify your account over here. You have this at $25, which was Black Flag, right? Okay. All right, so he has that for $25, and then Vinnie Vincent is sold. Vinnie Vincent is sold over here to somebody. Who is it sold to? Chad Snyder for $36. Okay, so Black Flag, the most recent bid on this, so everybody knows, is Michael McDade at $25. Let me check on a couple things over here, okay? All right. The Cult is limited edition, red and black and purple and black, double LP, $59.99. We have a special request for Justin Deckelman. This is Creature in the Black Night, Dayseeker. That is sold to Justin Deckelman as a special request. Dayseeker, Creature in the Black Night. Next comment is, I can't remember if I pre-ordered Coverdale Page. Well, I'll tell you right now. Coverdale Page. I just had it pulled up. Coverdale Page. Chris Gardner. You are not the father. You do not have the pre-order. Next is Rebecca Barber on the Colt, and there's one left. All right, there's one copy of the Colt left. Also, a special request for Hendry. This is Kane Fearless, Hendry Smink. Thank you, Hendry. That's OD Music on Vinyl, 20th anniversary on crystal clear vinyl. Kane Fearless, $39.99. We have Kane, As Long As You Want This. Kane is a 25th anniversary on crystal clear vinyl. Also a special request for Hendry. Thank you, Hendry. Final Call on Black Flag for $26 with Craig Thomas. Wasp, also a special request for Justin Deckelman. Double Live Assassins, $49.99 on that one. And the last thing over here is Chaos, C-A-O-S, Troy Robinson. Miguel, that's a special request for Troy Robinson. We have also a special request for Justin Deckelman, Vulture. Is that what that says? Vulture, $29.99, Ice Blue Marbled Vinyl, Ghastly Waves and Battered Graves. Not for sure, but that was a request for Deckelman. And any of these other ones, if you see something here you want, be like, yeah, I'll take one of those too, Chad, and we'll get you down for one. Enthroned is the other one. Also special request for Justin Deckelman, $33.99, okay? Black Flag has a new bid for $28. This is Louie Louie. It's on Posh Boy, produced by Spot and Black Flag, 1981 Posh Boy Records, PBS 13B, SST Music BMI. Really clean, very nice. The dead wax says PBS 13B on side B. And then side A, the dead wax has PBS 13A. High bid on Black Flag is $28. Okay, now 30. Give me 1 second as I figured out a couple names over here, and I need to follow up on something else. I need to follow up on something else over here before we go any further. Okay, new auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is going to be, we got a tab $15 start stuff. That's what I want. Okay, first thing I got is George Strait Oceanfront Property. This is a 1987 USOG Columbia Club copy in shrink, a $35 start for George Strait. I've got Oceanfront Property. George Strait, a $35 start. Black Flag is at $32. So let's move this over and that over. And there's one copy of the Colt left. So far, that's the only new LP that has not been claimed. Weapon of choice, last one. Who wants it? We're about to sell it. Black Flag, it has a small spindle hole. Okay? Lots of cool stuff. Next auction, a Danzig sticker. Vintage, perhaps? 90s? It came with the same collection as everything else. $5 start. I think I did run that last night. I told Scott Arnold I was going to run it again instead of 1 a.m. I was like, let me run it again when it's like people's actually watching, because I know we got some serious Danzig collectors. $5 start on that. Okay, now the first thing I'm going to do is I have 2 more crates of new vinyl and another crate of box sets. But let's go ahead and do some pre-owned stuff. Let me do that right now. I need to do some pre-owned stuff, and I'm going to print out some price sheets for Laura and have her mark some stuff because some of the stuff over here has not been priced yet. All night long, incredible auctions, including plenty of surprise 45s. It's going to get quite interesting. We've already brought out a couple of eyebrow razors. There's been some people raise some eyebrows already tonight. Okay? Danzig 5. And then the last bid on Black Flag was Michael McDade at $32. Michael McDade at $32. No bid on George Strait. We got a request for Giant. We got a request for Disney After Dark. We got a request for MTV's Rock and Roll to Go. This is an MTV compilation. A 1985 OG, Benatar, The Cars, The Fix, Hall Notes, Billy Idol, Kiss, Cyndi Lauper, Madonna, Steve Perry, The Police, Rat, Thompson Twins, Tina Turner, and Wayne Chung. $15 start. George Strait has a bid for $35. Danzig sticker has a bid for $10. Okay? and we're about to sell Black Flag. If everybody's done, Black Flag, $32. I got to go do one thing. I got to get another can of Diet Coke. Chad's got to get some Diet Coke in them. I'm not ready for a monster yet. If we bring out a monster, this show could really get off the rocks this early. I mean, it could really get out of hand if we bring out a monster this early. Oh my gosh, could y'all imagine bringing out a monster this early? Everything could just get kind of chaotic, and then everybody starts losing their mind. People's running around screaming, torches, chaos, windows getting broken, just people screaming, tackled, killed. I mean, we just don't want anything bad to happen. So let's just try to keep everything under control. Everybody take a deep breath with me. We're going to get through this together. We're all in this together. We got to stay extremely focused, okay? We got to stay extremely focused. First thing I need is I got to put some dangerous chemicals in my body. We need to eat unhealthy. We don't need to exercise. Y'all know the drill. Oh, man. Okay. Buy it now, best offer. We have Robin Trower, Caravan the Midnight, VG Plus, $14.99. Robin Trower, VG Plus, $14.99. The Sounds of Jimmy Smith. Whoa, what a cool cover. Blue Note, $15.56. Mono, VG, $24.99. Dang, I've never seen that one before. The Sounds of Jimmy Smith. Blue Note, $15.56. John just has his Mono, VG, $24.99. Grateful Dead, Terrapin Station, a 1977 Canadian, VG Plus, $34.99. All right, quick update. George Strait is sold, one bid, $35 to Stacy Brown. Let's go ahead and knock that out. George Strait got one bid. No, excuse me. Christina Curtis. Christina Curtis, $35. $35 with Christina Curtis, okay? Danzig sticker. Mid-late 90s, early 90s, late 1800s, whichever you want to call it. The last bid on the Danzig sticker was Michael McDade at $10. Michael McDade at $10. We got to go ahead and sell that pretty soon. And then over here, Black Flag. The last bid on BF for Black Flag was also Michael McDade, and he's going to go ahead and get it, $32. Now, Michael, I'm pretty positive you're a first-time buyer. So here's what I need you to do as a first-time buyer, Michael. I need you to go ahead and register right now. I got to have your information. If you're new and you have a fairly recent YouTube account, it's only a couple months old, I got to get you registered. And we got to make sure we have your information in case you buy a few more things tonight. We might have to go ahead and bill you. Okay? So make sure you go fill out that form right now. I got to make sure you have a legit everything. And then if you buy a few more things tonight at auction, I'm going to have to go ahead and bill you. Okay? So make sure you have that filled out and you're good to go. Okay? And as soon as you have that done, let me know. He gets Black Flag for $32. And we have the Danzig sticker at $10. And we have MTV. He says he's bought from us before. I tried to pull up your name over here. I don't see it. Are you under Michael McDade? I'm looking up Michael McDade in Square Invoices right now. I don't see you. Michael McDade. MICHAELMCDAID. All right, well, let me reach out to my staff and see why you're not already in here. Let me message Ed and Tanner. All right. And all right, give me 1 second. Okay, Mike. Okay, I think I got you. All right. You're good to go. Okay, first thing I have is this. MTV. All right, I'm about to get into a rhythm, the likes of which you've never seen before. Let's also go ahead and sell him that Danzig sticker for 10. That's also sold to Michael McDade. The MTV compilation is what's the only auction left right now. This is at $40 with Stacy Brown. Going twice, going three times. Going twice, going three times. Why'd you take down the wall? Because it sold. Grateful Dead info. VG Plus, $34.99. VG Plus, $34.99. It has a punch hole. It's a 77 Canadian. Jimmy Smith is VG Mono, $24.99, and the only other record was Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, VG Plus, $14.99. Neil Young, one of my favorites, his debut solo album, a 1970 Terre Haute. This is EX edition, $32.99. Our next single is going to go up right now, and that is, Craig Thomas, The Clash, Know Your Rights, The Future's Unwritten. Very nice. It looks like the day it was made. Know Your Rights, and first, that's the A side. First Night Back in London's the B side. It's beautiful, crisp. It looks like it's near mint minus. $10 start on The Clash. Melanie Jennings gets the Jimmy Smith for $22. This is a buy it now best offer crate. That's up for bid. We also have going up for bid right now Gremlins, and this is the soundtrack to the movie The Gremlins. Warner Brothers Movies Motion Picture presents The Gremlins, an 84 USOG, saw cut and cover writing. So there is a saw cut there. It has an X on the cover. Remember, they do not play this album after midnight. Remember, do not play this album after midnight. That's a note from Laura. How about a $5 start on the Gremlins, okay? Dustin Honing on the Grateful Dead. The Clash has a bid for 11, another bid for 11. MTV's a final call. Sonny Phillips, Black on Black. So far, an awesome check condition bin. Prestige purple label, 1971, VG Plus, $34.99. Savoy Brown. Savoy Brown is VG Plus, $19.99. MTV, a final call for it's actually sold $40, and this is sold to Stacy Brown for $40. Gremlins 5, Gremlins 6, Clash 13. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next one is Billy Idol, Flesh for Fantasy, Below the Belt mix. Don't recall seeing this one too often. It's an 84 UK OG single, $5 start for Billy Idol. $5 start for Billy Idol. Some cool stuff tonight. I'm about to put up another button too. Otis Redding, Sitting on the Dock of Bay. That is the first label. Yellow Volt VG, $19.99 on that. $19.99. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Wave. VG Plus, $14.99 for Antonio Carlos Jobim and Garcia, as in Jerry Garcia from the Grateful Dead. VG Plus, $24.99. It has a United Artist sticker on the back and somebody's name written on it. $24.99, okay? Last bid on the Gremlins was $12 with Ryan Eaton. The Clash single was at 16. The Gremlins is not bad. The vinyl is EX. By the way, it is the full soundtrack with Michael Sembello, Quarter Flash. Peter Gabriel plays on here, and then some of the score music by Jerry Goldsmith. It's EX. The only flaws, there's a black X written on the cover and a cutout record, and it has a little bit of a crease. So the cover would have to go immediately VG. Billy Idol's at $17, and the next claim in here was Otis Redding to Blaine Zabnick, not Tanner's Dog. This is Otis Redding. That is sold to him. And then we got Wanted, Richard Pryor. VG Plus, $17.99 for Wanted, Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor. Monster and Diet Coke. I'm mixing them together over here. I'm going to put a little creatine in here. Let's pop a couple caffeine pills, pre-workout scoop. Let's see how much B12. I'm going to inject some B12 in my veins right quick. Oh, man. I'm over here juicing up. Donna on Richard Pryor. That is sold. Billy Idol 20. Billy Idol 18. We also have The Legend of Jesse James, Levon Helm, Johnny Cash, Emmylou Harris, Charlie Daniels, VG Plus $14.99, and Flo and Eddie, Moving Targets. EX Edition $12.99. Richard Pryor's already sold. So right now, the Clash, the last bid on Clash, the Clash, beautiful record here. The last bid was Mega Blast at $18. John Durden at $18. And this is You Know Your Rights, First Night Back in London. I would say the sleeve is near mint minus. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has a Made in England sticker on the back. And then Gremlins over here. The last bid on the Gremlins that came in was, what was it? It was $25 with Travis Woods on the Gremlins. And then we got, first thing is first. We've got Nick Bargeron second on Richard Pryor. We have Michael McDade first on the Jesse James. Kelly Vladicek, that just sold. That was the one with Johnny Cash on it. And there was one more claim in here. I could have swore. Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. What happened with MTV? They went off the air. Also, we have the Shaw Brothers, EX 1999, and we have over here Led Zeppelin Presents, EX Edition, $39.99. EX Edition, $39.99. That is an original Richmond press, okay? We have Billy Idol, The Clash, and the Gremlins. Oh, it was the Billy Idol. I could have swore somebody asked a question about that. Billy Idol, no, it was Donna offering 10 on Antonio. I knew I missed something. Donna offered 10 on Antonio. Okay, that sold for $10, okay, to Antonio. Next thing is Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. VG condition, $14.99. That's on the original label. It does have David Lee Lantorano's name tag on the front and on the label, but that is the original, $14.99. And Elton John, his debut, it's an MCA second press from the early 70s. This is VG Plus, $24.99. The last bid on Billy Idol, I'm showing Nick Bargeron at $20. Nick Bargeron at $20 on that. That's who has the high bid. Next is Redbone, and this is the one that has Come and Get Your Love on it, right? Yeah, this one has Come and Get Your Love on it. This is VG 1999. That's for some reason, it has their biggest song, and it's the toughest one to get, Redbone. Okay? Next thing is Michael McDade on this Johnny Cash. That's sold to him. And then first thing we got is Led Zeppelin. I will split the difference with you. Scott, I think that's worthy of $35. Donna, let me know if you want Redbone. If you do, it's sticker price. I was about to say, that one is highly desirable. And that if not, Steven wants it. If not, Chris Caldwell wants it. Okay, John Durden, you get the Clash for $18. Donna gets Redbone at sticker price. And the Gremlins is sold for $25. Somebody wanted me to explain cover grading. How to explain cover grading? Well, covers are a little bit tougher to grade because those definitions can vary based on how much you take away writing or saw marks or creases. What I do is I grade about everything VG plus on jackets if it doesn't have writing or a seam split. To me, writing automatically makes it VG. A seam split or a crease could make it go VG or VG minus, and it depends on ring wear. To me, this is still a VG jacket, even because it's got a mark, but it's not really writing like someone's name. Probably something from possibly those kind of markings were even indicative of promos. Not always, and then it's just got that light crease. So I would grade that VG, and then the vinyl is EX. EX has just got a couple hairline marks, and other than that, it's nearly near mint. So that's how I would grade that. For a cover to get down to G, it would have to have creases, writing, seam splits. It would be in really rough looking shape. It's hard for a jacket from the 80s to get down to G. That's pretty tough for that to happen. Okay, and then over here, Scott Oman. Let's see here. What happened on this? Nick Bargeron put RB14. That was for Redbone. That's already sold. And then Nick Bargeron, you got Billy Idol for $20. That's sold to him for $20. Okay, Scott Oman did get the Zeppelin for $35. Brett Wiley, you were second. And then we got Weather Report, Shrink, and that's VG plus $9.99. Okay, next auction. We got singles. We got this. We got that. We got Suicidal Tendencies, an 87 USOG. An 87 USOG EMW press, VG plus condition. Suicidal Tendencies joined the Army. A $35 start. That's now up for bid. Suicidal Tendencies joined the Army. $35 start. That is now up for bid. Oh boy, how about The Damned? Friday the 13th EP. The Damned. Friday the 13th EP. This is a 4-track. It looks like, based on the sleeve, it's from the UK. And that's on NEM, so it's Holland, UK, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, The Damned. Suicidal Tendencies, a $35 start. And we have the Doors Morrison Hotel, VG condition, $14.99. Suicidal Tendencies is OG. We haven't had that in a while. Let's go ahead and put up another pin back. And I've got a really cool one right here. It is Van Halen. I got another vintage pin back button to put up, and that is Van Halen. Definitely one from the 80s. Very cool. Roth era, Van Halen. Kind of small, kind of hard to show. But that's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? $7 start, and I'm going to lay that right there. Next thing we have is this. We have Richard Pryor, Holy Smoke. Richard Pryor is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Frank Sinatra, Reflections. Boy, I don't recall seeing that one too much. Frank Sinatra, it's called Reflections, a re-release of classic ballads, but it's an early record. It's on the Columbia 6i label, VG Plus $9.99. Donna on the Richard Pryor box, I was trying to say the box set. Richard Pryor record to Donna. We have Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. VG Plus $19.99. That's on the original yellow label, which has the song Frankenstein on it. Suicidal Tendencies. Cindy Yarborough has it for $45. The Damned, $10. The Damned, $11. The Damned, $15. Donna got Richard Pryor. Dennis offered $10 for the Doors. Well, you were the only person, so let's sell that to Dennis for $10. We got Bob second on Richard Pryor. Topographic first on Frank Sinatra for $7 and then $8. Topographic, how about $8 and it's yours? If not, I'll sell it to Michael McDade. Next is The Damned at 16, The Damned at 17, The Damned at 18, and we have Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG Plus $19.99, and Jazz Impressions of Japan, the Dave Brubeck Quartet. This is a 64 Pittman, VG Plus $39.99. Jazz Impressions of Japan, Dave Brubeck. Okay, the Van Halen button doesn't have a bid yet. It's about to be sold for $7. Topographic does get Frank Sinatra for $8. We also have Hank Williams Jr. It's a family tradition, EX $22.99. And then the last bid on the Suicidal Tendencies, just so everybody knows, I'm about to sell it. It got a bunch of bids early and then it stopped. Cindy Yarborough has it for $45. It's an OG pressing of Join the Army. The Damned is at $20 with Red Cave Collections. We also have Tony Joe White. This is a 71 Pittman press, VG $19.99, and we have Mary Wells' Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. The Van Halen button can be bought for $7 if anybody wants that, because we're going to go ahead and put up something else. Boy, I'm kind of interested in this thing right here. I love this cover. AC/DC Live Wire. It's a bootleg live concert with Frankenstein on the cover. How cool is that? This is AC/DC live in France, 1981. And live in France, 1979. It's an unofficial double LP AC/DC, a vintage bootleg, $35 start. $35 start for Livewire. That's an unofficial live bootleg recording, okay? Next thing we have over here is The Damned got a new bid for $20. Jason Thomas on WJ, and that was for, Chad's about to sneeze. Whew, that was a good one. That was really good. Whew. Okay. So, first thing I have is the following. Sorry, I meant Hank. I was about to say, what is WJ? You put WJ for Waylon Jennings. I think you meant for Hank Jr. So that's sold to Jason Thomas. Bob Riger second. The Damned 22. Van Halen is sold to Devin Reese for $7. Let's go sell that to Devin Reese for $7. AC/DC has a high bid for $40, and it looks like when I come back, I'm selling Suicidal Tendencies for $45. But let me go ahead and put the Van Halen in here. That is going to go righty there. All righty. And then we have, first thing is this. AC/DC is at $40, and we have Van Halen for $7, that's good, AC/DC $40. Michael McDade is registered and he's paid before, okay? But like I said, I told new buyers that are buying and they're bidding on a lot of auctions, I may have them go ahead and prepay even if they're kind of recent, okay? So the thing for anybody is if you have an open invoice and you're relatively new and you're still buying stuff, we may ask you to go ahead and pay. Sometimes I do that quietly right over here. I send everybody messages. I'm texting Ed and Tanner. They're trying to message and email everybody like, hey, you're on the sale buying, but you've got an unpaid invoice. You're kind of new and you're literally bidding on every auction. So we may have you go ahead and make sure you're called up. And then if you buy 2 hours later, if you've won 40 auctions and you owe us another $800, we may say, hey, we need you to go ahead and pay for all this stuff too. So that's the situation. New bid on Suicidal Tendencies for $46. The Damned is at $25 and AC/DC's at $43. We have Frank Sinatra, The Voice, VG Plus $9.99 for Frank Sinatra, The Voice, VG Plus $9.99, and KC and the Sunshine Band, VG Plus $9.99. Do you want to go party? Superman, the movie, Superman's a double LP, VG Plus $19.99. And Frampton Comes Alive. Wow, this is a, what is this? Some kind of audio file, DBX. It's a DBX press, DBX encoded disc. I think you have to have that encoder to be able to play that properly, but that's a unique one, VG $34.99. All right, first thing we have this is Mega Blast on Sinatra for $7, AC/DC $45, Michael Snared on Children, and that was maybe not a claim. And then Donna on KC for $7 and Suicidal Tendencies for $50. Okay, so here's the update. Suicidal Tendencies $50, going once, going twice. The Damned, Jerry Torres $25. Everybody else is out. AC/DC is at $48. Okay, and then Ringo Starr, VG $12.99. Vinyl Addict on Savoy Brown for $15. Is that can you remind me your name? Savoy Brown, that was back here. That is sold to Vinyl Addict for $15. And then we have Deep Purple, Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. This is a white label promo. VG Plus $27.99. And we have Queen Jazz, VG Plus $24.99. Queen Jazz, okay? $24.99. And we have Steely Dan Asia, EX $27.99. Now, Suicidal Tendencies now has a new bid for $55. The Damned is moving to a final call. It's moving to a final call. Final call. Final call. The Damned. The last bid that I'm showing. Let me make sure I got this right. Jerry Torres had it for $25. We sold Savoy Brown $15, Suicidal $55. Patrick Mathis bid $50 on AC/DC. Deep Purple $20, Deep Purple sticker price, Deep Purple sticker price. Okay, so Carol Puckett, if you want this, it's yours. If not, it goes to John Young. Clifford Umstead was next. So Vinyl Addict is Michael Church. Poster and Jazz, no fat bottom girls, no nudity, no well-developed females, as I was calling them last night. Nothing in there. Nope. And then over here, we have Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG Plus $14.99. And then Three Dog Night. One is the loneliest number. VG $12.99. Ray Charles, Betty Carter in shrink wrap, VG $28.99. She's out on Suicidal Tendencies, so it looks like it's going to go to James Davidson. And the last bid on AC/DC was Patrick Mathis at $50. That's for that live unofficial back there. We're about to sell it. Robin Trower for Earth Below, VG Plus $24.99. So Carol Puckett, this is basically up to you. If you want it, it's yours. It will be sticker price though, because two people came after you at sticker price. Travis Woods on Superman, that is sold to him. How much was the DBX encoded Frampton? VG $34.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. And then Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti is an OG specialty press, VG Plus $39.99. I would grade the cover VG. There's no rotting. It has the promo sticker, just minor shelf wear. No rotting, no tears, minor ring wear on the back. It's a VG cover, okay? And then AC/DC is at 52 with Michael McDade. So Suicidal Tendencies, it looks like it's about to sell. Now, the reason all these auctions are going back and forth, about every time I do an update, I look down, there's 3 or 4 more bids on everything else, okay? So let's read through these one more time quickly. I've got to get more singles. We've got about 3,000 singles over here to put up. That's a high exaggeration, but I think y'all know what I'm talking about. And then this is McPatriot, $28. John, I will do $35 on Led Zeppelin if you want it, okay? Now, first thing, sell it. I guess that means you're passing, right? And also we have AC/DC out and that is $52. Okay, so Suicidal Tendencies, this right here is sold ST, and this is sold right here to James Davidson for $55. Okay, that is sold. So pass on Deep Purple, pass on Deep Purple. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. Clifford, you get the Deep Purple. That's sold to you. All right, next thing is John McPatriot gets Led Zeppelin for $35. Led Zeppelin is sold to John McPatriot for $35, and then The Damned. This is sold to Michael McDade for $28, and this is sold to Michael McDade, AC/DC Michael McDade. Who was the previous bidder before him? It was Patrick Mathis. Did Patrick Mathis say out? He did. Okay. Now, Michael McDade, here's what I need you to do. Same thing I've been talking about all night. So it looks like you've paid an invoice and there's one unpaid and you're a new buyer. So the invoice you got yesterday, before I sell you another auction, I need you to go pay for the invoice right now that is still outstanding, okay? As soon as that's marked paid, I'll let you buy some more stuff tonight. But I need you to go pay that invoice, okay? You have one unpaid invoice right now, and just because you've bid on literally every auction I think that's been put up tonight, as soon as you pay that one, I'll let you buy some more stuff, okay? So as soon as that's paid, come back and say, I've paid it, I'll check it, I'll let you bid on more stuff. Until then, we got to do a quick pause, okay? We got to do a quick pause. Next thing is Total Noise #1. The Business, the Gonads, Blitz, and Dead Generation. We'll put that up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and the next auction we have is the following. I've been asked for about 20 different things. We'll start right here with this. A 1989 USOG Gold Stamp Promo. This is DAD, Disney After Dark. It is self-titled, or actually it's called No Fuel Left for the Pilgrims. It's a gold stamp promo with the original on her sleeve. That's a $55 start. That's up for bid. This is up for bid, a $7 start for Total Noise. Let's read through that check condition crate to begin. This is a buy it now or best offer crate, okay? Buy it now or best offer crate. We're also going to put up one of the Carpenters Christmas albums. These are always desirable. They're not in print. The Carpenters Christmas Portrait is an 82 US RCA Club in shrink, and it is near mint minus EX++, a $25 start. So Carpenters, DAD, and Total Noise, those are up for bid right now, okay? Here we go. First thing I have is this. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, VG Plus, $14.99. Neil Young, that's his album from 1970, his first solo calls. EX Condition, $32.99, 1970 Terre Haute. We've got 4 more crates of pre-owned stuff, and we still got 3 more crates of new vinyl coming up, and we're going to knock out the rest of the new vinyl after this one, okay? First thing I have is Sonny Phillips, Black on Black, with Rusty Bryant, Melvin Sparks, Sonny Phillips from 1971, VG Plus $34.99. We got Garcia, as in Jerry Garcia, VG Plus $24.99. Garcia, Jerry Garcia, VG Plus $24.99. Flo and Eddie, Moving Targets. Flo and Eddie is EX Condition, $12.99. EX, $12.99. The Shaw Brothers. Shaw Brothers is EX, $19.99. And over here we have Elton John. This is VG Plus, $14.99, up to date. I've got you with an invoice here. I'll resend it to your email, okay? I'm going to send a reminder on this one right here. It just went to your email. It was the one that was sent out yesterday. You have one, that's the one that's unpaid, okay? It looks like, yeah, that was definitely, it looks like the show Paul was doing. It was a show, Frosty Christmas. That had to have been Monday. Probably Monday when Paul was doing the Christmas stuff. That one has not been paid. It has been sent again to your email. Weather Report. Weather Report is in shrink wrap. VG Plus $9.99. And Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. VG Plus $19.99. So here's the deal. Craig has this for $7. We're about to sell it. He's the only bidder. It's called Total Noise #1. The Business, the Gonads, Dead Generation, and Blitz. Final call. One bid, $7. DAD 556063. 30, The Condition, EX Plus, Near Minus. What are the songs on the Carpenters? I think Craig just shared them. 25 on the Carpenters, 25 on the Carpenters, and we have Rare Earth, Get Ready. VG Plus, $19.99 for Rare Earth, Get Ready. Jazz Impressions of Japan, the Dave Brubeck Quartet, a 1964 Pittman, VG Plus, $39.99. Tony Joe White is VG $19.99. Also, Mary Wells' Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Then we had Ringo, as in Ringo Starr, VG $12.99. Steely Dan Aja, EX $27.99. Queen Jazz, VG Plus $24.99. Mirage was VG Plus $14.99. Three Dog Night was VG $12.99. Also, Ray Charles, VG $9.99. Robin Trower was VG Plus $14.99. And then Frampton Comes Alive. I think somebody made an offer on this and I missed it. There was an offer on this for $25. I will sell this to you for $25. Red Cave Collections. That is sold. All right, that is sold. Okay. Next thing is this. We have Donna on Three Dog Night for $7. That's sold. The Carpenters has a new bid for $30. Total Noise is sold for $7. $7 to Craig Thomas. And then DAD. This is a final call. 89 USOG Gold Stamp promo with the original on her sleeve. DAD, Disney After Dark. MT Matt has it for $63. Chris Martin, it's all up to you. The Carpenters is now at $30 with Sally Jones, and it's time for our next single. And you may ask yourself, Chad, what could possibly be the next single you have? What about Bauhaus? What? I don't recall having too many singles from Bauhaus. On Beggar's Banquet, Satori, and the flip on that is Kick in the Eye. Bauhaus, $10 start on Bauhaus. That's now up for bid, okay? Carpenter's still getting bids, that's still getting bids, that's still getting bids, this is still getting bids, that's still getting bids, this is still getting bids, and that is still getting bids. Don't forget about those and these over here getting bids too. Holy moly. More Diet Coke. All righty. All righty. New crate. Dang it. All right, let's go through the one that's marked. Laura, I have got to get that printed. Let me get my laptop out because I think this next crate is waiting list anyway. All right. 1 is the loneliest number. 2 can be as bad as 1. Dun, 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 dun. Oh boy. I open my laptop and I have all my windows open from where I was ordering vinyl, and I forgot to submit this cart. And I got to show you all these new comic books. So they're coming out with these things here. Let me open it in a new tab here. Look at these things here. So they're coming out with these new comic book things that are like inspired by albums. It's pretty amazing, honestly. I've got to read. I mean, I don't understand it. I got to figure out what it is. But I mean, they're like Iron Maiden, Dio, Danzig, Zeppelin, Pink. I mean, there's all these comic book, and I guess it's music. So, and comic books, I'm like, boy, this could be a major deal. Plus, I had all these blankets opened over here. They're doing all these blankets. They're making all these fleece, really cool fleece blankets of different bands. I'm like, oh my gosh, these are awesome too. So, you should order some of Megadeth final album. Those are all already up for pre-order. Megadeth is up for pre-order. That's already been posted, and we've already ordered them all. Okay? Used to be, yeah, we've got a bunch of those too. We got that original artwork from that comic book series. Okay? Whew. All right, let me figure out who I am and where I'm going in life. Let me figure out who I am and where I'm going in life. I got to find this invoice. Don't go anywhere. I sent a $800 payment to somebody. I don't remember doing that. Where's my emails here? Sales tax was paid, thousands of dollars. Vanguard zapping my account. Where the heck is my invoices? This one should be yesterday. I think it's this one right here. Sympathy X, Bush, this is it. Lord, let me know if this comes out of the printer. Laura, you may need to go tap the screen on that printer and it like wakes it up. It's got to get woke up. Okay. Here we go. Let me touch my toes. Oh, that was a good one. Now, where are we at on these? Where are we at on these? We have the following. I left off by saying Bauhaus was $22. Bauhaus $24. The Carpenter's $35. Bauhaus $25. Carpenter's $36. So DAD over here, Disney After Dark, the last bid was Chris Martin, MT Matt at $68. If you're not MT Matt, you do not have this for $68. He has the high bid. $68. MT Matt. Bauhaus, the last bid, $25, and the first one to bid it was Craig Thomas. This is Kick in the Eye and Satori. DAD at 70, now 72. Thank you, Laura. I've got the price sheet in my hand to fill out for this next crate of vinyl after this one. Let me go through these. I already know most of them, but some of them I need to make sure. We got Sympathy X, we got Black Sabbath, we got Electronic, we got Alice Cooper, we got Bush, we got Testament, we got Shindowns coming up, we got Testaments coming up, more Testaments coming up, we got Midlake coming up, I don't know who that is, Harl Bullingore, I don't know who that is, we got Jackals coming up, and we got Puddle of Muds coming up, okay? So that's coming up. But right now, Carpenter's is at 42, and Bauhaus is 25, okay? Next thing is we had a wait list for Grinch. This is How the Grinch Stole Christmas, that original classic narration by Boris Karloff and the music. You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. That's on Grinch green vinyl. Now, Laura, whenever you get a second, this blue crate is ready to be tagged. No rush, because I've already got this one. I've got another crate ready. But whenever you want to come up and do this one, be ready. There is so many incredible records. If you think you're going to leave the chat tonight, if you think you're going to try to go to bed, if you think you're going to try to sneak off and walk your dog right quick, you're going to miss something. You're going to miss something, and then you're going to regret not. If you can't tune in for the next 7 hours nonstop with your eyeballs glued to the screen, then you're in trouble. You're going to be, and you're going to wake up and find out how much you missed, just like people last night. Cynthia Herdron got a Grinch. She was on a wait list. Sold to Cynthia Herdron, okay? Thank you, Cynthia Herdron. I went ahead and ordered several copies because people's been asking for this one. It is on Grinch green vinyl. Grinch green vinyl. Here is, that's that one. Yep, and there's that. Thank you, Laura. And we got Teddy Swims, A Very Teddy Christmas. Teddy Swims. This is some like stuff we sold out of a Laura crate of pre-owned, and I told people, yeah, we can still get these new and sealed, like Grinch and like Teddy Swims, also sold to Cynthia Herdron. Okay, Grinch is $36.99. Grinch is $36.99. Carpenter's $45. Carpenter's $46. $36.99. Travis Woods wants one. Teddy Swim sold to X-Wing. Nashville Tiger wants a Grinch. Stacy Brown wants a Grinch. They're $36.99. Carpenter's at $48. Bauhaus. Bauhaus is sold to Craig Thomas for $25. Michael Snared wants a Grinch. There's one Teddy Swims left. And DAD. This got a couple new bids there, and then it slowed down again. It's up to Nick Bargeron. MT Matt has it for $72. Nick, do you want to go ahead and bid $100? It's at $72. The Carpenters is at $48. We got one Grinch left. Who else asked prices? Chad Snyder asked price. And Chad, if you want that last one, it's available. And then Teddy Swims is 24. And then we have Ace Frehley, Fraley's Comic, Friday Music, hand-poured, colored vinyl, $39.99. Corey James gets the last Grinch. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Nick Bargeron still bidding on Disney After Dark. They're still bidding on The Carpenters. Chad has first dibs on the Grinch. We need to go ahead and sell this to Chad Snyder. That means, Corey James, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, okay? I'll have to put you on a waiting list. So this is sold to, that one sold to Chad Snyder, Corey James on a waiting list, okay? So sorry about any confusion there, but he did ask the price first. There's Ace. I actually have filled up another crate, so let me swap these out right quick. This is completely full, and we've already created a tower of full sold crates, and that's fantastic. But first, we need to work on some more. So there's Ace, and then we have a wait list for this Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is called the Best of Pink Floyd, One Foot in the Dark. We don't have a wait list. It's the Best of Pink Floyd, 2 LP, $49.99. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on this again. It's at $80. The Carpenters, Charles Cressel has it for $50. Christmas Portrait, Near Mint and Shrink, okay? Now, MT Matt, you have the high bid on DAD. It's up to Nick Bargeron again. Nick, as soon as you bid, he's going to bid. We're going to be doing that for a while. Oh, man, here's a highly desirable single. Oh, man, The Dead Kennedys, Too Drunk to Blank. The Dead Kennedys, Too Drunk to Blank, and the B-side is The Prey. Oh, man, it's nice in the original on her sleeve. Dead Kennedys, a $10 start. Sarah Wyberdink on Ace. This is, it is on colored vinyl. It's on like multicolor vinyl. $39.99. It's like a swirl. It's like a swirl. DAD. DAD is sold to MT Matt for $80. Dead Kennedys is already at $15. And the Carpenters, Hammers Up. We're about to sell it. The Carpenters is at $50 with Charles Cressel. We've had some incredible singles tonight. Lots of punk and hardcore, and Dead Kennedys at $20. Thank you, Laura, for marking those. You can put that sheet on Ed's desk because I go back there every night and reorder. And then here is another. This is The Cult, Hidden City. The Cult, Hidden City. Okay. Also, I have a problem. That Mike McDade, if you're watching, he never did pay that other invoice. Okay, so I'm highly concerned about those other auctions that we sold earlier. Mike McDade, if you're watching, okay, two things have now happened. One, I still can't let you bid on anything else tonight. Number two, the stuff you bid on tonight is in jeopardy of being resold. Okay, so I got to get you to pay this invoice right now. If you're watching, he paid one, but this is always a red flag. This is why, folks, unfortunately, I have to stop the show. If you're out there, Mike, and you're legit and you have money, I just need you to pay this invoice. That's all I'm asking. But the problem we have is new buyer, paid invoice, they buy again, and then they don't pay that second invoice, and then they're on here the third week with a paid invoice, but then an unpaid invoice, and they're still buying. And then that's when we throw out the red flag, okay? We throw out the red flag and say, hey, you got to pay this right now. And I'm actually going to spend some time tonight to purge. I'm going to get a spreadsheet for Ed, and I'm going to tell Ed, I need you to ask these people to pay these invoices before 5 o'clock tomorrow, or they can't get any more pre-orders and they can't bid on anything else, because I think there's about 20 or 30 other people throughout the week that's probably in that realm. So Mike McDade, if you're out there, if not, now I don't know what he bought earlier. I'd have to pull it back out, and I can't remember, so we might just have to resell them tomorrow, but we'll give him a chance, okay? Let's see if the invoice was open. He viewed it 15 minutes ago. He might be trying to pay it. But Mike, if you're out there, not picking on you, this happens more often than not, okay? We have to make sure you're paid if you're new. If you got a new name, a new account, and you're bidding on like everything, obviously that's some kind of problem. It's not a problem, it's a flag. It's like, wait a minute, why are you bidding on almost every auction? So we just got to get you paid. So, first thing we're going to do is this. I'm going to pull up the pre-order for this Colt, and then I'm going to update these two auctions, okay? Let me pull up this other Colt. Okay, first thing is this, Dead Kennedys. The last bid was $45 of Kelly Vlodarchek. Ace is $39. You do not have to pay more than $39.99 for these. So Sarah Weiberdink got one. The Carpenters is at $55. Scott Wynn said Ace 50. Ace is actually only $39.99. Let's put C Buck, I think that's Charlie Buck, on a wait list for the Grinch, which I think is 2 people now. The Carpenters is at 56. The Carpenters is at 58. The Carpenters is at 62. The Carpenters is at 65. All right, so this is the Dead Kennedys, 2 drunk, 2 blank. I would grade the sleeve VG+. The vinyl is EX++. It's solid. It just has some dust on it right now. I mean, it hasn't even been cleaned, and it's already nearly near minus. It has the insert with it. The sleeve just has a little bit of a corner bend. I'd have to grade it VG+. I'd have to grade it VG+, and it's got a high bid of $45. Now, let me put this insert back in there, and then we'll look at the label. There's the Side A label. Cherry 24, Cherry Red Records, 1981. Whoops. Better dropping that than the actual disc. This is slippery, man. There we go. Okay, we're ready for another LP. The Carpenters is at $66. There's one Ace left, and then I was trying to pull up the pre-order for this Colt that Laura, this is the Colt Hidden City. This is on red and white vinyl. Another new one for this Friday, $59.99. Derek Cesaro, Dwayne Worley, Clifford Umstead, Fred Carnell, and Justin Deckelman. We got 2 extra copies. 2 extra copies. I just dropped the sleeve. It didn't harm it. It fell like a paper airplane. It's fine. Sorry. It's okay. I didn't drop the disc. Everything's fine. $45 on the Dead Kennedys. We'll make sure everybody is done bidding. I got 2 extra of the Colt. So this is the Colt Hidden City. It's on red and white vinyl, new for Friday. And we still got also choice of weapon. Another Ace Frehley, that's the last one left, and then Buck Owens, a Monsters Holiday, $29.99. Buck Owens, a Monsters Holiday. Let's see if there was a wait list for this. Not Buckingham Nicks, but Buck Owens. There's 2 people, Christina Curtis and Cynthia Herdron. Perfect. And I don't know why there's only 2. It's all analog on colored vinyl. And these are sold and sold. The Carpenters is now at 70. I'm assuming we're done on the Dead Kennedys. Kelly Vlodarchek had it for $45. It's a final call. Next auction is going to go up right now. I have the Clash Sandinista. The Clash is a 1980 3LP, which is how it was originally released, a UK OG. It does have the book. It's in shrink with hype, EX condition. EX condition, the Clash, and that's going to go up for a $50 start. Kelly Vlodarchek does get the Dead Kennedys for $45. All right, I got some other ones over here. Discharge going up next. Discharge is on Clay Records. Realities of War, they declare it, but after the gig and Society's Victim. Discharge going up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding. All right, the Carpenters at 72. The Carpenters is at 72. So, let's see what's going on here. The only thing left in here, and if anybody wants on a wait list for the Monsters Holiday, let me know. That's all analog color vinyl. $29.99 for that one. Left in here was Teddy Swims, A Very Teddy Christmas, $24.99, last one. We have a wait list for the Grinch on green vinyl. I don't have that one to show you, $34. The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door, 2LP, $49.99. The Colt Hidden City, white and red vinyl, $59.99. The Colt Weapon of Choice, $59.99. And then Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, $39.99. I think that's actually So far, we've went through 6 crates of new vinyl. That's all that's left. John's Buy It Now Best Offer crates are going to be pretty interesting because we went through one earlier and it was nice. And I have a box set pre-order, but before we do that, let's knock out this other crate, which has a ton of waiting list in it, okay? Man, big battle going on for the Carpenters. Listen, I'm not surprised. Sally Jones is $75. So the other night when Paul went through Christmas records, so Christmas records, John has always marked them just generically. And we just look at Christmas records because we have hundreds, or excuse me, thousands of them. And most of them rarely get kind of tagged for auction or get researched. But I always go through them, and I think the night Paul was telling me some of the stuff he sold, and I was like, yeah, those were some good ones, probably that were marked $10 and $20 that were $50, $60 Christmas records. And I think a prime example was the Carpenters. So John the other day marked about 6 more crates, and I went through and I was like, boy, there's that one. I know we gotta pull that one out because that one has always been desirable. I remember one of the first times I bought that, like when I was doing eBay years ago. I mean, it's been pricey and desirable for a while. Right now, Sally Jones has it for $75. And we have, this is on Clay Records. It looks like it has nuclear cooling towers on it. And everything's really nice. It's on Clay. And that's at $15. The Clash is at $55. And let's go through some more vinyl here, okay? Next thing is this. I got 2 copies of Testament Low. That's a music on vinyl press. Testament is $39.99. And then Bush's Greatest Hits, as in Come Back Down from This Cloud. This is on clear vinyl. Laura's probably like, please stop singing. Sometimes I'll be right in the middle of a note and somebody that works here is walking by, and then I get kind of embarrassed because I'm singing. I feel like I'm by myself, but actually I forget there's people here trying to work. Brooks Vaughter on Bush's Greatest Hits. This is sold to Brooks Vaughter. Thank you, Brooks. This is sold to you. Brooks Vaughter, this is sold to you. The Clash is in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Now, the cover's always been a bad design because it's kind of a thin jacket to house 3 LPs, so the corner's kind of smushed. It is in shrink wrap. It's pretty nice with hop sticker, and the vinyl's nice, EX. So Brooks Vaughter on a Bush, Stephen Parton on a Bush, and we have Clash at $70. Clash, oh, why did I put that in the crate? Clash is at $70. Are we done on the Carpenters? We're not. Charles Cressel's at $95. The last bid on Discharge was Chris Bryant at $22. Chris Bryant at $22. So we got Testament. Let me make sure no one put Test. Sometimes people put Test, and I think they're putting Test for a test comment, but they're actually trying to claim Testament, but they didn't. There's that. And then over here, we have Symphony X, Underworld. Symphony X is on transparent violet colored vinyl. Symphony X from Nuclear Blast, $39.99. And then here's that Electronic album. Electronic, this is Raise the Pressure, 2 LP, Bernard Summer and Johnny Marr, Abbey Road Studio, $39.99. And the waiting list for Electronic, was Michael Snare. Michael already got one yesterday. So I was actually supposed to have 1 to him and then 2 extras, so I've got 3 copies of Electronic. It's a 2 LP mastered at Abbey Road, $39.99. We've already sold 3 the other night, 1 yesterday, and I've got 3 more there. And I just randomly ordered that. I thought it looked interesting. I just ordered it, and sure enough, everybody's wanted it. I hope we're done on the Carpenters. Charles Cressel, $95. We're about to sell it. The Clash is at $80 with Zumo. And that's between Carol and Zumo right now. And then Discharge is a final call. Chris Bryant, $22. Uh-oh. Some of the punk people have made an appearance. Next thing is Shine Down. This one's called Leave a Whisper, and that's a 2 LP blue vinyl. Shine Down, Leave a Whisper. SHINDON, Shine Down. And that waiting list is for, should be at least 2 people over here. And that was Cindy Yarborough and Todd Emick, E-M-I-C-K. So thank you, Cindy, and thank you, Todd. There's 2 more sold. Those are done. There's 2 left. Discharge has a new bid, a big bump, $30. The Clash is at 80, and we have Carol's out, and the Carpenters is now at 100. What about another Testament, this time live in 1997, and these are only $24.99. They're from Vinyl Voice. Testament live, $24.99. And then I've got 3 copies of that new Rocktober exclusive on green vinyl, essentially a Black Sabbath hits comp, Aussie era. We sold our soul for rock and roll. Black Sabbath, The Wizard, The Warning, Paranoid, War Pigs, Iron Maiden, Wicked World, Tomorrow's Dream, Fairies Wear Boots, You Gotta Believe Me, Changes, Sweet Leaf, Children of the Grave, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, I Am Going Insane, Laguna Sunrise, Sunblind, and NRB. All right, and that is our $38.99. I should have one person waiting for one, and we have pre-sold nearly 100 now. So we have sold a ton of these. So probably a lot of people watching have already got one or already have one on the way to their house, and there is no waiting list. So these are just all extra copies. Yep, these are just all extra copies, okay? $38.99. Those are done. Carpenters are still getting bids. Ken Granger wants a Black Sabbath. Let's go ahead and sell the Discharge because Chris was the last bidder. Mince Moyer's in, and it's sold to Mince Moyer for $30. The Clash is sold to Zumo for $80. That's done. Time for new auctions, but there's still the Carpenters album over here is getting bloody. We are now into like a steel cage death match. Make way for Willie. So yeah, the other night I bought some high-end country albums. Okay. And I think y'all remember I went ahead and said, here these are. If you want to buy them, great. If not, then at some point we're going to put them up for auction, and I'm going to go ahead and just liquidate them. And that's what we're going to do right now. This is a 1967 Hollywood OG. A 1967 Hollywood OG, Make Way for Willie Nelson. It's in VG Plus condition, and that's conservatively graded. It has the original RCA sleeve, an earlier Willie, $35 start. $35 start on that. Willie Nelson's now up for bid. Make Way for Willie Nelson. $35 start. That is now up for bid. Okay? That is now up for bid. The next thing I have for you is the following. Somebody asked for this a long time ago. Giant. Always a desirable record. It's up there like I think with... This is kind of that same realm of bands. It's like Disney After Dark, and it's just, there's a whole list of bands that they only have 1 or 2 albums, and you just never see them, and everybody wants them, and one of them's Giant, and this one's called Last of the Runaways. Giant is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo. It has not been pressed to vinyl since 1990. Heavy metal, hard rock, glam. Giant's a $55 start. The Carpenters is at $110. Willie Nelson's at $35. This is before Willie really started smoking the ganja, okay? He might have been smoking some then, but not like he smokes the ganja now. Oh my goodness. We have The Exploited, Anti-Patsy. Don't let them grind you down. The Exploited. Oh man. $10 start on The Exploited. This B-side label feels like it's been double labeled. Do y'all know what that means? I think that means, or I know what it means, but I think what's happened is there's 2 labels here. You can almost peel this other one off. See how it's kind of wrinkled? You can see the other label underneath it. It's been double labeled. So there's The Exploited. There's the good look at the label. The dead wax says Police Lullabies. It says Oral Lake. There's something else written up here in the dead wax. A Porky Prime Cut. A Porky Prime Cut and EXP 100B-A. There you have it. And it looks like it's been double labeled. Okay? Which means they accidentally put 2 labels on it. So, and I've seen people, some people hate that and they try to peel it off and the bottom label's fine. So, all right, got to peel it. Yeah, you can peel that off and there's going to be another label just perfectly flat. Okay, where's my Diet Coke at? Did I score some punk? Well, I forgot to post today. I took pictures and everything. First thing, Paul bought an incredible collection yesterday. Paul bought an incredible collection yesterday. Okay? The first thing was I hadn't told a lot of people other than the people yesterday, and I also hadn't posted it. But here's the hot picture that I thought I scheduled to post today like at 1 o'clock. Okay? And this is some stuff coming up tomorrow and Thursday night for Metal Night. Here's some of the pictures. I was going to post that. He put them up in the racks, you know, in the front part of the store. Look at all that greatness. Now, these 45s came from the back. This is just John digging around in our back room. I mean, there's tubs and tubs and tubs and tubs of records, and occasionally we get lucky and he'll open up a box and it will be full of just incredible stuff like this. And so this is stuff we've probably had for a while and didn't even know it. And some of the albums tonight came from that collection he bought yesterday. And there'll be more of that coming all week. So if y'all are new to Collectco, and the people who watch every night know this, we buy stuff almost every day or every other day now. And so there's incredible auctions just all night live for when we're here 7-8 hours a night. I mean, it's hard to really keep up with at this point. I used to, when I was the buyer and I would post and I would go out and I could keep up with it better. Now Paul and John and everybody buys so much stuff here. It's really hard to keep up with everything. Jackal, $39.99. So long story short, amazing stuff comes in every day. Okay, let's get back to the auctions because we have a long ways to go. First thing we had was, I left off by saying the Carpenters was at $110 with Sally Jones. Willie Nelson, $35. The Carpenters, Charles Cressel, you got outbid. $110. Giant 55, Giant 55. The Carpenters, $112. The Carpenters, $112. Jerry Stone is listening to My Sweet Lord, one of the best songs ever. Giant 75, Exploited 10, Exploited 13, Giant 79, Giant 79, Exploited 10, Exploited 14, Giant 90, Giant 85, Exploited 16, Giant 91, Exploited 20, Giant 95, Exploited 22, Exploited 21, Giant 101, Exploited 25, Exploited 23, Exploited 26. Chris Martin wants a Jackal. They literally fire up chainsaws on the stage. This is the Carpenter's Christmas portrait. It is in shrink wrap, near mint minus. It even has the Christmas present tag on the front that actually came with it. A Christmas present from the Carpenters. Sally Jones, you've been outbid. Charles Cressel has this. The high bid is $112. We're about to sell it. Willie Nelson has one bid with John Durden. A 67 Hollywood OG. Company inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. Make way for Willie Nelson. He's about to sell for $35 to John Durden. The Exploited is at $26 with Sean Bailey. The vinyl's near mint minus. Anti-Patsy. It has a little bit of a crease down here in the cover. VG because of that. Giant is at $111 with Travis Woods. This is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo. Wow. I've got 3 copies of Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. Puddle of Mud is $39.99. They have their big song Blurry on here. Big song from Puddle of Mud, Blurry. 2 copies of Testament, The Gathering. And I'm nearly positive I have what we call a waiting list for this. Let me pull up there is 3 Testaments in this crate. Testament, the waiting list for The Gathering is absolutely nobody. These are still available, $29.99. Charles Cressel, you've been outbid on the Carpenters, $125. Giants at $111. Willie Nelson's at $40. The Exploited's at $26. The Carpenters has a new bid for $128. Dwayne Worley on Puddle of Mud And then we've got a restock of Alice Cooper. Jeff McIntosh was on a waiting list. I don't even need to look that one up, but I'll scratch them off right quick. This is the Rhino High Fidelity Series. Tag that one I just put in the crate to Jeff McIntosh. Glad to see him back on and buying. And Jeff, I'm going to take your name off the waiting list right now. I have waiting lists for a lot of stuff. Ozzy, Alice Cooper, there it is, Def Leppard. Okay, here's something I wanted to say because somebody asked earlier about a missing item. So let me ask everybody to do something whenever you get your invoice, okay? Whenever you get your invoice, you need to check it not only for stuff that you didn't get. Well, let me rephrase this. Whenever you get your invoices on Monday, you need to really make sure before you pay for it, before you pay for it, that everything on there is actually something you bought, because we've had a couple people say, I'm missing something from my invoice, and here's what happens. When I call it sold, I may mess up and say the wrong person, and if y'all don't catch me, there's 200 or 300 people watching. If y'all don't catch me, then it gets tagged to that person that I mistaked their name for. They pay their invoice. We ship it to them. The person who thought they want it says, hey, where's my record? It's already shipped to somebody else, and we have no idea where it is. Or we just write down the wrong name. It gets billed to somebody. They pay their invoice. They get a record that they didn't even know they bought, and they don't even say anything. So it happened with a Def Leppard puzzle. So Sarah, I don't know if you're watching, but Ed told me that Def Leppard puzzle got tagged for somebody else. They paid for their invoice. We shipped it to them, and whoever it is, they hadn't said that they didn't even buy it. So I have to be very careful whose name I say, and then whoever's watching the sale, they have to write down these names perfectly. Otherwise, some people just pay their invoice without even looking at it, and they get stuff that they didn't even buy, and they might not even want it, but they don't care. They just pay their invoice, and they get stuff that they didn't even buy. And send somebody else that thought they bought it, it comes up missing, and we can't get it back because we don't even know who it went to. They paid for it, it gets shipped to them. So that happens about 2 or 3 times a week. Someone's like, hey, I want an Iron Maiden record. What happened to it? Well, somebody else got tagged for it. They paid for it. They might have not even been bidding on it. They get it, and then that's what happens. So my statement is this. Please make sure when you get your invoice, some people are paying for stuff that they're not even bidding or buying on, and they're not even saying anything. And those belong to other people, and then we have to tell them it's missing. We don't know what happened to it. It's gone. Corey James on Puddle of Mud. That is sold to Corey James, and we have to really make sure. So I was charged for a Zeppelin album. The album was 1955. Now I had to fix stuff like that. That's just where they're keying in stuff incorrectly. Okay. So we sell thousands of items a week. There's 6 different people that watch these sales. It's a pretty large operation. It takes a lot of people every day to make all this happen, and sometimes we make mistakes. And unfortunately, if we make one mistake, it messes up somebody else's invoice. We cut down this week, but it's still too high of a number for me. Way too high of a number for me. I want 0 mistakes, but we realize that's nearly impossible. Okay, so carpenters, man, are we done on this? I don't think so. Sally has it for $125. Charles Cressel bid $128. Sally, you have not bid again. But this is a final call to Charles Cressel, $128. Willie Nelson over here. Willie Nelson, Mega Blast has it for $41. Sorry for the delay. I feel like I've had to cover a lot of stuff tonight on buyers and invoices and everything like that, and it just hadn't worked out. I've been talking too much. It always happens. And then the exploited is 28 with Autumn Betts, okay? That is the high bid on this exploded record, $28. And the last bid on Giant over here is Travis Woods is $133, okay? Anybody else? Willie still getting bids. Exploited still getting bids. Giant still getting bids. And Carpenters is still getting bids. Sally Jones has the Carpenters for $130. Charles Cressel has it for $133. Sally Jones, you're out. Willie Nelson, $44. John Durden, you're out. Giants at $135. Nick Bargeron's the new bidder. And one more call on the Exploited. We got a whole night of punk singles coming up. Autumn Betts has that for $28. Dwayne Worley got PM for Puddle of Mud. We sold Alice Cooper to Jeff McIntosh. Corey James got the other Puddle of Mud. And I could have swore somebody got Testament. Testament over here. Testament. Testament. Did somebody get a Testament record out of here? I could have swore. I'll sell Twitch next. I'll sell Ministry next. I could have swore somebody said Testament. How much is Limp Bizkit? $44.99. It's a double LP, brown and silver vinyl, Austin. $44.99. Okay? All righty. Next thing is Stephen Parton on Wants a Black Sabbath. Okay, let's read through these again. I will not say those words. We had an embarrassing loss Saturday. That game, if anything, should have come down to the wire, and it should have been a close game. Instead, we shot ourselves in the foot, and we got beat embarrassingly in Tuscaloosa. We have Testament Low, music on vinyl, Testament, $39.99. I have not sold a Testament record out of here, so if somebody's claimed one, you might want to let me know. But if you have a miscue on a price on your invoice, all this is being keyed in by hand by several different people. And I could say the wrong price, they could write down the wrong price, or they could key in the wrong price. 3 people could mess it up. I could mess it up. The person watching the sale could mess it up, the clerk, or the person keying it into your invoice. They're on an iPad, and sometimes it glitches. Sometimes they're on a keyboard, and it's not like we're trying. And hey, listen, I've seen some $105 auctions get keyed in for $15 accidentally. Okay? And then over here we have Bush Loaded, the greatest hits. Bush is $39.99. That is on clear vinyl. We have Sympathy X Underworld, transparent violet vinyl. That is Underworld for Symphony X. And then we have Electronic, Raise the Pressure, 2LP, remaster, $39.99 for electronic. And Shinedown, Leave a Whisper. Shinedown's on blue vinyl, $44.99. Boy, the Carpenters is creeping. Sally Jones, you've been outbid again. Why don't one of y'all go ahead and bid $200? Charles Cressel has it for $138. Sally, you're outbid again. Willie Nelson's at $50. Everybody else is outbid. Outbid. The Exploited is sold to Autumn for $28. Autumn Betts gets this for $28. I cannot sell 4 more auctions again. I had a feeling I could do 2 or 3 tonight, but 4 is just too much. I can't keep up with everything. Sarah Wyberdink on Shinedown. The Carpenters is at $141. Willie Nelson's at $50 with Mega Blast. And Giant, that's the name of the band. Last of the Runaways. The Last of the Runaways, Giant, Calvin Ward has it for $150. $150. Next thing is Testament, $24.99. Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll, $38.99. Jackal's $39.99. That's a music on vinyl press. Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. Puddle of Mud's $39.99. Testament, The Gathering's $29. And then Alice Cooper, all analog Kevin Gray, Rhino, $39.99. Sally, you've been outbid on the Carpenters. Willie Nelson's at $55. And then Giant is a final call. Calvin Ward, $150. Travis Woods, it's up to you, and he says he's out. Okay? There we have it. Next is this. What was the next question? Well, yeah, Jerry Tanner used to be right here next to me tagging, but we just can't do that anymore because he was making mistakes too because we have started selling more and more. So I've gone faster and later. 2 things. It's really hard to keep somebody here for 8 hours watching nonstop and trying to pay attention and clerk. That would be a brain drain for somebody. So we found out and we kept on selling more, and pre-orders kept getting bigger. So they have to watch it the next morning because they can pause and rewind. I think there's going to be just human error mistakes every week, but there's no way nobody can be with me here every night. I have asked people who work here, do you want to sit next to me for 8 hours every night and try to keep up with all this live? That would be more difficult in my opinion. Brian C. gets Alice Cooper. Those are now sold out. The Shine Down, there's one left, and it's $44.99. Leave a Whispers on blue vinyl. Sally Jones, you've been outbid on the Carpenters. Sally, every time you bid, Charles is going to bid immediately. So a couple things are going to happen. We got to start bidding faster, or y'all got to start just putting out some kind of like all-in price. This has been up for like an hour, I think. One of y'all are going to have to just like go all in or something. Willie Nelson's at $57, and then Giant is sold to Calvin Ward for $150. We've ran this sale through AI multiple times. We're working on that right now. We're trying our best. We've ran it through Chat GPT. We've ran it through. We've ran it through a lot of different softwares, but it still can't translate my voice. You know, I have a thick accent. I don't say everything correctly. It's really hard for it to learn. It would have to learn my voice, and it would still make mistakes. But yeah, we've tried AI. We're working on it. Jake kind of helps us with that stuff, and I think he's trying to come out with some stuff. So Sally says, Merry Christmas, Charles. I'm assuming that means she's done bidding. Charles Kressel, $149. Willie Nelson's at $57 with Nick Bargeron. Everybody else is out, including John Durden. Willie Nelson's at $57. Next auction is going to go up right now. We've had many requests for Ministry Twitch. Ministry is an 86 US OG with the original inner sleeve. This is OG Ministry, a $35 star. Wow. An hour later, and the Carpenters is sold. Charles Kressel, $149 sold. Willie is on the clock. Willie is at $57 with Nick Bargeron. Ministry's a $35 start. Willie Nelson, final call to Nick Bargeron for $57. I think it's up to Tim Graham. He's out. And there's that. Okay. There's that. Here's this. All right. Yeah, as we've gotten, we used to, it used to be Ed, Tanner, and Seth was here every night with me. And they would literally write down, tag, key in, and alphabetize everything right then. Well, that was easy when we used to do 3 crates. I've already done 4 tonight, and I'm not a third of a way through the show. So they used to keep up with it, but we've grown. We've doubled 4 times since then. So I think it would have to require somebody. I mean, yes, it's not logistically possible. We've grown exponentially since then. Okay. All right. This is a new release from Neil Young. Let's get these tagged. So we have Neil Young. This is some of the last of the pre-orders tonight. N-I-L-Y-O-N-G. Neil Young is the box set. And boy, I searched Neil Young. I forgot how many Neil Young pre-orders I've posted since I've had a group. It's the one with the Pearl Jam album. This is a good one. Official releases. Where the heck is it? Official. Oh, 1 second. Here it is. Neil Young official release series. Official release series 26, 27, 28, 29. The big one in here is Mirror Ball. That is been out of print since it came out. That's the album he did with Pearl Jam. Also Unplugged. Unplugged has been out of print. So you get Harvest Moon. Sleeps with Angels has also been out of print. And then Unplugged and Mirror Ball. So, I mean, really cool, and these are numbered. Okay? So, $159.99. Neil Young official releases. $159.99. Clifford Umstead. This one's open, so let me set it off the side. $159.99. Clifford Umstead got one. That's so to Clifford Umstead. One for Matt Lawson. And one for Joe Valente. I've got 2 extras, okay? And I'm kind of out of space over here, so let me set that there. This goes on top for Joe Valente. Now, John Durden, I see you're bidding on Ministry, but I just want to make sure you're done on Willie Nelson. And then we got to get back into some other stuff here, okay? First thing is make way for Willie Nelson, a 67 USOG Hollywood, VG Plus condition. The high bid on this is Nick Bargeron, $57. John Durden, it was up to you. It's at $57. Ministry Twitch. This is an OG 1986, something we never get in, with the original inner sleeve. John Durden also has this for $35, and we're about to sell it. We have 2 extra Neil Youngs. If anybody wants one of these, let me know. Like I said, it's worth it for a couple releases in here. The OG copies of Mirror Ball and the OG copies of Unplugged are pricey. I've never seen a copy of Sleeps with Angels. It's all analog Bernie Grundman. Numbered box set. Numbered box set, and that's pretty dang sweet. I think I'm going to keep this one that's open unless we sell both of them tonight, because there's a couple of those I don't have. I don't have Mirror Ball, and any copies I've ever had come through sold. So I've got 2 available. Led Zeppelin Mothership is $119.99. I think y'all have seen these before. $119.99. Willie Nelson Mothership. Led Zeppelin Mothership. I've got 2 in stock if anybody wants them. Led Zeppelin Mothership. The best of Led Zeppelin, a 4 LP box, $119.99. Okay. Next thing over here. Willie Nelson sold to Nick Bargeron for $57. This $100 Ministry album is sold to John Durden for $35. Okay? He got that for that $100 Ministry album just sold for $35 to him. Our next single is Discharge, Never Again. Discharge is going to go up for a $10 start. Once again on Clay Records. Deaf Dealers, 2 monstrous nuclear stockpiles. Never Again. Discharge is a $10 start. Next auction, we still got Budgie, King Crimson, Bing Crosby, Beach Boys, another Carpenter's Christmas album, Ray Charles Christmas, Pink Floyd, Elton John, George Strait, Badfinger, NXS, Bon Jovi, Leonard Skinner, Ramones, Talking Heads, Grateful Dead, Devo, Def Leppard, Cockney Rejects, Don Williams, Tom Petty, Queen, Billy Joe Schaefer, Keith Whitley, Prince, Wall of Voodoo, Sade, Laz Rocket, Kraftwerk. Keith Whitley. Here it is. Keith Whitley is a 1989 USOG. This has never been reissued on vinyl. I wonder, do you think of me? This has never been reissued. It's an OG top copy in shrink, near mint minus. It couldn't get any better. It's real. It's in shrink. It's near mint. $125 start. $125 start on Keith Whitley. $125 on Keith Whitley. That is now up for bid. $125 start. Near mint and shrink. Over here, Discharge. Discharge has bids for 10, 15, 10. And there's that. Okay? Lots of stuff going on. First thing is this. We need another crate. We need another crate. Let me see if this is the one I want to do. I'm liking it so far. Looking good. It's up for grabs. Okay. Yep. And then let's see what this one looks like. I'm liking this one better. Let's go through this one. Some interesting stuff in here. And it's check condition. I try to do all those as early as possible. All right, here we go. Wow, what a night. What a night. Discharge is at $18 with Sean Bailey. Keith Whitley's at $130. I didn't know we had a Tom Petty. Do we have a Tom Petty to auction? We do. Into the Great Wide Open. A 1991 OG Press, EX++ near mint minus with the original inner sleeve, $95 start on Tom Petty. OG 1991 Into the Great Wide Open, $95 start on that one. It's now up for bid. Everything in here is best offer. We have Deep Purple in rock, EX condition, $27.99. In rock by Deep Purple, original 1 or 7 artist label. EX $27.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Tom Petty has a bid for $95. Keith Whitley's at $135. Discharge is at $20. Robin Trower, Bridge of Size, new check condition stuff. VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. We have the Trogs. The Trogs is Wild Thing. VG $19.99. You Make My Heart, the original label too. Also, we have Aerosmith Classics Live, VG Plus $24.99, and Jethro Tull Stand Up. Very cool. It has the original pop-up cover. $19.99 for Jethro Tull Stand Up. Fat Man's on there. VG cover with some edge wear. Tom Petty has a new bid for $100. Discharge is at $21. And Keith Whitley, the last bid was Calvin. Tied Ryan Eaton at $135. So we're tied on that one. Samuel Kopich on Wild Thing. That is sold. Also, we have Waylon and Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings, EX condition, $12.99 on that one. And we have John Lennon, Double Fantasy, EX condition, $14.99 on Double Fantasy. Chris, we've already sold the Trogs. Simon and Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, EX $12.99. And Abbey Road, a 69 Jacksonville press, EX. $39.99. It does have some tape along the cover and a little bit of creasing. We'll have to call the cover VG EX $39.99. Next is Waylon and Willie 12. That is an offer. Waylon and Willie. Let's go ahead and sell that for $9 to John Durden. Christopher Yoakum on Jethro Tull sold. Tom Petty $130. He's out on Keith Whitley. Tom Petty $135. All right, so Tom Petty's at $135. Keith Whitley's tied. And that was Ryan Eaton and Calvin Ward at $135. Calvin bid $150. Ryan's out. The last bid on Discharge that came in. The last bid, I believe it's John Kaiser at $21. Discharge Never Again, $21. Going twice, going 3 times. Blondie, Auto American, VG Plus, $17.99 for Blondie, Auto American. Fats Domino Swings, Fats is VG Plus, $19.99. We have the Best of Abbey Road, VG $12.99. Didn't I buy the Abbey Road last night? You bought a copy of Abbey Road last night. We have about 400 to 500 copies of Abbey Road in this building right now. So there's a bunch of them. We have Bob Seger Smoking OPs, VG $12.99. I have several crates full of Abbey Road records. They're stacked up right here in the back around this corner in front of a metal rack. There's about 40 crates of Beatles albums, duplicates. We have Donald Fagen, The Nightfly. Donald Fagen is VG Plus $19.99. And Wishbone Ash, There's the Rub, VG Plus $14.99. So Tom Petty's at $135. Kaiser, you're out. Next thing over here is Discharge, got a new bid for $22. John Kaiser, you're out. The Doors have an offer for $8. And was there any other offers? There's not. Sell that to Scott Arnold for $8. John McPatriot on BS for Bob Seger. Soda McPatriot. Brogan was next. And then over here, Chad Snyder was third. Tom's at $140. Naz 3. Nazareth is VG condition, $14.99. And we have Lonnie Mack, EX $17.99. I probably have more copies of Abbey Road than anything. And then the next is the White Album. John literally just found a whole crate of White Albums yesterday. I saw it laying back there. I said, did you find more? He said, yeah, it's some of that same collection we went and got in Dallas a couple years ago. A whole crate of white albums. And all of them are like VG minus and G plus. They're all destroyed. And that's why when I put up a nice one and I ask $125 start, that's why. The majority of the ones in circulation are trashed. They're ruined. We also have Wall of Voodoo. This is VG plus $14.99. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. It does have the poster, EX $37.99. And then Fagin for $8. Blaine Zapnick. Blaine, this was marked VG plus $19.99. I'll do $15 on it. I'll do $15 on it. Lonnie Mack, $15, and that is sold to George Jones. So I think we're done on Keith Whitley then. It's sold for $150. Keith Whitley to Calvin Ward for $150. Thank you on that. It's sold. Discharge is at $23. It's still getting bids. And Kaiser, it's up to you on Tom Petty. Gregory has it for $150. Donald Fagan is sold for $15 to Blaine. Next thing is, which Voodoo is that? Wall of Voodoo is Longram, The Passenger, Can't Make Love, Struggle, Ring of Fire, and Grandma's House. It is called... I don't know what it's called, but that's the tracks. And John Durden, if you don't want it, Samuel Kopich does. Naz, Ron Burns, I will sell that to you for $10. Tom's at $175. Teenage Head, Live in an Endless Party. That's an 84 Canadian VG plus $24.99. Hallbrook on WV, that's the third claim for Wall of Voodoo. And Discharge. Kaiser, $23, sold to John Kaiser for $23, okay? Tom Petty's at $175. The Beatles, Hey Jude, VG $19.99. And Joni Mitchell, For the Roses, VG plus $14.99. John Durden does get Wall of Voodoo. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is as follows. Laz Rocket. Laz Rocket is called City's Gonna Burn, an 85 German OG, VG condition, $10 start on that. Our next single is gonna go up right now. This is Lords of the New Church. Wow, don't recall seeing that. Lords of the New Church, Lords of the New Church, New Church, Lords of the New Church, Living on Living. And that's gonna go up for a $10 start. There's that. Next thing is Voodoo, off a crate of white crates together. Not going to do that. No, I don't actually. There's a reason why they're stockpiled. The guy we bought them from had been stockpiled them from the 60s. And when I bought his collection, I kind of was like glad to have them because I kind of like having them. It's kind of like something I hoard. I think everybody watching that knows that. Lords is at 10. Laz Rock at 20. Tom Petty 180. Blood Rock 3. The reason John doesn't put them out too often or we don't get them ready for auction, they take so much research. You got to figure out what pressing it is, if it has the misprints, if it's got the stuff with it. I mean, we could really try to get them together. And my goal at one point was to say, okay, we've got all these VG minus copies of the White Album. They're made between 68 and 71. They're on the Apple label. Who wants one for $35? And then we could sell like a whole crate of them. The problem is trying to get them cleaned, checked, inspected, and get them all the same kind. It could take, an hour to do that one thing. But that's what they do every day. They price records. So we might do that one day. We might have like a whole copy of G plus Abbey Roads, and I'm like, okay, these are somewhere between 69 and 71. They're between VG minus and VG. Who wants one for $19.99? I'm not really hoarding them. I'm getting them ready for like an epic blowout one night where we like, okay, I've got 50 copies of the White Album. Who wants one for $34.99? And then we just sell them all at once. That'd be the best way to do it. Otherwise, it takes too much time to research them individually. Forest Flower, Charles Lloyd at Monterey, VG plus $19.99. Next thing over here is Laz Rock at 22, Laz Rock at 25, Lords of the New Church 11, and Lords of New Church 12. The last thing over here that happened was Tom Petty got a new bid for $200. John Kaiser, you're out. Now, Chris Bryant says, what's Blood Rock? Blood Rock 3 is VG plus $14.99. Blood Rock 3, VG plus $14.99. Chris asked, John McPatriot asked, WBA for $8. WBA for $8. Wishbone Ash is sold to Kevin Willis for $8. Lords 12, Lords 15, Lazrock at 27, Lazrock at 30, Lazrock at 35, Lords 20, Ella and Basie, a perfect match. Ella Fitzgerald and Count Basie, VG plus $14.99. And Ella Fitzgerald at the Opera House, VG plus $19.99. And we have Gamma 3. Gamma 3 is VG plus $12.99. Now, Tom Petty is up to one person. Kaiser's out. This is sold to Gregory Roberts for $200. Nice. That's sold. We have Laz Rocket at 35. Lords of the New Church is at 20 with Mega Blast. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is a UK reissue, unknown year. Now, I thought this was very interesting when I seen it, because I don't recall seeing this DMJ label too often. This is a UK pressing of Elton John, but I just never had seen this label. And I think it's a late 70s deal, but it just doesn't say on Discogs. It's a late 70s, and it has one inner sleeve, and I think it's supposed to obviously come with another. But it has a gatefold jacket. Very cool. Candle in the Wind, Beanie and the Jets, $35 start for Elton John. It's an EX condition, $35 start, beautiful jacket. Also, we have music for Playboys to play by, the Hollywood Playboys Orchestra. That's a 57 mono with the devil there on the cover. There's the devil, VG $19.99. Patton, original motion picture score, Patton's VG plus $14.99, and Randy Travis in Shrink and Hop, and that is Storms of Life, $14.99. $14.99. Elton's a $35 start. Laz Rockets with Jeff Brinley at $40. And John McPatriot offered $10 for Blood Rock 3. Sell that to McPatriot for $10. Lords is at $23. Laz Rockets at $40. I think it's just up to Alonzo. Alonzo, it's up to you. We got Matt Nichols on Patton. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Gets Gilberto number 2, VG $14.99. Elton John 35, Elton John 40. Beanie and the Jets. We have David Jennings on Devil for $14. You got it. And then Chris Christopherson, VG plus $9.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Ash, VG condition, $14.99. Next is JetBlue 004 on Getz. And then Robin, if you want Randy Travis, it's yours, but it will be $14.99. So Corey came in right after you claiming that one. Next is Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, VG plus $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac, VG plus $17.99. Guess what? We're not done with Laz Rocket. 42.45. Lords of the New Church is moving to a final call. 25. John Kaiser, you're out on that one. Also over here, we have Elton John 35, Elton John 40, Laz Rocket 42. Can I see Waylon and Willie again? That was already sold to John Durden. That record is already sold. Also, the Kinks, State of Confusion, EX $12.99. Hallbrook on FM, and that's Fleetwood Mac. Corey James, you're going to get Randy Travis for $14.99. And then Shiloh, Neil Diamond, VG plus $9.99. How much was Getz Gilberto? VG $14.99. Laz Rockets at $50. The last bid on Elton John is still the high bid. Stephen Parton at $40. There's two people bid $35. They're out. Laz Rockets a 1985 German OG, VG condition. This one's called City's Gonna Burn, and that one's at $50 of Jeff Brinley. Lords of the New Church, it's just up to John Kaiser. The most recent bid is John Durden, Mega Blast at $25. Next is Hit City 64 by the Safaris. Cool cover, VG plus $24.99. And Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG plus $14.99. Laz Rockets at $50. Going to once and going to twice. Going to once and going 3 times. Going to once and going 4 times. Going once, going 5 times. I have never seen this before. A Superman picture disc, 7-inch single from the movie Superman 2. From the movie Superman 2, John Williams. What actual track is it? The main title. Wow, you get the Superman theme song, and then Lex Escapes, as in Lex Luthor. How cool is that? Didn't know this existed until John showed it to me earlier. Had no idea this item existed in the collecting vinyl universe. A Superman 7-inch picture disc, $10 start. And you better bid before I retract it and change my mind and it goes home in the personal collection of Chad Williams. $10 start on Superman. Very cool item. Back up at the top, the last thing was Lord's got a new bid for $27. So that means John Durden, you got outbid. How much was Blondie? Blondie, Auto American was right back here. That was VG Plus $17.99. So Lord's got a new bid for $27. Lord's got a new bid for $28. Elton John got a bid for $41. Laz Rocket got a new bid for $45. Elton John got a new bid for $44. Show the Elton John label again. I will. Lord's is at $30. Superman $15. Superman $15. Uriah Heep $10. Sell that to Jerry Rock. Safari. We might be a little bit too far apart on that one. I will do it for $18, Samuel. It was marked $24.99. Superman's at $20. Lord's is at $31. Superman $20. Superman $15. Superman $10. Superman $10. Blondie $15. Superman $20. I've already sold Playboy to somebody, and Superman $25. So Elton John is on a UK DMJ label. It's on this UK DMJ label. We don't know a year. It does not say on Discogs. Based on the material and being that there's no barcode, this album came out in 1973. I think it's a mid or late 70s pressing. I think it's a mid or late 70s, but it's very, very nice, okay? Next thing is Superman, $25. Superman, $25. Elton John, $47. Now, the big question is Lords of the New Church. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. The high bid is $31 with Mega Blast. So, John Kaiser, you're out on this. Over here is Laz Rocket, the last bid on Laz Rocket that came in. The last bid, Jeff Brinley's out. It looks like John Kaiser has it for $55. We might be done. Next thing is China Sky. This is 1988. China Sky is VG Plus $19.99. Also, we have War Live, VG $14.99. And a World of Jazz EX $14.99. Lords of the New Church then is sold to John Kaiser for $31. The Superman picture disc is at $40. And that is with Robert Vladicek. What a cool item. I've got some other 7-inch, very cool, nostalgic picture disc over here. Look at some of these. Look at this collection we found. And it's amazing that stuff like this is still, I mean, we might have owned these for 2 or 3 years. Some of these that's coming up. Look at some of these. UFO, Pat Benatar. Is that Huey Lewis? No, that's the Kinks. Billy Squire, Logic. Who was this? The Go-Go's. I've never seen Tanks, Adam and the Ants. Look at this, Scorpions. Oh, wow. I've never seen that one before. Thin Lizzy. I've never seen these before. They're all imports. Never have seen anything like this before. How incredible. How incredible. Did I not say so to John Durden? This should have been sold to John Durden. This was sold to Mega Blast for $31. Mega Blast for $31, okay? Next is, nice, the Beatles Revolver. Hey, don't say that I don't put out Beatles albums, or at least I don't. John will, though, because he says we have way too many. $34.99, VG Plus, $34.99. He'll say, God, man, what are we going to do with all these Beatles records back here? He said, you're insane. Do you know how many Beatles records are back here? There's thousands of Beatles records back here, man. And I'm like, John, just relax. Don't worry. I have an emotional attachment, okay? Let's go on up. Those will be sold tonight. Yeah, one after another. I'm telling you, look at this. There's 4 boxes. I hadn't even done the video. We got 4 boxes of incredible singles. I've been pulling out for what, 3 hours now, and there's 4 more boxes full. Where did these come from? They magically appear in the back. They magically appear in the back. Okay, so let me run down these bids again. Laz Rocket was a final call. Laz Rocket was with John Kaiser at $55. When I get to the bottom, if there's not a new bid, I got to sell it. I remember saying Superman was at $40 with Vladicek, Elton John $48, Superman $46, Superman $50, Elton John $51, Elton John $55. Samuel Kopich does get the Safaris for $18. Superman $56. Those are all going to go up tonight. Superman $60. And we have Jeff Brinley on China Sky. That's sold. Request for UFO. I'm drooling, and here we are. Let's get going. That was a great neck adjustment. Okay, Elton John 57. So, Elton John, $57. The Beatles is a 66 OG Los Angeles pressing. Made in LA in 66, VG Plus, $34.99. Laz Rocket is sold to John Kaiser. LR, John Kaiser. Laz Rocket, and this is sold to John Kaiser for $55. Sold. Elton John's at $60. And that is this UK pressing of Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, Benny and the Jets. And then Superman, the most recent bid was Robert Wlodarczyk at $60. Going once, going twice, Robert Wlodarczyk, $60. Going once, going twice. I will do $30 on the Beatles. It's not, and the jacket's nice. No writing, no wear. It's not a bad jacket. Now, somebody asked before you, Blaine. Peter Haas asked before you. So it's up to Peter and then Blaine and then Elton still getting bids, but hammers up on Superman. In the auction bin, I still got Budgie, King Crimson, Bing Crosby, Beach Boys, The Carpenters' Christmas album, Ray Charles, Pink Floyd, George Strait, Badfinger, NXS, Bon Jovi, Leonard Skinner, Ramones, Talking Heads, Grateful Dead, Devo, Def Leppard, Cockney Rejects, Don Williams, Queen. We're going to do that one right now. Beta Joe Schaefer, Prince, Wall of Voodoo, Sade, and Kraftwerk. We've had some people been asking for Queen. Queen, A Kind of Magic is the full album. This one does not come through too often. It was made in '86. It's nice. It's shrink wrapped, hop stickered, price tagged, OG, first press, original custom printed inner sleeve, and Laura's graded it, my favorite words, top copy. Top copy. Top copy, $50 start. Peter Haas says he'll take the Beatles for $30. Blaine, you were second. He asked first about it. Superman got a new bid, and now it's got another new bid, 64, and now it's jumped up to 100. Now it's at 105. Elton John is still getting bids. It's at 65. Okay, let's knock out some more of those picture discs I showed. That got everybody excited. I can't show the rest of this crate. If I showed you all the singles in here, some of y'all would probably go ahead and call your boss and say, boss, I'm sick. I can't come into work tomorrow. Tanks, T-A-N-X, K. Hold on, let me spell that again. T-A-N, like tan, and then kicks. So it's tanks. He fell in love with a stormtrooper. Blood, guts, and beer. $10 start. Good luck bidding. Superman 115, Queen 60, Queen 90. What a great check condition crate. Let's go through that one to get one. Blaine, I promise I can get you another copy of Revolver. I could come up with one like that. Okay? That's probably one of the ones I have the most emotional attachment to. Deep Purple in rock. EX 27.99. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs, VG Plus $14.99. Aerosmith Classics Live, VG Plus $24.99. John Lennon, some people say I'm crazy, $14.99. EX, Simon and Garfunkel, EX $12.99. Fats Domino, VG Plus $14.99. Abbey Road, 69 Jacksonville, EX $39.99. The Rolling Stones with poster, EX $37.99. And we have Live, Teenage Head, VG Plus $24.99. I think these are okay. Yeah, I mean, whoever buys these, you definitely want to take these out and put them in a different sleeve, okay? Luckily, they hadn't been gassed and they're beautiful. These very easily could have been misstored and these things could have been yellowed and ruined. I would recommend, as soon as you buy these, put them out and put them in a nice anti-static, audiophile sleeve. Take them out of these plastics immediately. They're luckily clean and not gassed. These can easily destroy these, okay? So luckily they've been stored and well taken care of. If they've been stored in the wrong conditions, they could have got gassed and ruined. We're lucky. Tank, that's a K? I guess that is a K. Tank. Okay, I was saying that's an X. Tanks. It's Tank. Okay, T-A-N-K. My bad. That went right over my head. All right, so first, Queen at 105. Elton John, 67. Wow, are they still battling on Superman? She's out. Now I think we're done. Vladarchek, 115. Autumn says she's done. Queen, 60. Queen, 90. Tank, 10. Tank, T-A-N-K. Not Tanks. I thought that was an X. My bad. Elton John, 67. And I think that's the final call. Queen, 105. Deep Purple, Soda Hallbrook for 22. Always a good album there. Queen, 125. William Drugovich on Teenage. And then Queen, 130. And then Queen 140, Mark Berger on Aerosmith. Great check condition band. And I think we have another one coming up too. Hey Jude, all the Beatles non-album singles. VG 1999, as in Hey Jude. Can you believe the song Hey Jude? They didn't even put it on an album. Crazy, right? We have Joni Mitchell, For the Roses, VG Plus $14.99, and Forest Flower, Charles Lloyd at Monterey, VG Plus $19.99. We have Ella Fitzgerald and Count Basie on red vinyl. That's VG Plus $14.99. Superman is sold to Vladarchik for $115. Am I reading this correctly? There's only one bid on Tank for $10. And that's a final call to Scott Arnold. And then Elton John is sold to George Sheriff for $67. That's sold to George Sheriff for $67. That one's done. The Emotional Rescue was EX $37.99. Not bad with poster. Preston Rose on the Beatles, Hey Jude album. And then Queen's at $151. Let's go ahead and put up another album. We had a request for Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk is music nonstop in shrink wrap. An 86 OG, $10 start. Tank has a new bid for $15, and Queen's at $151. Ella Fitzgerald at the Opera House, VG Plus $19.99. Gamma 3 was VG Plus $12.99. Chris Christopherson was VG Plus $9.99. CSN was VG $14.99. Joe Jackson was VG Plus $14.99. And the Kinks was EX $12.99. KW for $10. That was for Kraftwerk. That's a bid. Neil Diamond, Shallow, when new we're young, I used to call your name. That is VG Plus $9.99 for Neil Diamond. Blondie was VG Plus $17.99. War was VG $14.99, and a world of jazz. The world, all of it, Inside of Earth. Donald Byrd, Lou Donaldson, Jimmy Smith, Bud Shank, EX $14.99. Scott Arnold, let me know if you want backing on Tank. Autumn has it for $15. Queen's at $165. All right, let's put up another one of those. Let's put up another one of those picture discs. We got a request. We got a request coming in. And the request on WXYL 101.1 The Beat Collecco. A caller has called in and he's like, hey man, give me some of that Thin Lizzy. What have I done with it, Bob? I've lost it. Oh, no. Hold on a second. He said, hey, man, give me some of that Thin Lizzy. Okay, UFO, Pat Benatar, The Kinks, Billy Squire, Logic System, Go-Go's, Jay Giles. What the heck happened to Thin Lizzy? I know. Y'all seen me have that, right? I had it in my hand. Oh, here we go. Here's the other ones. Aha. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a good one. Wow, that's awesome. Scorpions, No One Like You, and then Thin Lizzy. Okay. And then Tony Basil. Okay, man, and don't forget, there's other stuff in here. We still got the Punk and, oh, man, Motorhead. Here's some more. Black Sabbath. Wow, there's more. Black Sabbath, Motorhead, East Bay, Night Ranger. These aren't all picture discs. Big Country. There's Rat in here. Oh, my gosh. Buzzcocks, Dylan, Beatles, David Allen Coe. All right, so Thin Lizzy, Hollywood. Hollywood, The Pressure Will Blow. Thin Lizzy, let's put that up for a $10 start. Okay? Now, like Bob Reiger was asking, sometimes these things get stuck in here where they've shrunk. These are okay. It's not gassed. They look beautiful. You want to take them out of this plastic, though. Don't leave them in this, okay? Bad voodoo. Don't put them in that. So let's go back to the top. First thing we had was Kraftwerk at 15, World of Jazz, Donna. Sell that to Donna for $8, even though I was about to counter. So you owe me the next time. Queen, 171. Blondie, I sold to Matt Nichols for 15. And then Charles Lloyd, $13 to David Hoy. Charles Lloyd, that is sold to David Hoy for 13. Queen, 180. Craftwork Details. And then Request UFO and Scorpions on deck. Tank has a new bid for 22. Wall of Voodoo's on deck. Adamant's on deck. Adamant's on deck. Queens at 188. Thin Leaves at 15. Queens at 199. So, first thing is Craftwork. Craftwork is an 86 U.S. specialty OG in shrink wrap. Music Nonstop and Music Nonstop, the 7-inch version. So, it's essentially a 12-inch single. It's in shrink. The vinyl is near mint minus. It's got Sound Warehouse price tags on it. The last bid that came in on Craftwork is a final call to Chris Knapp for $15. Tank, the 7-inch picture disc, really cool. The last bid is also a final call to Autumn for $22. I think it's up to Scott Arnold. Thin Lizzy has one bid for $15 to Bob Riger. And I think they already know what's going on Queen. It's at $215. Let's go through another pre-owned crate. Looks like we're about to wrap up this one. And I'll put up some more of those picture discs. So this is one of those nights where a majority of what's being sold on the auction block is pretty much unadvertised. That's usually what happens when we buy a new collection and there's a ton of miscellaneous stuff like 45s, buttons, pin backs. I mean, we can't lay all that stuff out and photograph it. It would take hours. And I just tell everybody, tune in. If you're tuned in, you're going to see it. If you're not tuned in, you might miss something. And that's exactly what's going on tonight. And we're about to go through another new crate of new pre-owned stuff. These happen to be all EX Plus or better, so really high grade. Craftwork 18, Craftwork 20. And then over here, Tank. The last bid on Tank is sold to Autumn Beds for $22. Nice Bob Riger. You're going to get the Thin Lizzy for $15. And Queens at $220. Craftwork, Samuel Kopich, $20. So all of a sudden, some new bids came in on that. Let's go ahead and put up some more of these picture sleeves. I can't forget, the big thing I advertised tonight was punk and hardcore, et cetera, et cetera. But all of a sudden, all these picture discs have shown up right now. So let's knock out some of these. This may be one of the probably most desirable that comes up tonight, the Scorpions. And let me go ahead and take it completely out of the plastic. Gosh, yeah. Like, I mean, you may almost have to cut these out of the plastic. See where it's shrunk? I mean, it's not really going to affect the value. But yeah, this thing is almost shrunk around the plastic. Like, you're going to have to literally cut it out probably to get it out. I think I've got it to a point of no return, honestly. Yeah, it's actually splitting right here. There we go. All right, I'm just going to leave it in there. Probably, like, when you get the, you can tell where, like, it's literally shrunk and busted the size of the plastics. You're going to have to take it out. Scorpions, what a cool picture sleeve, though, or picture disc, though. No One Like You and Now, $10 start on the Scorpions. That is a pretty, didn't know that existed. I've never had that before. Hundreds, thousands of Scorpions records, never seen that before, okay? Next thing is this. We have Queen 235. Can you put the wall back up for us to look at? Pink Floyd, The Wall sold. That was my last copy. I don't have any more. I don't have any more. I ordered 2 more. I ordered 3 more last night. Okay, I ordered 3 more last night. Queen 235, Craftwork 23. Craftwork is OG near mint minus. Scorpions 10, Scorpions 15, Scorpions 20. Scorpions 15, Scorpions 20, Scorpions 25, Scorpions 20, Scorpions 10, Scorpions 25. This is a best offer crate, no condition notes. 10 years after, 10 years after has the original on her sleeve, $19.99. Jesse Coulter, Miriam, Jesse Coulter, $14.99. Craftwork, Nonstop Music, an 86 USOG, in shrink, near mint minus. The last bid on Craftwork was the following bid. It's Chris Knapp at $23. It's up to Samuel Kopich to bid again. The Scorpions is already at $30 with Cindy Yarborough. Craftworks at $25. Now the Scorpions is at $45. Queen is at $243. Next is Alabama, The Touch. That is a sealed original pressing, $24.99. We've sold Keith Whitley, but I still got Don Williams and Billy Joe Schaefer from the Country Collection. Craftworks at 28, Queens at 250. Rick Springfield is a sealed original, $24.99. Jimmy Buffett, Living and Dying in 3/4 time. A sealed copy, $24.99. There is tears in the shrink, but it's sealed Jimmy Buffett, $24.99. And Echo and the Bunnymen in the crate, Crocodiles, a 1980 press, Echo and the Bunnymen, $39.99. The Beatle Beat, I Want to Hold Your Hand, $19.99. That has nothing to do with the Beatles. And Sammy Jackson, No Time for Sergeants, Ladies Man. That's from 1962, $24.99. All right, so the first thing I have is Queen, 255 of Charles Cressel. Travis, it's back up to you. The Scorpions got a big jump. Mince Warrior's in at $45. Everybody else is out. Kraftwerk, Michael Freiberger, 28. It's up to Samuel Kopich. Let's try to add another picture disc. Maybe my brain won't explode, and maybe I need to go get a monster, and maybe I need to... go shave my head right quick. Here is UFO Mechanics. Back Into My Life and the Rider from the album Mechanics. UFO picture disc. Very cool. $10 start on that. Kraftwerk still getting bids. Queen still getting bids. Steven, I'll split the difference with you on Echo. This usually would go up for a starting bid, I would think, of $35. But there it is if you want it. Echo and the Bunnymen, $35. Mick Vicar soundtrack, Roger Daltrey, $14.99. Queens at $270. Kraftwerk's at $30. He's out. Final call for $30 now. Lady in Cement, that's a soundtrack. Score by Hugo Montenegro. Wow. Don't recall ever seeing this one before. $24.99 from 1968. 34 sold. Okay. Sell that to Steven for $34. The Scorpions has a new bid for $50. We have Hobo Flats by Jimmy Smith. $19.99. Queen is at $290 on Queen. Wow. Alien, Sons of the Universe, a 79 promo, $12.99. And Exile, Kentucky Hearts, $9.99. $9.99 for Exile. Also, the Neighborhoods Reptile Men, $19.99 on that. Travis, $290. UFO has a bid for 10 with Michael Snared, and Kraftwerk is sold to Samuel Kopich for $30. All right, now we can run another LP. UFO has one bid for 10. We might sell that one fast if there's no more bidding activity. Major Freeze, where's the Scorpions? It just got a bid for $55. It just got a bid for $55. Robin Glenn getting Exile. That sold. UFO has a new bid for $12. And we have Liz Damon's Orient Express, a 1970 Monarch, $14.99. And the Rolling Stones Some Girls, OG, $64.99. First cover, multicolor, $64.99. Let's go over here and see what's going on in the auction block. Oh, man, we still got some cool stuff to run. How about we go ahead and run this right here? This is Don Williams. This was actually priced the other night in a crate, and I was like, man, this needs to be put up for the auction for the right country people tuned in. Don Williams, True Love, a 91 Canadian OG. This was never pressed to vinyl in the U.S., and it's never been reissued. It was only made one time in Canada. This release, Don Williams, a $25 start. UFO 12, UFO 15, Smith 15. Smith was sold to Chris Knapp for 15. Nashville Tiger on Rolling Stones for 55. UFO 18. What about Scorpions? Mince Moyer. John Mince Moyer has this for $55. Let's go ahead and move it to a final call. Queen is at $315. Don Williams is at $25. Great Rhythm and Blues Oldies. This was a whole series they did. This was actually the first volume. Louis Jordan. It is unopened, sealed, $24.99. $24.99. Also, we have Show of Hands. This is $19.99. Hold on one second, please. I got to do something over here on my phone. Let me see if this guy... Hold on one second. All right. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah. I lost them. Mike McDane, I lost them. Okay. All right, we'll have to resell that stuff tomorrow. All right, sorry. Okay, where did we get to? We had Travis, Queen 315, Stone sold for 55, UFO 18, Don Williams 25, Queen 320, UFO 20, Queen 355. Info on Sammy Jackson. Sammy Jackson, ladies man, is on RV Records. That is a real 1962 press, no condition notes, $24.99. It's got a little bit of a cover damage back here, so VG. UFO out. Don Williams has a new bid for 30 and 31. Did anybody else bid on Scorpions? I already said that was a final call. Nobody else bid, right? Mintz Moyer, hammer up, $55. Nobody else bid. That is sold for $55 to John Mintz Moyer. Don Williams, $32. Queen, $338. And then UFO. Final call, Michael Snare, $20. Michael Snare, $20, okay? Denise gets Sammy for $18. That's sold. Don Williams, $40. And Dennis Yost in the Classic 4, Stormy, $9.99 on that. Next thing is this. The Go-Go's picture this. Let's do it. Cool one. Never had this one before. Automatic. The song Automatic and Tonight. 1981, 1982. Has a catalog number sticker. A Go-Go 101. $10 start on the Go-Go's. Queen's at $350. And then we have Montreux Bassy Jam. $19.99 for that. Also, we have John Baldry Everything for T. $19.99. Okay, let me do something over here. One more thing. And all right, let me do this. Okay. We're good. So, first thing, Queen, 350. Don Williams, 41. Go-Go's 10. Don Williams, 45. Go-Go's 10. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Imaginary Voyage. That's $9.99. John Anderson, 3 ships. That's prog rock John Anderson. If you buy this thinking you're going to hear Seminole Wind, you're wrong. $14.99. Also, we have England Ann and John Ford Coley. Some Things Don't Come Easy. That's sealed for $14.99. And Chet Atkins, Legendary Performer, $9.99. Boy, Queens in a steel cage death match. Travis Woods, $350. Travis Woods, $350. The Go-Go's is at $15. UFO is sold to Michael Snared for $20. That didn't get another bid right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hammers up, sold, $20, Michael Snared. And then Don Williams still getting bids, $45 of Cody. Tom Moran, you're out. There is the Go-Go's, and the Go-Go's is at $15. And that's with Michael Freiberger. Queen is still getting bids. Next thing is, oh man, All Things Must Pass, a 1976 Capitol press. So this is a reissue from 76, but it's nice. The box not too bad. Very tough to find a nice box. It does have wear and tear, but not bad for $49.99. The Go-Go's is $17, and we have Jackie Lomax 3. Jackie Lomax is $19.99, and New in Folk, The Folksters. Boy, what a cool cover. Look at those Corvettes. Oh my gosh. That is $9.99, and Realistic Sound Odyssey Sound Sampler on red vinyl, $14.99. Okay, let's go back up to the top. And then Don Williams, Cody Wright, $45. Tom Moran's done. Sold Cody $45. Mega Blast on New and Folk. That sold for $7. That is sold. And the Go-Go's is at $17 with Robin. He's done. Queen, the last bid. I got to make sure Charles Cressel's out. Travis Woods, $350. Charles Cressel, I'm going to make sure you have said I'm done. If you are, we'll go ahead and finish. If not, then we'll keep going. Let me see if I can pull up. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so Queen, final call. That is at $350 with Travis. The Go-Go's is sold to Rob and Glenn for $17. New auctions coming up right now. So the other night I had this priced. I know what I have an offer for. And yeah, Laura's got it started absolutely correct. Billy Joe Schaefer, tough to get. A 1973 in shrink, near mint minus, a top copy. Old five and dimers like me. This is tough. $125 start. That's now up for bid. $125 start. Also, we have Tim Buckley, Sephirina. Tim Buckley, a 74 UK, $26.99 on that. And we have Michael Nesbitt. Michael Nesbitt is $19.99. And Exile, all there is. That is $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up some more of those picture discs and other singles coming up right now. Let's do the Adam and the Ant. Adam and the Ant. This one says, Adam and the Ant, the B-sides, Friends, 45 RPM, Do It Records, Ltd. Adam and the Ant, the B-sides, Kick and Physical. It's got the sticker with it. It's a $10 start. Okay, now John McPatriot says, read a few tracks from the Sound Odyssey. Somebody just shared the track listing. Star Wars, The Way We Were, Shaft, Lady Sings the Blues, Rocky, SWAT, Evergreen. So yeah, I think it's got, is that what's on here? Yeah, this has got like score music on it. Star Wars, The Way We Were, Shaft, The Lady Sings the Blues, Rocky 2001, SWAT, Evergreen. And if you want it, it's yours, Mr. John McPatriot. If not, then ST has claimed it, okay? Next thing over here is Adam and the Ants at 10. And Samuel, we've already sold the Corvette. And then we have the Manhattan Transfer Vocalese for $9.99. And then Seals and Croft Unborn Child's $9.99. Songs on Exile. Exile has the songs. How Could This Go Wrong? All There Is, Too Proud to Cry. The Part of Me That Needs You the Most. Destiny, Being in Love with You Is Easy. Let's Do It Again and Come On Over. $9.99 on that one. And then so over here was Realistic. That's sold to ST. All right. I lost Cressel, I think, on Queen. That's very unfortunate. Oh, no, he said out. Okay. He says he's out. My bad. Okay. Sorry, I didn't. It was he was actually replying to Travis. So that is sold for $350 to Travis Woods, okay? That is sold. Robin Glenn on Exile, that's sold. Adam and the Ants at $10. And final call on Billy Joe Schaefer for $125. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is, oh man, I have forgot about Wall of Voodoo. This is Wall of Voodoo, Mexican Radio. Wow. It's the Mexican Radio 12-inch single. $10 start, Wall of Voodoo. It's two-song track, a two-track EP, or two-track what am I trying to say? It's a 12-inch single. How about that? Which typically has two tracks. Sometimes five, if different mixes. Mexican Radio, that's a big one. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil, $9.99 on that. And we got, wow, Pink Floyd Relics, the 78 UK copy. No condition notes on Relics, $29.99. We're about to sell Adam and the Ant. Billy Joe Schaefer's about to be a buy now, but not before we put up, man, what should we do next? Oh my gosh, I got all this stuff in here. It's hard to make a decision. I'm losing my mind. What should we do? What should we do? How about we put up Prince, Purple Rain, nice, beautiful on purple vinyl. Prince, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. First thing, Wall of Voodoo 10, Wall of Voodoo 10. John Kaiser strikes first on Pink Floyd. Wall of Voodoo 11. Blaine second on Pink Floyd. Shannon third on Pink Floyd. Josh fourth on Pink Floyd. Mexican Radio has the bid for 30. We have Prince 10, Prince 10. Any 40 that's not rock or punk. Not very few. Rod Stewart 14, very few. Over here we have Billy Joe Schaefer, $125 buy it now. Top copy, $125. Lonnie Mack with Stevie Ray Vaughan. He plays on this album. Lonnie Mack is $19.99. And Willie Nelson, always on my mind, $14.99. $14.99 on that one. Also, we have Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits. Over here, we have Misk, Fields of Fire, $14.99 on that. And we have Roy Orbison, Rockhouse Rockabilly. That's some of that earlier compilation. That's some of that earlier Willie Nelson stuff, $19.99. Aerosmith Rocks, I'm back in the saddle again, $22.99. Wall of Voodoo, Mexican Radio, James Lavender, $30. Prince 10, Prince 10, Prince 12, Prince 12, Prince 11. And then Fair Lane Dave on WN10. Who is Fairlane Dave? I'm not for sure if I have ever said your name before. Can you confirm who you are? Fairlane Dave, that is $10, okay? That's so to you, but I got to get your name, okay? Chad Snyder on Mott the Hoople for 10. What about Mott the Hoople for 15? That would be meeting in the middle. 15 on that. Prince at 18. Adam and the Ant just got one bid, didn't it? It did. One bid. Adam and the Ant. $10 to Mega Blast, just one bid, and that's sold. And now Prince is at 22, and then David Graves. Okay, that's David Graves. Gotcha. Twitch name Fairland Dave is David Graves. Let's not forget about that, okay? All right. Let's see. Let me do a couple things over here. Okay. Prince, $25, Prince 30. New auctions. Next is Budgie, always desirable. Budgie is called Impeccable. It's a 78 U.S. Terre Haute, a $25 start on Budgie. $25 start on Budgie. What a great crate. Let me just remind you of some other titles that's in here. I got to remind you of some other titles that's in here before I go any further. And let's put up some more singles. Voodoo Mexican Radio's at $30. Final call. It's at $30. Let's put up another single. How about the Sex Pistols? This is the Sex Pistols, the Great Rock and Roll Swindle. It's going to go up for a $10 start. Great Rock and Roll Swindle and Rock Around the Clock. Sex Pistols is a $10 start. That is now up for bid. I'm here. Don't worry. Don't go anywhere. I'm here. Okay. So here we go. Wall. So this is sold to James Lavender for $30. Sold to James Lavender for $30. Now, Budgie's at $25. The last bid on Prince, Sex Pistols 15. The last bid on Prince was $32. And it's up to Lonnie Jolly. If you need a price, I'm not going to go through these in details. I'm just going to read you the artist and title, and you tell me if you want to make an offer or if you want a price or if you want additional information. This is, I'll go ahead and read you this one because I love reading the titles. This is 10 Years After, shh, and that's 1999, okay? We also had Jesse Coulter. We had Alabama. We had Rick Springfield, Jimmy Buffett, The Beatle Beat, Mick Vicar soundtrack, Lady in Cement soundtrack, Alien, Sons of the Universe, The Neighborhoods, Liz Damon, Great Rhythm Blues Oldies, Show of Hands, Dennis Yost, Montreux Jazz by Count Basie, John Baldry, and let me pause at Jean-Luc Ponty. So Sex Pistols at 20. It looks like Lonnie's out on Prince. That is officially sold to Donna for $32. Billy Joe. Well, I've already had somebody offer $100 last week when I had it, so my best price is $115 on Billy Joe. $115, because I turned down his $100 thinking it was worth like $50 or $75 more, but I think it is. But if you want it right now for $115, you can get it. Next single is Prince, Let's Go Crazy. Prince in Erotic City is a $10 start. The Sex Pistols at $20, and then over here the next auction is going to go up, and that next auction is, boy, we got some good stuff still over here. Let's throw up a copy of George Strait. This is Something Special. An 85 Picnickville OG George Strait is a $35 start. Prince has a bid for 10, another bid for 10. Alabama, $18. That was a sealed copy, sold to Alan Hagan. George Strait's a $35 start. We also have John Anderson, 3 ships, $14.99 on that one. England and John Ford Coley was sealed. Chet Atkins, George Harrison, wow. Still Left Behind, Jackie Lomax, Tim Buckley, Michael Nesbitt from the Monkees, Seals and Croft, Manhattan Transfer, Jean-Luc Ponty, Rod Stewart. This is early Rod Stewart, 64 to 66. Shot of Rhythm and Blues, $14.99. Lonnie Mack with Stevie Ray Vaughan, Roy Orbison, Misk, Errol Smith, and Mont the Hoople. The Chad Snyder said he wanted this for 15. He offered 10. I said 15. I don't think he said yes or no. Oh, track list. All the way from Memphis. Honoluchi Boogie, Him for the Dudes, Born Late, All the Young Dudes with David Bowie, written by David Bowie. He sings on that one. Roll Away the Stone, Ballad of Mott, Golden Age Rock and Roll, Foxy Foxy, and Saturday Gigs. Saturday Gigs, okay? George Strait, 35. Prince is at 12 of Donna. Sex Pistols is sold for $20 to Kelly Vlodarchek. The last bit on Budgie that came in was Jeff Brindley at 30. Everybody else is out. I was going to make sure Christopher Yoakum was done bidding. And there's that. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Lonnie Mack, Lightning Strikes, $19.99. Has a little bit of a crease. Stevie Ray Vaughan plays on this album. Guitar, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Next thing is Aerosmith. It is no conditionals on the vinyl, a VG or less cover. Pretty noticeable ring wear, early 80s pressing of Rocks. This album came out in 1976. This is an early 80s pressing. Okay, Prince is at 12, 13, now it's at 15, and now we need another single. Now we need another single. Now, I know for sure... man, I wish I knew... some of the albums that guy bought, I don't remember. I don't know. I know he bought a couple of these in here, but let me just have them watch the sale like normal. I'm going to make a note for whoever watches tomorrow, Linda or G. Anything bought from that guy, if y'all will resell it tomorrow, because I don't really know. I know maybe one of them was The Damned. I think one was The Damned. We'll just resell that tomorrow because I've got everything in order and I don't want to mess them up tomorrow watching the sale. So we'll just resell that stuff tomorrow, okay? Budgie 40. Tim Buckley. Well, let's go through another crate. I've got another one coming right now. I don't see this one too often. Sephirina. It's a UK pressing on discreet, $26.99. George Strait, Something Special. The Chair, OG and shrink wrap, one bid, $35. We're about to sell it. Okay, I was about to pull some of those out, but what we'll do is we'll just keep rolling. And I have going up for auction right now. I'm working out of a whole crate over here. I mean, there is some cool singles. Let's do Rat, Lay It Down. Very nice. Rat is a $10 start. Lay It Down. $10 start on that one, okay? Next thing is Budgie 43. Budgie is at $43. George Strait has a new bid for $45. Chris Knapp gets Tim Buckley for $20, okay? Budgie still getting bids. George Strait still getting bids. Rat is a $10 start. Lay It Down. And then Prince. The last bid on Prince was Donna Turner at $15. We're about to sell it to Donna. That was Let's Go Crazy in Erotic City. There was a Black Sabbath picture disc, yes, coming up. Rat's already 18, and then Lonnie Mack. Lonnie Mack was sold to Nick Bargeron for $16.99. Nick, you missed a Scorpions picture disc earlier. I was wondering if you were watching. We had a Scorpions picture disc earlier. I had a feeling you might have been all over that, but I don't think you was watching. Let me see what else is going over here. All right, let's bring over another new crate. Awesome. All right. Trying to do some deals over here, but it's distracting me. So let me get off my phone for a second. I was looking up that guy, and now I'm over here. I've forgot to follow up on some deals with some people, and then I get messages at like 8:30. Hey, you never did text me back. And most of these people that I'm talking to have no idea that I'm doing a live stream every night, and they just think I'm ignoring them. And then I say, I have to tell most people I meet or I talk to business-wise, I'm like, I'm going to let you know about 10 hours of the day I'm unavailable. As soon as I wake up to when I get here, and then an hour after, because I'm kind of eating and decompressing. So it's about 12 hours a day, which is most people's day. I'm unavailable. So, and they're trying to sell me silver and gold and autographs and guitars and coins and knives and record collections. And I just say, hey, you need to talk to Paul. But sometimes I try to work on these autograph deals because I might pay more for some because I kind of want them. Sometimes I'll pay up for stuff because I kind of want it. I'm like, okay, I'll buy that signed Robert Plant album if you sell me these other 4, you know. All right, I'm going to go up front and get a monster. I'm extremely thirsty. Extremely thirsty. So let me go up here and grab a monster. And I have not had one tonight. I've been chugging down this Diet Coke over here, so it's about time. Take time, the wounded hand, like the hill, like the hill. I'm half the man I used to be. Take time, wounded. All right, and I forgot this whole other box of 40. This is the one I did a video of today. This is the one I did a video of today. So, look at this. Bowie, Van Halen, Bowie, UK Subs, Danger, ZZ Top, B-52s. Look at that, Sex Pistols. Wow, that's a good one. Sex Pistols again, more Bowies. There's Clash. There's some more hardcore. And look at this Michael Jackson thing. I don't know really what that is, but it's pretty sweet. All kinds of 80s picture sleeves. Def Leppard, Van Halen, like 80s essential, and even some cool 60s stuff. The zombies in mono from the 60s. So that's a whole nother box I'm over here chipping away at tonight. I'm glad I went up front to get the monster, or I would have forgot about that. Okay, don't quit your day job. No, I can't sing like Scott Weiland. No, I wish. What's that one song? Sex Top thing. I am. Man, they got some great music. All right, it's time to settle the tea. Black Flag. Yeah, I know he won that AC/DC, Black Flag, and The Damned. We can go ahead and resell The Damned now. Okay, here we go. So I really need to figure out where we're at on these auctions. So let me gather my thoughts here. Hold on one second. Okay. Let's start with Budgie. Whew, I'm dizzy, literally. I stretched and rubbed my eyes, and now these lights are so bright, I'm dizzy. Budgie, the last bid on Budgie was Christopher Yoakum at $52. The bidder before him was Jeff Brinley. Jeff Brinley went out. This is moving to a final call to Christopher Yoakum for $52. $52, Christopher Yoakum on Budgie. It's called Impeccable. It's a 78 OG in shrink wrap. Okay? That's a final call. Budgie. Budgie's a final call, and that bid, one more time, I can't forget this, Christopher Yoakum, $52. Rat was a beautiful OG copy, 7-inch single of Lay It Down. The flip on that was Got Me on the Line. That is from their album, Invasion of Your Privacy. The last bid I seen on Rat over here was William Warner for $28. Beautiful copy. George Strait is an OG. It's an 85 USOG Pickneyville in shrink and EX vinyl. In shrink and EX vinyl. The last bid on George Strait, George Strait, John Durden asked for the details. The high bid on George Strait right now, George Strait, it's been a while. John Durden has it for $45. I think you have it for $45. You do. No one's outbid you. You still have it for $45, and I'm about to sell it to you for $45. Okay? And then over here, we have Prince and the Revolution. Prince and the Revolution. This is Let's Go Crazy and Erotic City. Prince, Let's Go Crazy, and Erotic City. The last bit on Prince, Donna went out. Ryan Ennals had it for $30. Ryan Ennals had it for $30. Now, up at the top, I don't think there was any other claims before I grabbed this other crate. No, there wasn't. Aerosmith Christina was $22.99. $22.99, okay? $22.99. And I think we're good to go. We have a request for a lot of those singles. Okay, we have a request for a lot of those singles. Badfinger's on deck. George Strait is sold to Nick Bargeron for $46. Okay, we'll take that off the table right now. Rat is officially sold. After all that, they gave everybody plenty of time to think and bid. Rat is sold to William Warner for $28. Budgie is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $52. Christopher Yoakum for $52. Christopher Yoakum for, one second, I've lost it. Christopher Yoakum for $52. And then Prince. Prince is sold to Ryan Ennals for $30. Nice. The board's cleared. Let me put up at least two things before I get started on the crate, and then I'll add to it. Okay, we'll get started, but I'll add to it. Black Sabbath, a picture disc from this picture disc collection. Black Sabbath, Turn Up the Night and Lonely Is the Word with Ronnie James Dio. Very cool Black Sabbath picture disc, $10 start. $10 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. Badfinger. Let's do an LP. Badfinger. Highly desirable. Awesome album. Straight up. Day After Day. My Baby Blue. 71 Los Angeles. Not bad. VG Plus. It's in shrink with the hype sticker. $25 start. $25 start on that. Let's go through this crate. Christina Curtis wants the Aerosmith out of the last crate. Thank you, Christina. So do you. I'll add two more auctions. Let me at least read through this crate and get started. Wow, Laura, I didn't even notice. Laura has delivered a crate. Golly. So we got two more John crates and a Laura crate and all these auctions. We hadn't done a single discount crate. We hadn't recapped any new vinyl. And we hadn't done any half-off nonsense. So we got a lot to do. Nice start. Wow. Echo and the Bunnymen, Songs to Learn and Sing. An 85 SRC, $44.99. It does have a little cover damage there, but nice. $44.99 for Echo and the Bunnymen. We have Brass and Percussion by Martin Gould. $9.99 on that. And Freddie Hubbard, Curtis Fuller, and Yusef Lateef, $24.99. And then Ray Charles, R.B. Stidham, Little Son Jackson, James Wayne, a 74 white label promo, $19.99. So up at the top, Black Sabbath 10, Black Sabbath 15, Black Sabbath 20, Black Sabbath 30, Black Sabbath 35, Badfinger 25. Black Sabbath's at 35 and Badfinger's at 25. Next auction's going to go up right now, and that is the Ramones, Road to Ruin. The Ramones is an OG pressing from 1978. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. This is a new arrival, buy it now, best offer. Yes. The Surf, Out of Step. The Surf is $9.99. And Phil Collins, Like China, AOR top track. I cannot believe it's true. Wow. Never seen that before. It's a promo single from Phil Collins. I cannot believe it's true. $14.99. Badfinger's at $25. The Ramones has a bid for $25. And Chad, Cody, did we have a deal on Billy Joe Schaefer? Hopefully I didn't miss that. Here we go. Whew. Wow. That was beautiful. That was a delicious monster. Echo, $35, Stephen. I was waiting for you to offer $35. Ramones 30, Ramones 25, Black Sabbath 36. And Miko, Encounters of Every Kind. Miko was $9.99. That's cool. Donnie Most, $14.99. That's Ralph from Happy Days, $14.99. Yes, this is buy it now, best offer. And we have Ultra what does this say? It's a Brazil press, 1987. These guys looking really cool on the back. Boy, look at Marsucio there. Wow. Y'all don't know this, but I'm wearing that exact same tank top right now and pants. Y'all can't see me. Luckily, you can't, but I have this exact same outfit on right now. $19.99. Pacific Gas and Electric. I didn't even figure out what it was called. What was this called? Sexo. Ultra Rigor Sexo. The first track is E Gusto Mi Mulcher. All right, let me pause there. Auction number one is Badfinger. The last bid on Badfinger was Chris Knapp at $25. This is an OG and shrink and hype. One bid for $25 of Chris Knapp. The Ramones 25, Echo 30 was an offer. Ramones 30, Ramones 25, Black Sabbath picture disc 36. This is a 1978 OG Los Angeles Ramones. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG+, VG+. Stephen Parton said Echo 34. You got another deal. The Billy Joe Schaefer was old five and dimers like me. $125 start. OG top copy and shrink. I told him my best price, and truly is $115 on Billy Joe Schaefer. Ramones 35. Pacific 15. Pacific 15, Becky Lerner. The 5-man electrical band, $19.99 from 1972. The Ramones is $37. The last bid on Black Sabbath was Ryan Ennals at $37. And that means Michael Ruttman, you were outbid. And then Surf. Craig asked, and then Robert Barnett asked. The Surf out of step is Power Pop 1984, John Fearson. Vox guitar, Jack Barr keyboards, Stephen Blackburn guitar, J.B. Hopkins percussion, Mark Maloney bass, $9.99. Schaefer is the OG pressing on Monument, a 73 OG shrink wrap. That's from that same collection, Gregory, that you got the Dolly Parton from. And I had it stickered that night a lot more trying to get an offer. I think the top retail price should be closer to $200. Just trying to get it sold to, sometimes I have to start moving down prices till they sell. Badfinger is VG Plus and Shrink and Hype. There's been 2 people asked the condition. I guess I keep forgetting to mention that. Shrink and Hype, VG Plus. The jacket's also VG Plus. All right. Ramones 45, Black Sabbath 38. Signs is not on 5-man electrical band. Gregory wants Billy Joe Schaefer for $115. Now it's sold. Chadwick Smith on Jean-Luc Ponty for $7. The last Jean-Luc Ponty I had was the last crate. Are you talking about from the last bin? He may not be watching live. There was one in the last crate. There was 2 in the last crate, I think. There was 2, Chadwick, from the last crate. There was Civilized Evil and Imaginary Voyage. Okay. Badfinger is at $25. It's been at $25. Chris Knapp is waiting for me to sell it. Some bids are pending, or some questions are pending. I'm putting on chapstick. Black Sabbath's at $39, and that last bid on the Ramones is $45. Okay, more singles. There's insane stuff still to be put up. I mean, there is some insane stuff still to be put up. And let's grab this one right here. Bring On the Heartbreak. Nice. Def Leppard, Me and My Wife, and Bring On the Heartbreak. Now, so there was remixes that was done. If you don't know this, on the High and Dry album, around this time, they remixed some of the songs. And I think you can get those on singles like this. And then there's different album cuts. They were remixed. So this is Bring On the Heartbreak and Me and My Wine. I think I just said Me and My Wife, didn't I? How about Me and My Wine? He took the wine over the wife. $10 start on Def Leppard. That's beautiful. $10 start on that one, okay? Black Sabbath, $39, $40, $45. And Badfinger is sold for $25. And that is sold to Chris Knapp for $25. The Ramones is about to sell. The Ramones is about to sell to Stephen Parton for $45. All right. Awesome crate. And we got a Laura crate on deck. The Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. Flipback UK, Tamala Motown, $14.99. Def Leppard, 10, 11, 15, and 20. Burning Love, Elvis Presley, is sealed. It's a Pickwick RCA Camden, $14.99. And Rick Springfield, Wait for the Night, another sealed record, $24.99. This is Janie C. Riley's 20 Golden Greats, as in Harper Valley PTA. It's sealed and it will be on green vinyl, $19.99. Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland, another sealed original, $24.99. Black Sabbath at $45 of Ryan. Chad Sauls, you're out. Let's go ahead and put up another LP right quick. Still got some cool Christmas stuff over here. And let's do one of my favorites. Christmas is the time of year. Ray Charles. Y'all know Christmas Vacation, right? as in this movie here. This album is highly desirable because of one track that's on this album. This movie here, it has The Spirit of Christmas with Ray Charles, which is in that iconic scene where he's up in the attic. He got stuck in the attic and he's watching those old family films and that song's playing in the background. That's The Spirit of Christmas. He's crying. When you're watching the movie, you're crying. Ray Charles, it is always been tough to get. It's an 85 OG. It is got a little bit of a crease going through the back of the jacket. It's EX, $55 start. It's got some cover damage right there. It's got a crease. It's still in shrink and the vinyl's nice. Ray Charles, that's The Spirit of Christmas. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Def Leppard's at $20 with Sarah Weiberdink. Brian Call got Pat Benatar for $20. And then Tom Moran got the Sealed Elvis. And Black Sabbath, Are We Done? This is sold here to Ryan Reynolds for $45. The Ramones is sold to Stephen Parton for $45. And then Def Leppard, Sarah Weiberdink's about to get that for $20. Ray Charles is a $55 start. And Country Music, Chet Atkins, that is sealed for $14.99. And the Songs of Merle Haggard, played by the Buckaroos, that is sealed for $14.99. Alabama Just Us, also sealed for $24.99. All right, next picture sleeve. Don't get this too often. Jailbreak and Show Business from AC/DC. Wow, beautiful too. AC/DC, $10 start. Sarah Weiberdink gets Def Leppard for $20. We have One Time, One Night, Sweethearts of the Rodeo. Sealed, there is some cover damage. It's kind of creased. $19.99 on that. And Season of Light, Laura Nero in concert, $14.99. We have Tim Malden, what's that say? What's that second letter? Harden. Wow. Horrible font there. Tim Harden, $19.99. AC/DC has a bid for $10, now $11, and now the next single, Hot for Teacher. Nice. And out of all the Van Halens, I see one of these the least. Little Dreamers, the B-side. Great songs on that one. Van Halen, Hot for Teacher. Nice. $10 start on that. Nero is sold for $10 to Samuel Kopich. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. How about Bon Jovi's debut album, She's a Little Runaway? 1984 Netherlands OG. $25 star. AC/DC and Van Halen are both beautiful, high grade. Ray Charles, final call for a $55 start. Waylon Jennings, I've always been crazy. Mr. Waylon is not $19.99. The Chadwick Smith, ever tell me which Jean-Luc Ponty he wanted? He said Jean-Luc Ponty 7, which I'm okay with, but Chadwick, there was 2 different ones from the last crate, so I was just waiting for you to let me know on that. Don't let me forget, but they're going back behind me. Nice. The Wizard of Oz, $19.99. The Wizard of Oz, and I think this does include her doing Somewhere Over the Rainbow, by the way. Also, we have Janis Joplin Pearl, heavy ring wear on the cover, which is notorious for this album, $24.99. Released, this one was released, oh man, what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with a P, after she died. It was put out after she died, and it is probably one of her best sellers. There you go. There's Chad Smith. Chad, I lost you earlier. You commented Jean-Luc 7, but you didn't see which one. Posthumously. I forgot the rest of it. I had post, but I couldn't think of the rest of it. Van Halen 10, AC/DC 12, Bon Jovi 25, Van Halen 15, Van Halen 14, Corey James on Waylon. Waylon is Corey, AC/DC 13. Posthumously. Right, posthumously. Boy, that's a mouthful for me. But yeah, so she died, and then pretty much that album came out, and it's got off some of her best work. Okay, so these are sold to Chad Smith. Now, we have a problem with Chad Smith. That's a very common name. His records are always getting mistagged. So the person that's Chadwick Smith on YouTube is this Chad Smith, okay? Same Chadwick Smith as Chad Smith on Facebook. He gets these for $7 and $7. Okay, moving on. Ray Charles is a buy it now for $55. Probably one of the more tougher to get Christmas albums. I have sold these before for well over $50 or well over $100 before they're back in print. That's probably drove down the price of the OGs, but AC/DC 17. Let's see what's going on over here. Give me 1 second, please. But yeah, Janis Joplin. Yeah, Move Over, Cry Baby, Me and My Bobby McGee, Mercedes-Benz, some great ones on there. $24.99. Okay. Okay, good. A package of 16 hits, $19.99. Martha and the Vandellas, the Marvelettes, Mary Wells, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, The Contours, Do You Love Me? A classic. Why does this look familiar? Because it's original Motown. I don't see that one. I've only had that one a couple times. That's a vintage classic Motown compilation, $19.99, okay? So the first thing that happened was I was calling out bids, and Sarah Weiberdink had Bon Jovi for 25. Van Halen had a bid for 15. Van Halen had a bid for 20. AC/DC had a bid for 14. AC/DC had a bid for 13. Van Halen had a bid for 21. Josh Brown offered 15 on The Wizard of Oz. That sold to Josh Brown for 15. AC/DC 15. AC/DC 15. AC/DC 17. AC/DC 20. Do you have any Halloween albums? Yes. And then Travis Woods gets Ray Charles for $55. Josh Brown got The Wizard for 15. William Drugovich out on AC/DC. So we're about to sell Bon Jovi for 25. The last bid on Van Halen just came in for $22 of Chad Sauls. And then AC/DC is with William Warner for 20. Duke Ellington, a 1957 of Such Sweet Thunder, $24.99 on that. And then Weather Report, Heavy Weather. Heavy Weather? How about Heavy Weather? Heavy Weather, $26.99 on that. Also, we have Rhodey. That is $19.99. And Jesse Coulter, Diamond in the Rough, $14.99. Van Halen is sold to, or Duke Ellington is sold to Donna for $18. Looks like we're done on AC/DC. And then nice, 10 years after, a 68 U.S. original. Their debut, $39.99. Okay, so AC/DC is sold. Thank you, William Warner, $20 on that. Hey, don't forget, even if y'all can't stay all night tonight, tomorrow there's definitely going to be more 45s, and we still got pin back buttons, badges, but if y'all stick with me later on. Also, who keeps asking about the Van Halen guitars? Oh, because I just seen them over here in the corner of my eye. And I think he's asked me 2 or 3 times live, and I've been ignoring them. Sarah Weiberdink on Bon Jovi for 25. All right, we need more auctions. But first, one more record. Locust, Plague, $17.99. How about one more record? Hammer. Hammer is $19.99. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. Talking Heads. More songs about buildings and food. An 80s U.S. Winchester issue, exact year unknown, but Super Saver series started in 84, so it's an 84 or later pressing. Nice, though. Talking Heads, Burning Down the House, $25 start. 10 years after is sold to George Scher for $32. Van Halen's at $25. John Durden's out. Next single is going to go up right now. And let's do another one of those picture discs from earlier. And let's do a picture disc of Freeze Frame by Jay Giles Band. Nice. It is kind of still sealed. It is. It's in the UK shrink wrap. Freeze Frame. Jay Giles, $10 start on that. Next thing over here is Dance a Go with All the Stars Volume 2, another vintage original compilation with Chubby Checker, Dee Dee Sharp, Don Conway, the Orlons, $9.99 on that. Also, we have Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion, $9.99. Wilson Pickett, The Midnight Mover, 68 UK, $29.99. Wilson Pickett, The Midnight Mover, and Rick Springfield Profile, sealed. Rick Springfield, $24.99. Van Halen is sold, and that Van Halen was sold to Chad Sauls for $25. Talking Heads is OG, also looking for a $25 start. Jay Giles is a $10 start. And what is the next single we have in here? Oh, man, I forgot about this thing. What an ordeal this thing is. This Michael Jackson thing. Look at this. It is a gigantic single set. And this is how it came. It was sold in this like plastic binder. It says Michael Jackson 9 single pack. And somebody said these might be on colored vinyl. Let's take a look at Don't Stop. Yeah. So these are on red vinyl. They're all on red vinyl. It's 9 Michael Jackson singles, just like they would have come originally. They were packaged for this set. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Beat It from Thriller, of course. Wanna Be Starting Something. There's Thriller. Billie Jean. This Girl Is Mine with McCartney. I can't figure out. She's Out of My Life. You get what you see what's going on here, right? It's an awesome 9-inch a 7-inch single 9-pack Michael Jackson. That's going to go up. There's 9 singles. So let's say I sold them all individually and I put them up for $10 starts, right? I think if I threw away the plastic, which would be dumb, and I put these red vinyl singles up for $10 starts individually, we sold Purple Rain earlier. Well, that's Prince. I'm getting Michael Jackson and Prince confused. But you get what I'm saying. A purple vinyl Prince sold earlier for $30. So how about we put this up for a $35 start, and if somebody wants to go ahead and bid $100, that would be great. Michael Jackson red vinyl singles collection, $35 start. Jay Giles has a bid for 10. Talking Heads is a reissue. Yes, a vintage reissue. That has bids for 25, 25. Jay Giles 10. And we have... Okay, so we got NXS and Hysteria on deck. We got a Laura crate coming up next. First, I'm going to read through these one more time. Okay, I'm going to read through these one more time. MJ's already at $125. I knew that would escalate quickly. Talking Heads is at $32. Jay Giles' picture disc is about to sell for $10. So let me move this over. There's the 2 singles. I'll add one more. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. The Laura crate's coming up. And then we have one more crate of John stuff. And then we hadn't done a single discount. We hadn't done a single new vinyl recap. And collectively, I have 4 boxes of singles. 2, the lids hadn't even been popped off of them. Whoa. Okay, here we go. We have this. If you need a price, let me know. Brass and Percussion, Morton Gold. Freddie Hubbard is still available. Getting It Together, $24.99 with Yusef Lateef. Ray Charles is still available. Phil Collins, 12-inch promo single. Miko, they've got some cool music. Encounters of Every Kind. That is $9.99. We also have Donnie Most from Happy Days. This Brazil, Spanish, interesting record here. 5-man electrical band. The Surf is still available. The Supremes. Rick Springfield, Janie C. Riley, Chet Atkins, a lot of sealed stuff in here. The Buckaroos, Alabama was sealed. That was sealed. Sweethearts of Rodeo, Tim Harden, Janis Joplin Pearl. I thought this would go claim. This is a package of 16 big ones. The Supremes, Stevie Wonder, Mary Wells. It's an original official Motown compilation, and that's $19.99. Miko, Steve Riley, I'll go ahead and let that one roll for $6. Thank you. And we have Weather Report, $26.99 for Heavy Weather. The Roadie, the Jesse Coulter, the Locust, the Hammer, the Dance a Go-Go, another Jean-Luc Ponty, the Wilson Pickett. Somebody asked about this. Wilson Pickett, the Midnight Mover, is a 68 UK original. It's a UK Atlantic label, $29.99. And then Rick Springfield is $24.99. Okay, Jay Giles is sold for $10, and that is sold for $10 to Steve Mason. Michael Jackson is at $175 with Donna. Talking Heads is sold to Stephen Parton for $32. Okay. And Motown is sold to David Graves, Fairland Dave, for $16. Fred Cardinell asked about Wilson Pickett. Fred, you make a fair offer and it's yours. 68 UK, $29.99. It's a UK original. All right, and Donna has the Michael Jackson. That's a final call for $175. All righty. Next is, let's go ahead and throw up a single. Let me start from the front of this crate and flip through them. Otherwise, I'm going to miss something. And I can't read all these off because about everything in here would be requested. So here we go. Here's just a regular, but it's a great one. Should I stay or should I go? The Clash. Nice and inoculated city. $7 start on the Clash. Fred Cardinal gets Pickett for $20. It's time to change crates. We're going to sell, we're going to put up the lure crate. The first thing we have is I'm going to swap out sold crates because we just filled that one up. James Lavender, you were second on the Motown comp. Let me grab an empty crate over here. Give me 1 second. All the young dudes carry the news. So perfect timing. I'm swapping crates right when Laura has brought over some new stuff. If you change your mind, all these are going to be right here behind me. We are definitely emptying some bins tonight. I just condensed 3 into 1. John stuff has been really good tonight. Don't ever sleep on those John crates. If you like randomness and classic rock and pop, and he prices jazz and soul, Laura has got us a heck of a sticker here. Oh my gosh, what kind of record is this, Laura? The one right here on the front. Oh my gosh. I almost have to hide that one. All right, let's look at her sticker. Wow, that's an awesome sticker. Someone is going to get a piece of art. Let me figure out where I want to put this. Someone's going to be getting a piece of art. Wow. Unbelievable. Where should I put this thing? Wow, she's marked some cool stuff. This is tough. She's got into that new collection that has a lot of imports. That's good. All right, I think gosh. This is tough. All right, we'll do that one. I've made my decision. Now I'm going to write it over here so nobody can see me. Okay. We still got great. Let me read you everything that's in the auction crate still. Not the 45s, just LPs. And then I hadn't even got into bonus stuff. Okay. Oh, good news. So my autograph connection, I know I wear these Chevy Chase autographs out, but good news is his contract expired. He's not going to be doing any more conventions. Especially next year. I mean, he's basically, he had a contract with a company to do those conventions, those Chicago expos. He was in Chicago again just the other day. Well, the guy reached out to me. He said, hey, Chevy has decided not to sign anymore. I think he's getting older. He's not going to do many more of those conventions. So he's not making any appearances next year under that contract. What that means is he had a lot of stuff, and I bought Caddyshack golf balls. I bought Caddyshack flags. I bought more Christmas vacation photos, different designs, and I should have all that here by Friday. I bought probably 150 different things, or 150 items, probably 20 different designs, if I'm able to get everything. I think I did. I won't really know till Friday, but I know for sure I bought some flags, some golf balls, and everything's JSA'd, and so I'll have some more cool Chevy Chase. But I'm letting y'all know that because if he stopped, I mean, he is getting kind of older, and if he stops doing those conventions, there's not as much, supply getting out there, and some of them's already kind of, some of those items I was buying, I was checking comps, and there was a lot. So yeah, we sold a lot. I went ahead and bought a lot. I spent a lot of money on Chevy Chase autographs. Donna on MJ for $175. $175. The Clash, Sean Bailey, $8. Sold. Board's cleared. Here comes Laura Crate. There's the sticker. Let's go through this one. Plenty of singles to put up. But I got some cool Chevy Chase stuff on the way. Hopefully that'll be here Friday. If not, it'll be here first of next week. And we got a lot of cool stuff coming. I like the flags and the golf balls. I think those are pretty cool. He signed Bushwood flags and Bushwood golf balls, which I'll be able to sell them to y'all at a great price compared, I think, to what I see them sell for on eBay. So, pretty cool. All right, board's cleared. Here we go. But just so you know, and I do have that photo, and I still got this photo, which they're $125. I talked to the guy. I was hoping we could, like, if he re-signed, we could have him make literally a Collectible appearance. But I think that's off the table. I think he's getting to the point, like a lot of those people, they probably don't want to get out into public too much anymore. They obviously love fans, but all right. How about coming out of nowhere, Motorhead? Motorhead Shine, 7-inch single, and I'm your Hoochie Coochie Man live. Beautiful condition. Motorhead, a $10 start. How cool is that? Don't recall seeing that one too many times. Here's what's left in the LP bin. King Crimson, Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas, Beach Boys Christmas album, Carpenter's Christmas album, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. We got a request for NXS on the way, Leonard Skinner, Grateful Dead, Devo, Hysteria, Cockney Rejects, Prince, and Sade. Def Leppard, Hysteria, an 87 Hop Hog original, In Shrink with Hype, VG++ EX, Def Leppard, Hysteria. That's going to go up for a $35 start. NXS, Listen Like Thieves, an 85 Specialty OG, an OG pressing. Let's go ahead and start that one for $15. VG Plus condition. Motorhead 13, Motorhead 15, Motorhead 10. NXS $15 start. Def Leppard a $30 start. VG++ EX. There's 3 auctions. That's all that we can handle for right now. And let's get started. Let me stretch. Oh man. Okay, there we go. Here we go. These are sticker price. She's got these comped as usual very fairly. I've already looked at some of the stickers. ZZ Top Deguelo. There is some writing, like notations, but no name. It's VG $19.99 for ZZ Top Deguelo. Already sold to Stephen Parton. Is Motorhead BRO 167. Motorhead Shine is catalog number BRO 167. Bronze records, beautiful condition. Near mint minus. High bids $20. NXS 20, Def Leppard 55. We have Sister Sledge, We Are Family. VG $9.99. Sister Sledge, We Are Family. Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Genesis is VG Plus, $14.99. Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Rubicon. Rubicon is VG Plus, $12.99, a funk rock album. Shakedown on Genesis. Def Leppard's at 70, Motorhead's at 23, NXS is at 20. NXS is at 20. We have Europe. It's the final countdown. There is some Braille, and that does read Europe, final countdown. I was just joking. I have no idea how to read Braille, but I'm assuming that's what it says. EX $19.99 for Europe. Sold quickly to Stephen Parton. Brian Call wants Rubicon. The only thing that hadn't sold is We Are Family. Jay Giles, Love Stinks. EX condition, $17.99. Change that. Guess what? Sister Sledge is sold to Travis Wade. And now, update on NXS. It got another bid, and now it has another bid. So it's at 22 with Christina. Christina's second on Sister Sledge. Now NXS 25. Def Leppard 75. Motorhead still sitting at 25. This is a lower crate. First come, first serve. New arrivals. How about we put up some more singles? I think I can handle one more without my head exploding. Let's see what else we have in here. Where's some more of the punk looking stuff? Let's see here. Oh, and I've got these Bowies, which I think are really cool because a lot of these are UKs, so I don't see these very often. Look at this, Scary Monsters. David Bowie, Scary Monsters, 1980, and I'm assuming this is UK. Wow, look at that. I don't recall ever having that one before. $10 start on David Bowie. Really cool. David Bowie, $10 start. Next thing is Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Also, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Lost Christmas Eve. EX condition, $22.99. And Giant for a Day, Gentle Giant. Really cool. Luckily, no one cut out the cover. VG Plus, $12.99 for Gentle Giant. So up at the top, here is the situation. There's 4 live auctions. I remember saying Motorhead was with Fred Carnell at 25, Def Leppard 75, NXS 25, Def Leppard 80, Def Leppard 90, Def Leppard 100, Bowie, David Bowie, 100, 10, 10, 10. She's done on NXS. Blaine Zapnick on Allman Brothers. That is so to Blaine Zapnick. Bowie 12, Bowie 12, Bowie 13, Bowie 20, Def Leppard 110. Lothel, Matt Parsons coming in on the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Chad Sauls on TR. That was for Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Bowie's at 14. Brian Call on Gentle Giant. Alicia coming in 3rd on Siberian. And then Bowie 15. And then Fred next on Trans-Siberian. And then Bowie 16, Bowie 16. Wow. So that means NXS is in jeopardy of selling, FYI. The last bid was Sarah Wyberdink for 25. Motorhead is also about to sell this beautiful copy, Shine. And that's about to sell for 25. Both of those are at 25. Bowie just hit 25. And Def Leppard is up to Corey James. Sarah Wyberdink has it for $110. Mordred? Fool's Game. That is a funk metal. Boy, you don't hear that too often. Funk metal. EX 1999. I guess that's like, there's another band that kind of falls in that. Who am I thinking of? Either way, $19.99 for that. Motorhead's at 27. We're not done on Motorhead. Fred Carnell, you've been outbid. ZZ Top Eliminator, an 83 Euro OG. Nice. Loaded with hits. And this is a Euro pressing. So we bought a lot of records from a guy yesterday. Hadn't even got to advertise it. He had lots of UK imports. Now, what you got to understand about Euro and UK imports is most of them are made in Germany, and they are beautiful. A lot of the Euro releases, they're made in Germany, right up there with Japanese quality, in my opinion. If you've ever heard some OG German pressings, they're beautiful. They sound great, okay? So up at the top, Bowie 35, Def Leppard 115, Motorhead 27, Bowie 35, Motorhead 26, John Kaiser got the Mordred. ZZ Top is sold to Stephen Parton. Lothel was next. Def Leppard 120. Motorhead 28. ZZ Top, Chad Sauls was 3rd, but we can go ahead and sell NXS to Sarah Wyberdink for $25. Okay, so far the only thing not claimed in here is Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, EX 1799. We have Queen the Game, a VG copy for $12.99. Queen the Game, Foreigner, Double Vision, a 78 UK, once again, a UK pressing, original, Double Vision. VG, though, on that one, $9.99. Motorhead 30, Motorhead 30. John Kaiser came in first. Okay, the Bowie has moved up to 35 with Kelly Vlodarchek, and Def Leppard's at 120. Corey James is out. Stephen Parton on The Game. Another one bites the dust. Also over here, we have Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street. VG Plus, $14.99. Give My Regards to Broad Street. VG Plus, $14.99. Brian Call on Foreigner. That is so to Brian Call. Thank you on that one. Moving right along. Okay. So Stephen got Queen. Brian Call on Foreigner. Stephen Parton on Paul McCartney. Def Leppard is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $120. Motorhead's tied. Fred Carnell's out. Final call to John Kaiser. And then Bowie's about to sell. We're about to put up fresh stuff, including credible singles. Warren Zevon, Bad Luck and Dancing School. VG, $9.99. Mayday, Revenge. Mayday, VG plus $12.99. That's under the genre of hard rock. $12.99 for Mayday. And Prince, nice. This is Sign of the Times. It's OG, VG double LP, $17.99. Mayday is sold to Stephen Parton. And one more in the check condition section, The Go-Go's Talk Show. VG Plus, $14.99, The Go-Go's Talk Show. Prince is sold to Stephen Parton. Sold to Stephen Parton. Okay, that's done. David Bowie is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $35, and Motorhead is sold to John Kaiser for $30. Okay? Done. First thing, Prince sold to Steven, then Donna, Chris Gardner on OR. If that's for Prince and you were second, Christina was, or you were third, Christina fourth. Whew. Okay, here we go. Hope y'all ready. The Clash. Really cool design here. It flips open. It has this sleeve. Let's take a look at it. It's got a scuff right there. Can y'all see that? Very visible, non-feelable though. We'll have to call it VG Plus just because of that, but thank goodness it's not feelable. I Fought the Law, Groovy Times, Gates of the West, and Capitol Radio. A 4-track from The Clash. I don't recall seeing this one too often. $10 start. Really cool design here. Actually, let me leave it like this to cut down on wear and tear in case we need to look at it again. There's the barcode, and somebody... Oh, I thought that was drawn on there. That's actually printed on there. A middle finger. The Clash, $10 start. Really cool design on that one. Okay, the next one is the Dead Kennedys. The Dead Kennedys. Kill the Poor. Kill the Poor, Dead Kennedys. This is... In Sight is the B-side, and Kill the Poor. Wow, that's beautiful. French, near mint minus, beautiful. The Dead Kennedys, $10 start. Clash, $10 start. Dead Kennedys, $10 start. Let's go ahead and show a few more LPs. So the rest of this crate, the rest of the lower crate is all going to be EX++, near mint minus, okay? Rest of the crate is all really nice. Boston. $24.99, a 1980s Euro reissue. Very cool label. Beautiful vinyl, though. I mean, it is flawless. $24.99. Aerosmith, Rock in a Hard Place, an 82 Euro. $24.99. Aerosmith, Rock in a Hard Place, $24.99. These are all sticker price. So far, those first two have been beautiful. I know what this is from the top of it. Temple the Dog, the 2023 double LP, near mint minus, $29.99. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadent. Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas, a classic. I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas, Jingle Bells. Mele Kalikimaka is the place to be. One of the most epic and desirable of the Christmas albums. This is a 73. Now, this came out all the way back in the, I believe, almost mid-50s, late 50s. It's an older album. Those true older Decca pressings, maybe early 60s, honestly. I don't really know when this came out, but a lot of pressings. This one's not bad. It's an early 70s in shrink, $20 start on that. $20 start on that, okay? There's that. First thing we have was D-Kong getting the very nice Aerosmith. Thank you, D-Kong52. Josh Brown was second. Whoa! Hold the phone. Maybe it's time to swap out my sleeves. Almost knocked them all over. Don't want to mess up the order of any of these. Okay, and then Dead Kennedys 17. Stephen Parton got Temple the Dog. Dead Kennedys 18. Christina Curtis next on Aerosmith. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Temple. Dead Kennedys 22. And then Bing is at 25. Okay, so the Clash. To my knowledge, the Clash just had one bid for $10 to Mortgage Guy Rob. So it's moving to a final call. No, William Drugovich bid $14. I've never called that bid out. $14. William Drugovich, $14. Dead Kennedys is at 23, and Bing has a bid for 25. Boston still available. I woke up this morning and the sun was gone. We have Smashing Pumpkins, Adore, $29.99. Chad Vedder. I prefer Chad Cornell. I'd take Cornell's voice over Eddie's. We have Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. Nice. Dave Grohl, $24.99. Pumpkins, perfect for Halloween. That is so to Stephen Parton. Dead Kennedys, $25. Also, we have Chevelle. Wonder what's next. Chevelle is the 2014 on limited edition numbered teal colored vinyl. Chevelle, $59.99. Foo Fighters, sold to Stephen Parton. Chevelle is $59.99, by the way. And we have Molly Hatchet, Lightning Strikes Twice. Wow, we don't get that one too often. $19.99 for Lightning Strikes Twice. First pressing was Decca, 55. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was mid-50s. And I know when we put out a lot of Christmas albums, I could have 7 different labels of that album. It's amazing. I mean, Christmas albums are some of the most manufactured vinyl LPs ever. There's a lot of them out there. All right, so I think the Clash is done. No one else bid since I said he had it for $14, he being William Drugovich. Dead Kennedy's definitely still going. The last thing we had was Ron Burns on Chevelle, $59.99. John Kaiser on Molly Hatchet. Hiram was next, then Brian Call, Fred Cardinal next on Chevelle. All right, so I also have BOC, Revolution by Night, an 83 euro OG and shrink wrap, Blue Oyster Cult. Very clean, very nice. BOC is $19.99. Sell that to Stephen Parton. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Next over here is the Fur Mean Business, $19.99. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. Also, we have Eddie Money, Where's the Party? $19.99, okay? Let me pause there. Let's sell the Clash to William Drugovich for $14. Let's sell Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas. Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas is sold to Alicia. And Alicia gets that one for $25. Bing Crosby. Thank you on that. That's sold to Alicia for $25. And then the Dead Kennedys. Look at this one more time. The Dead Kennedys, Kill the Poor. I'm showing William Drugovich at $25. Super nice, super clean. Final call for $25. Let's lay that right there. Okay? Next thing, another LP. The next LP is going to be Leonard Skinner's debut. It's a 1980 German press. So it's on the Rainbow Sky label, but the vinyl is beautiful. It's from the same collection, it looks like. A fantastic copy of Pronounced, Freebird, a $25 start. The next single to be put up, let's find some more of those Bowies, okay, because I had some cool ones here. This one is called David Bowie, and boy, trying to say all this correctly will be a challenge. And Bertolt Brecht Bayal. That's a tough one. It's really cool. I don't recall ever seeing this before. David Bowie. It's kind of designed like that Clash. It's kind of like a uni-pack. There's the record. It's a $10 start for David Bowie. $10 start for David Bowie. That is now up for bid. Okay? David Bowie. Next thing over here is this. We have, this is a lo-fi compilation, $9.99. It's called Sump Pump Records. It's a lo-fi compilation. Black Friday, The Seed of Something, No Sympathy, John the Bastard, The French Dolls, Borders, lo-fi comp, $9.99. Bowie 15, Leonard Skinner 2530. The Dead Kennedys is sold. Dead Kennedy sold to William Drugovich for $25. Okay? Next thing is Lo-Fi sold to Stephen Parton. Bowie's at 17. 10cc's Greatest Hits, a 79 UK, $19.99. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, an 83 euro reissue, $19.99. Once again, a German press. The vinyl just looks amazing. When you get some of these, you'll be like, what the heck? Stephen Parton on 10cc. Let's put up another LP, another great OG Christmas album. This is a real 64 Capital Rainbow label VG shrink Kmart. That would have been sitting in Christmas time in a rack in a Kmart department store in 1964. Think about that. 1964. Beatlemania. Lyndon Johnson's president. You walk in a Kmart, you could buy the Beach Boys Christmas album, OG for that year. VG condition, $20 start on the Beach Boys Christmas album. That's now up for bid. David Bowie's at $26. The last bid on Leonard Skinner was Chad Snyder at $31. Everybody else is out. Samuel Kobach wants Uriah Jeep. How about Uriah Heep? Jethro Tull, don't get this one too often. Crest of a Knave, shrink and hop sticker, $19.99. $19.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, sealed, $24.99. That is one of the newest remasters. That's not bad for a sealed new remaster, $24.99. Ticking away the moments that make up a dull day. That's my best David Gilmour, and now I need some Monster because I just threw out my voice. Home, home again. I like to be here when I can. When I come home cold and tired, sold to mortgage Rob Barnett guy. Thank you. So to Robert Barnett, Jerry Rock on Jethro Tull. And then Beach Boys has a bid for 20. Leonard Skinner, 34. Fred next on Tull. Manny Ray next on Pink Floyd. David next on Tull. Blaine next on Tull. Fred next on Pink Floyd. This is Fred Davis, Cleveland Blues. Never before heard Cleveland Blues from 1969. Sealed on smoke-colored vinyl, $9.99. Fred Davis, Cleveland Blues. I've got two of them. They're both sealed, and they're $9.99. $2.96 Kmart price on Beach Boys, equivalent of $30 today. Yep. A lot of people don't understand this, but new vinyl costs the same today as it did in 1964, adjusted for inflation. A new LP on average, in 1964, this would have been like somebody spending $30 to buy a new Christmas album, about what most new Christmas albums cost today. So I let people know that quite often when they're like, man, $30 for a new album? I'm like, that's what they cost in 1964. It was just different dollars. Different dollars. We have Ennio Morricone doing the soundtrack, Sympathy for Richard, limited edition 1000, unopened, Ennio Morricone, $14.99. Blues is sold to Lothel. Lo-Fi's already sold. Whoa. What do we have here? That's the one I was saying we was going to have to censor almost. Goodness. It's Uncle Sam, Heaven of Hollywood, $29.99. And Golden Earring, No Promises, No Debts, $14.99 for Golden Earring. Sam is sold to Stephen Parton. David Bowie. Let's update these auctions so we can move through a bunch more here in these last hours worth live. I think the Beach Boys has got one bid. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Joseph McCormick for $20. The last bid on the David Bowie. No, Samuel Kobach bid 25. My bad. 25 for Samuel Kobach. So Joseph McCormick, I'm sorry, that was a tease. You actually got outbid. That was already on the board. The last bid on Bowie that came in was Cynthia Herdren for 30. She's had that for 3 minutes, about time. This is a beautiful German press. A beautiful German press, a 1980 German reissue. And Chad Snyder's out. Andrew Hawkins has it for 38. Speaking of classic albums, by the way, this is a gatefold jacket, just like the original US. Awesome. Has the lyrics on the inside. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Boy. Anybody else just get goosebumps? Mama told me when I was young, come sit beside me, my only son. Oh my gosh. And be a simple. Andrew Hawkins, $38. Next, Stephen got Sam. Golden Earring sold to Cynthia. Jerry Rock second. Fred Cardinal third. The Beach Boys is at 30. Cynthia, you do get David Bowie for 30. And Leonard Skinner is a final call. And let's put up another Actually, yeah, let's put up another Bowie. This one's really cool because it's on blue vinyl. David Bowie Blue Jean on blue vinyl. Look at that. It's all near mint. Blue Jean, David Bowie, $10 start. And check out this Van Halen piece. Check out this Van Halen piece. Little Dreamer and Hot for Teacher. Now, this looks a lot better when you do it this way. Hold on one second. I don't mind Roth, but this, first of all, let me show you this. It folds out to like a poster, right? So there's that original Van Halen, but I always put it in here like this. I put Eddie on the front. Look at that. Van Halen, $10 start. Okay, there's that. And let's see what's going on here. Beach Boys is at 30. Skinner's about to sell. Beach Boys 33. Bowie's at 14. Van Halen. And let's read through these one more time. David Stevens said Fred Davis. Fred Davis. Have I sold you before David Stevens? David Stevens. Are you a first-time buyer? David Stevens. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Okay? That is sold to you. Van Halen's already at $25. And let's read through this lure crate one more time. Who knows? The sticker may not be claimed. Who knows? We're about to find out. Let's read through these one more time. Only a couple check condition records remained. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. Inner sleeve is included. It's not bad. EX, $17.99. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, Warren Z. Vaughn, VG, $9.99. The Go-Go's Talk Show, VG Plus, $14.99 for the Go-Go's Talk Show. Those were the 3 check condition records that's left. And then the rest of the crate is as follows. David Stevens is a first-time buyer. Thank you, sir, and welcome to CollectCo. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to message our page, but I see that you're on YouTube, so in the description of the video, if you click on like where you can see the details of the video in the description, there's a link to our website. And if you click on that, then you can find the first-time buyer form. Just fill that out. We just need your basic information. We only invoice once a week, and that's on Monday. So this is Tuesday night. I had a show last night. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here Thursday, Friday, and either me or Paul will be here Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to Kentucky, and honestly don't know if I want to take off to watch the game because, I mean, I don't know. I actually might be here Saturday, but Paul will probably be doing the show. That's not important to you. What you need to know is after we get your email address, we'll invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. So you can buy 10 more records this week. You're not going to hear from us until Monday afternoon or Monday evening sometimes, and it's all $8 in limited shipping. I've already sold some people tonight as many as 50 items. Like literally a crate. Some people have probably almost bought a half of a crate or almost a full crate of records probably. We're going to ship them all for $8 to them. We bill once a week. Some people buy 1 record a week. I have some people, their box weighs 60 pounds. Christina on Warren Zevon. So anybody else new that's lingered around, these are live auctions. You can bid at any time. You don't have to be pre-registered. You can buy out of here at any time. Boston, More Than a Feeling, Peace of Mind, Rock and Roll Band, Hitch a Ride, Smoking. It's beautiful. It is an 80s reissue, no barcode. It's from Europe, $24.99. The Firm, Mean Business, in shrink wrap and hype sticker. That's Jimmy Page, that's Paul Rogers, it's Tony Franklin, and Chris Slade with the single All the King's Horses. Eddie Money, Where's the Party, $19.99. Eddie Money, it's an 83 Euro original. Cynthia Hurgeon on Boston. And then this Ennio Morricone soundtrack. He did it for the film Sympathy for Richard III, $14.99. I filled out the new buyer form. Welcome. Okay, so what about the Beach Boys over here? It was up to 2 bidders. And Samuel bid $33, and Joseph McCormick, you were outbid. So Joseph McCormick, I don't think I ever did call out that bid. I know it's been a while, but you were outbid by Samuel at 33. The David Bowie on blue vinyl, is Kelly Vlodarchek's at 20, and that's a final call. The Van Halen is at 45 of William Warner, and then Skinnerd was already a final call when I showed it the last time and started singing. Nobody else bid. My lyric poetry didn't work, so we got to go ahead and sell this to Andrew Hawkins for $38. He's had it for almost 8 minutes. He's probably like, Chad, any day now. Sold to Andrew Hawkins for $38, okay? Let's put that away. We have this. Cynthia got Boston. John Griffin was second on Boston, and the niece on Richard, which was this soundtrack, Ennio Morricone. All right. And then we're going to make sure Joseph McCormick's done on that, and then we're about to sell that. We got all new stuff. We still got another John crate to do while we continue to auction these incredible 45s. Bowie has a new bid for 21, and here we go. Drum roll, please. The lower crate was in fact claimed. It would be amazing if it hadn't been claimed because there was a lot of stuff sold, but it was claimed. Who's ready? And the Grammy goes to Blue Oyster Cult. I had a tough decision. I almost put it on Pink Floyd. I almost put it on something random, like the one with the scantily dressed person on the front. I don't know if that's even a word I just used. What did I do with our sticker? So it, in fact, by the odds of probability, it did go to Stephen. I think Stephen bought half the crate. And I will say, this may be one of the top 10 stickers I've seen. And it goes to Stephen Pard. He did buy probably half the crate, so his odds went up exponentially. This has got to be one of the best. That's top 10 for me. I like that one. That's pretty sweet. That's really well made. Laura draws a mean Garfield. Garfield knows there's devilishly good records in this crate. Love, Laura. And that, in fact, does go to Stephen on BOC. Awesome. Fantastic. Okay. You can't have my handwriting. I don't sign anymore publicly. Bowie. Fred, I'm assuming you're done because you got outbid immediately. Van Halen is sold to William Warner for $45. And I lost Joseph McCormick on the Beach Boys. So let's go ahead and sell that to Samuel Copage for $33. We still got new stuff. We still got going up for bid right now. Speaking of Dark Side of the Moon, we have a 73 OG pressing. I should have done this one a lot earlier. This is a 1973 OG pressing, complete with both posters and the stickers. The posters are sometimes in there. I never see the stickers too often. Awesome. And it has both the Pyramids poster and the band shots. And it's not bad. VG++ EX. So a true OG Dark Side of the Moon. Not a 75 reissue. A bazillion was made in 1975. You see a 75 in Jacksonville in 1975. I'm convinced they made these around the clock for like 6 months straight. Of course, it was on the charts for 50 years. I think it's still on the top 5. Isn't it still on the top 500 or whatever? I don't think this has ever left the charts. Dark Side of the Moon is a $35 start. The Bowie is at $30, Fred. As soon as you bid 21, Kelly bid 30. I was just waiting for you. Okay? I have not sold any Pointer Sisters yet, but I am going to go ahead and put this up. The Sex Pistols. This is very, very similar to that Michael Jackson we sold earlier. It's a multi-pack. So let's pull out God Save the Queen. Let's take a look at it. Here's what these are going to look like. The Sex Pistols pack. It's a Pistols pack. It's complete, and John said everything was nice. And that's a total of, it's kind of hard to show. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it folds out. Let's go to the top cam. Hold on one second. I got to get a free hand. $35 start on the Sex Pistols. See, it folds out many times. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6. Unless they're doubled up. I think it's 6. So it's complete. And it is, boy, trying to fold this back up is going to be a challenge. $35 start, though. $35 start, the Sex Pistols. Okay? Very cool. How cool is that? All right, Bowie is sold for $40 to Kelly Vlodarchek. So now we're down to 2 auctions. We have Pink Floyd at $40 with Tim Graham. Blaine Zapnick and Sig, y'all are out. Sex Pistols, 50, 45, 100. We're already at 100. Nobody on those last few Laura records. I'll put those right over here in a crate to go through again in the future. Actually, here's the leftover stuff from her last crate. I'll just put them right there. Bowie was 30. Did I say 40? Bowie was $30. Yes, my bad. 21, and then you bid 30. Kelly got that for 30. Thank you for the catch. Dang it, I was trying to squeeze an extra 10 out of you to buy a couple monsters and a pizza. Buy a couple monsters and a pizza. She caught me. Sex Pistols 105 and Pink Floyd. I'll go over that in again. But quickly, it's OG, it's VG++ EX, and it's complete with posters and stickers. All right, we got another new arrivals crate to go through. Buy it now or best offer. Another one. Another buy it now best offer crate of new stuff. We have not done a single discount crate. We have not recapped new vinyl. We are still showing new stuff. I love it. This is what happens when 7 crates of new vinyl show up. John goes crazy marking stuff. He brings me 12 boxes of incredible 45s, and we got a long ways to go. Very quickly on Pink Floyd, it's OG Jacksonville, not a 75, it's a real 73 with both posters and both stickers, and it's not bad. About the only flaw is there's an R written right there in the rainbow. Okay? The Sex Pistols is at $125 with Kelly Vlodarchek. That's the high bid on that. And we got more singles. I mean, there's more on the way. There's more on the way. Let's do... oh, man, I hadn't got to these back here. Richard Hale. Oh, here's another Exploited. Here we go. The Exploited. Exploited Barmy Army. I believe in anarchy. What you gonna do? The Exploited. $10 start. $10 start. Pistol pack is up for bid, $150. Okay, man. It's been a fun night. I stopped putting up our pins and buttons. We'll have to resume those later or tomorrow. Okay, here we go. More buy it now best offer. I think the first one's awesome. Yeah, the Delicate Sound of Thunder. Pink Floyd is an 88 OG, $59.99. The Delicate Sound of Thunder, $59.99. The last bid on Pink Floyd was $90. Sex Pistols, $175. And the Exploited's already at $15. Nice, OG Pink Floyd. Nice, Deep Purple. Self-titled Deep Purple, $29.99. Tetragrammaton Records. Deep Purple is $29.99. We have The Bible. This is the music from the movie. $19.99 for that. $19.99 for that. And we have Rod Stewart. This is $19.99. Rod Stewart and Alice Cooper, Love at the Death. It has been censored. $29.99 for Alice Cooper. $29.99. Love at the Death. $29.99. Okay, Laura just sent me Wednesday's hot pictures. I will show those in a second. You'll definitely want to watch tomorrow's show based on what I just seen. And we have Leona Mary Russell, the wedding album, $14.99. And Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, $14.99. All right, check this out. Sex Pistols, $185. Pink Floyd, $100. Pink Floyd, $101. Sex Pistols, $195. Joseph McCormick on Rod for $15. That was for this one here. Sell that to Joseph McCormick for $15. And the last bid on the Exploited just came in at $17. That's now at $17. I think we need another LP, eh? How about Crack That Whip? Devo, Freedom of Choice. Devo is a 1980 OG Winchester press. It has the ritual inner sleeve. Devo is an EX edition, a $25 start. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, $9.99. We have, this is different with the logo on the front. It's UK, yeah. Aerosmith, Draw the Line. As y'all know, normally it's just that. It doesn't have this writing on the top. Aerosmith, a UK, $29.99, a UK 1978, $29.99 for Draw the Line. This is Deep Purple related. This is Windows, composed by John Lord, of course, from Deep Purple, with Tony Ashton, David Coverdale, and Glenn Hughes. A 1974 German. I think it's almost like classical. Yeah, it's like a classical arrangements. Very younger David Coverdale there. $19.99. And Three Dog Night Golden Biscuits, a German. Hey, there's that cover I was talking about where they're basically nude. German press, $26.99. $26.99. All right, so up at the top, Pink Floyd 105, Pink Floyd 115, Exploited 17, Devo 25, Pink Floyd 120, Pink Floyd 130. The Sex Pistols pistol pack, Cynthia Hurgin went out. That's a final call to Kelly Vloddercheck, $195. I got more Sex Pistol stuff. I think we have a God Save the Queen single over here by itself. They Call Me Dr. Love. No, They Call Me Muddy Waters. $34.99 for Muddy Waters. $34.99. How about Olé Olé by Charo? It's on pink vinyl. It's a 12-inch special disco mix on pink vinyl, $9.99. Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live, 2LP, $14.99. And John Denver, I Want the Win. Denver, John Denver, $9.99. Elvis, Welcome to My World. Elvis is $12.99. And listen, the Cordettes. The Cordettes is $9.99. The Guess Who, Road Food. The Guess Who is $14.99. All right. So Exploit is now at 20. Fred Carnell offered 15 for Windows. That sold to Fred Carnell for $15. Devo has a new bid for 26. The Sex Pistols is sold for $195 to Kelly Vloddercheck. Are we done on Pink Floyd? It's up to Sieg. Travis has it for 130. Sieg is out. Final call on that for 130. Devo, William Warner, 25. New bid 26. William, you're out. Becky Wells on the Three Dog Night, that German with alternate cover. Robert Vloddercheck on Olé Olé. Elvis has a bid with Joseph McCormick for 10. Sold. And Shannon Mashaka on Aerosmith for 25. Sold. Looks like we need another single. Let me take, ooh, Rat, Round and Round, beautiful, in the picture sleeve, fantastic. And the flip was The Morning After. Rat, $10 start. Steve Biddlecombe on the Cordettes, which was right here. That's so to Biddlecombe. Also, Conway Twitty's Greatest Hits Volume 1, $9.99 on that. Delbert McClinton, Honky Tonkin', I Done Me Some. Classic Recordings, 1974-76 on Alligator Records. Delbert McClinton, Rat has a bid for 10. Devo's at 28. Swing Softly, Sweet, Samson. Edgar Sampson, $14.99. Know Nothing, The Room Where Everything Happens at Once. 1995, UK. That's under the genre of alternative rock. $9.99 on that. The Pink Floyd is sold to Travis Woods for $130. Epic. Devo is now up to Mortgage Guy Rob to bid again. The Exploited last bid was Joseph McCormick at 20. And he outbid, who did he outbid? Sean Bailey. Sean, it's up to you to bid again on the Exploited. Rat's at $13. Rat's at 15. Another Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. John has a note, Red Labels. Huh. Columbia label. Interesting. $39.99. So this isn't like a new pressing, but it's not from 81. We believe that would be, this would put this almost into the 90s, I think. They use that label a lot in the 90s on Columbia stuff, I'm pretty sure. So that's unusual. Not $39.99. Beautiful copy. The Exploited has a new bid for 21. New bid on the Exploited. New bid on Devo. And Rat is tied at 15. William came in first. Fred and Chad Sauls, y'all are out. The Four Tops, Reach Out, I'll Be There. Classic. $19.99. If I Were a Carpenter. I love their version of If I Were a Carpenter. And we have Jean-Luc Ponty, Individual Choice. I don't see that one as often in his discography. Next auction, a classic album. In the Court of the Crimson King. Laura has a note, an essential record. It is. We were on the same wavelength. So this album originally came out in 1969. This is a 77 German reissue. Gatefold jacket, In the Court of the Crimson King. It is a German reissue, so high quality German vinyl, and it's super nice. $30 start on King Crimson. Rat is at $15 with William Warner. Chad, you've tied them, and now Chad's at 16. The Exploited is at 21, which means Joseph McCormick, you were outbid. Let me know if you want back in. Rat's at 18. And William, you were outbid on Devo. Robert Barnett has it for 29 over on Twitch. Moving through this best offer crate. Seals and Croft is $9.99. And we have This Is Duke Ellington, which is a 2LP RCA, $19.99. I also want to always remind everybody, regardless if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, make sure you have followed our page and you've liked these videos, okay? The more you like Colecco stuff, the more it will show up in your feed. You might miss hot pictures, you might miss announcements, you could miss a lot of stuff. So I just want to make sure everybody's watching those when you have the chance. And then on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed, and Facebook, you're following the page. Make sure you have all that checked off, okay? And big Tuesday night, a lot of cool stuff got brought out, and that's why we still have 199 people watching on all platforms. Wow. Almost midnight on the East Coast, and there's still 200 people watching on all platforms. Amazing. Amazing. So Rat, $18, King Crimson, 30, Rat, 20, Rat, 20, Rat, 22, Devo, 30, Exploited, 25. The Delicate Sound of Thunder, John didn't leave any grade notes on it. When I peeked at it, it looked EX+. I mean, it just has some hairlines, I think, because it was stored in these more like rigid sleeves. So it's EX or better. It's pretty nice. James Lavender on Samson from a few back. That is sold to James Lavender. King Crimson has another $30 bid. Sean Bailey's out on the Exploited, so let's go ahead and sell that to Joseph McCormick for $25. The last bid on Rat that came in was Empty Matt at $22. William, you're out. Chad Sauls, you're out. King Crimson has two $30 bidders. The first $30 bidder on King Crimson was Joseph McCormick. Becky, you tied him. Rat's at 26. The Muddy Waters that was in here was called They Call Me Muddy Waters. It's a chest, CH1553. It's on the orange and blue label, $34.99. And then he's out on Devo, so we can go ahead and sell that to William Warner for $30. Moving right along. Great check condition crate here. Diana, as in Diana Ross, working overtime with Hop Sticker. That's a full album, $9.99. The Best of the Manhattan Transfer, $9.99 for Manhattan Transfer. And my keepsake album, Red Foley. Interesting. That's definitely an earlier country album. Let's see what label it's on. Deca color bars, heavy vinyl, my keepsake album, Brett Foley. I mean, I've seen a lot of country stuff. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. Mac Davis, there it is. $9. And baby, don't get hooked on me in shrink with hop sticker. John Durden's already asleep. I know it because he would have commented by now. Exile, Mixed Emotions, $9.99 on that. And John Denver, back home again, $9.99. Looks like we need some more auctions, eh? Okay, let's go to the front of this box and let me do a complete flip. In this singles box, I've got Elvis, Joe Jackson, Sheila E., Bruce Springsteen, UK Subs, The Human League. I've got Danger. I've got ZZ Top. Let's do that one right here, and the Sex Pistols. And if I read everything that's in here, we'd have a lot of requests. And I actually might do that here in a second. Okay? ZZ Top, she's got legs. She knows how to use them. That's a $7 start on ZZ Top. Rat still getting bids. It's at $28. And then King Crimson's at $37 with Chris Knapp. That's still getting bids. We have Paul Horn, Cycle. Paul Horn Quintet, Cycle, $12.99. Porgy and Bess, Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, $9.99 on that. Prince can be put up right now. Prince is the self-titled. It's a mid-'80s reissue. Exact years unknown, but Warner Brothers switched this label around 1984. It does have a blue X on the cover. That is Prince, self-titled, his debut. The vinyl's VG, $10 start on Prince. Prince is a $10 start. Sandy Nelson plays. Sandy Nelson's $9.99. Rat is fantastic. No, this Rat single, I mean, there might be a small little split down here at the bottom, very common for picture sleeves. After you knock the dust off the vinyl, everything will be, well, we'll have to call the sleeve EX because of that maybe, or VG Plus, but there's no writings or rips, anything like that. No, it's really nice. It's top. Okay, King Crimson 38, which means Chris Knapp's out. And we have Prince at 10, Prince at 10, Rat is at 30. The Herdsman plays Paris, $14.99. And we have Dizzy Gillespie, An Electrifying Evening. This is a 1961 press, $26.99 on that. And Prince is at $12. ZZ has a bid for $7. What was the, did you see that in the video, Troy? You must, so it must be in this crate. I'll go ahead and put that up too. Let me see if I can find that. Ooh, I still got Molly Crew, Quite Right. I got more Bowies, Poison. Here it is, Pointer Sisters, Fire. All right, Pointer Sisters, Fire, $7 start. It's almost dog-eared, a little bit of fraying at the top, but nice vinyl. Pointer Sisters, $7 start, okay? ZZ Top's just at $7. She's got legs. Final call on that. Look at that car. That's iconic. And then Bad Girl on the back. Rats at $33. King Crimson still getting bids too. William S. Fisher, Circles. Boy, that looks interesting, doesn't it? 1970 promo, $49.99. William S. Fisher, Circles. Now, that sticker is commonly used for Atlantic. It's on Embryo, but I think they were associated with Atlantic. Let's check the label. Distributed by Cotillion, division of Atlantic. So yeah, white label promo. So it's basically a subsidiary of a subsidiary. William S. Fisher. I don't know if that's jazz or I don't know what that is. Yeah, there's Pointer Sisters, $7 start, Troy. Rat is at $33. Pointer Sisters has a bid for $7. Ella in Berlin, Mac the Knife, $19.99. And then Tower of Power, Urban Renewal. It does have quite a bit of cover damage down here along the bottom. $14.99 for that. ZZ Top 11, now 12. John Kaiser does want that Pink Floyd Delicate Sound of Thunder, which was right here. Yet another movie. Great live track on that one. That is sold to John Kaiser. Okay, now we got 5 auctions up, so I got to kind of manage this mayhem. I'm showing Prince at $20 with Christina Curtis, final call. Rats at $35. ZZ Top's at $12 with William. And King Crimson is with Chris Knapp at $40. It's a final call. We also have The Pretenders. This is a soundtrack. Music to read The Pretenders by. Provocative and sexy music inspired by the best-selling novel. Holy moly. So a 1970 promo, holy moly, provocative and sexy music to read this book by. Be careful who you play that around. Oh my gosh. The Velvet Groove, Howard Roberts from 1966, guitar with woodwinds and strings, $19.99, and Buddy Rich, Super Rich, $14.99. All right, I think that means we're done on Prince. $20 sold to Christina Curtis. Troy Robinson gets the Pointer Sisters for $7. Thank you, Troy. ZZ Top has not got a bid since William Warner bid 12. William Drugovich, you're out. James Lavender, you're out. And then Chris Knapp does get King Crimson for $40 in the Court of the Crimson King. Rats at $36 with MT Matt. Round and round. Non-stop. Okay, and then we have My Lord, What a Morning. Belafonte, $9.99. Flash in the Pans, $14.99. Legs Diamond is $19.99. And Willie Nelson, Redheaded Stranger. A 1975 Terre Haute Willie Nelson, $34.99. Okay? Looks like we need to finish up tonight's advertised albums. We still got to put up for auction right now Grateful Dead in the Dark. Now, this one is pretty unusual. Look at this. I don't know if it could get any nicer. It's OG, it's in shrink, hop sticker, price tag, and it has the upside down eyes. So I don't think they originally intended it to look like that. See how their eyes are upside down? So that's the first press. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a top copy. A 35, I mean, it's beautiful. It looks like it was just open. Somebody just took a razor blade and opened the shrink wrap from 1987. Top copy, Grateful Dead, and that has one of their biggest singles on it, A Touch of Grey. Probably one of the most, let's see, what's the way to put this? The most relatable or Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead's not for everybody, but that song is probably the most commonly accepted. Rats at $40. ZZ Top is sold to William Warner for $12. Okay, let's do this other Sex Pistols. This is God Save the Queen, the Sex Pistols. Extremely nice. It has a Music Handel KNOOP sticker from Germany on the back. How interesting. The Sex Pistols. It looks like it was hung up, like somebody thumbtacked it and I used it for a display piece on a board or something. See how there's thumbnails or staple holes? It looks like somebody clipped it to something. $10 start. Mainstream, there we go. Touch of Grey, yeah. That's a good one. The way it comes in, it's like it starts off slow and then or like they all start playing. I don't know, it's hard to explain. All right, Rat is still getting bids. They're in a death battle over here for Rat. It is a beautiful copy. Sex Pistols 15 Dead is at $35. Let's see here. Touch of Grey. That's it. 5 seconds. I can play 5 seconds, I think, without a strike. So it's the bass that starts up first. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Beautiful top copy. So here's the agenda at the top, perfect timing, top of the hour. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do a little crate condensing party. I'm going to read these titles that's left in here one more time in case you missed something. The show's nowhere near over, but that was the last crate of brand new stuff I have to show you. Now, if you like discount stuff and you like seeing stuff that you can make offers on, everything in this crate is in that category. But also, we have older stuff over here. We at least got to do a couple of buy it now best offers. And we've had a pretty epic night. I mean, it's 11 o'clock. It seems pretty early. I got plenty of other singles over here to run for auction. Maybe, yeah, we're going to do some recapping too. We had 7 crates of new vinyl. I think everything that's left is in 1 crate. Yeah. Everything that's left, it looks like, is in 1 crate tonight. So that's pretty amazing. And John's 6 crates is now condensed into 2. We have sold already tonight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're already about to do 8 crates, and here we go. So first thing we have is the Sex Pistols at $35. William Warner, I need to make sure you're done on Rat, okay? MT has it for $40. I was just waiting for you. The last bid on the Grateful Dead was with Terry Gearhart at $40, which means John Kaiser, you were outbid. I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction. The Cockney Rejects Greatest Hits. A 1980 UK Punk Oi near mint, $35 start for the Cockney Rejects. The Rat is at $40. I'm making sure one person's done, and then I got to sell it. The Sex Pistols is at $40 and Grateful Dead $45. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. Deep Purple, self-titled, The Bible, Alice Cooper, Love at the Death, Leon and Mary Russell, Rod Stewart, Captain and Tennille, Harry Chapin, John Denver, The Guess Who, Conway Twitty, Delbert McClinton, Know Nothing, The Room Where Everything Happens at Once, Pink Floyd, Collection of Great Dance Songs, probably a 90s press, Four Tops, Jean-Luc Ponty, Seals and Croft, Duke Ellington, They Call Me Muddy Waters, Diana Ross, Manhattan Transfer, Red Foley, Mac Davis, Exile, John Denver, Paul Horn Quintet, Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte, Sandy Nelson, The Herdsman, Dizzy Gillespie, William S. Fisher, Ella Fitzgerald, Tower of Power, The Pretenders, Nothing to Do with the Band, The Velvet Groove, Buddy Rich, Belafonte, Flash in the Pan, Legs Diamond, and Willie Nelson. MT Matt, he's still bidding on Rat, so 45, you're out. Grateful Dead, 47. Sex Pistols is at 45. William, you're out on that. And the Cockney Rejects is a $35 start. If anybody decides you're like, wait a minute, I didn't see that on the first read. Chad, how much was so-and-so? I'll tell you anything you need to know about so-and-so. If you need to know something about so-and-so, just let me know. MT Matt's out. Let's sell it then. William Warner gets that for $45. Robbie Woods on Sandy Nelson. That was right in here. That sold to Robbie for $9.99. The last bid on the Sex Pistols was $45 with William Warner. And no, with Cynthia Herdren. And now William bids it at $50. Four Tops is Reach Out, I'll Be There. Some of their best music's on there. No Condition Notes, a Motown original, $19.99. The last bid on the Grateful Dead, $49. Sex Pistols, $55. Let's put up another single. The next single I have is, let's go back to this other box from earlier tonight. Let's do Billy Idol, Flesh for Fantasy. Mr. Billy is a $7 start. Billy Idol. And the flip is The Dead Next Door. 7 on that. The Buddy Rich was right here. It's called Super Rich. It's on Verve. It's got a gold foil cover. Buddy Rich is $14.99. Sex Pistols, $55. Sex Pistols, $60. Terry's out on the Grateful Dead. In the Dark, an OG top copy and shrink, $49. Billy Idol, a $7 start. Cockney Rejects Greatest Hits is a 1980 UK EMI near mint. Near mint, $35 start. Fred Carnell also just asked. Robbie Woods also on Buddy Rich. Okay? And then if anybody decides you want anything in there, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and move this crate back here behind me. Pretty amazing. John's 5 crates have been condensed into 1 after I put these check condition records in there. They'll save me some space and time. Awesome. Okay, so very quickly, a lot of new stuff came in tonight. The Mammoth came in, the new Mammoth. That was a pre-order. We have a wait list. The new Duran Duran Greatest Hits came in. That was sold out. That's a waiting list. That was the 2 biggest ones. The Neil Young box sets are in. I'm going to show that again in just a second. Is Willie Redheaded Stranger of So Price? It is. It is an OG pressing of his big album, Grammy Award-winning country album. It's a 75 original Terre Haute. Super clean, $34.99. Cockney Rejects does have a bid for $35. Final call. I'll make sure Vladarchek wasn't going to bid. Billy Idol does not have a bid yet for $7. Sex Pistol at 65. What is the Grateful Dead? Grateful Dead, In the Dark, OG top copy, shrink wrap, hop sticker, original price tag, original inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, near mint minus inner sleeve, near mint minus shrink wrap, near mint minus cover. Everything is beautiful. And the last bid was John Kaiser at $49. Cockney Rejects is a final call to Fred Carnell at $35. How much is the four tops? $19.99 on that one. So I had one copy left of Teddy Swims, and this is a very Teddy Christmas, $24.99 for Teddy Swims. We had a waiting list for that. It was fulfilled. There's one extra copy. Pink Floyd's been pretty popular tonight. The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door, 2 LP, $49.99 for Pink Floyd. Hey You, See Emily Play, The Happiest Days of Our Lives, Another Brick in the Wall, Teachers, Leave Those Kids Alone, Have a Cigar, Wish You Were Here, Time, Breathe in the Air, The Great Gig in the Sky, Money, Comfortably Numb, High Hopes, Learning to Fly, The Fletcher Memorial Home, Shine on You Crazy Diamond, Edit, It's Only Parts 1 through 5, Brain Damage, and Eclipse. I have a feeling my hands felt just like 2 balloons. Time. Whew, golly. That's a great compilation. I mean, they did a good job. Pink Floyd's got such lengthy, the way they've cut down those and got it on 2 LPs, that's pretty amazing. James Lavender on Teddy Swims, that was the last copy of that. James Hicks gets the 4 tops for $15. I also like Bernadette's on there. That's sold to James Hicks for $15. We got Willie Nelson. That's sold to Christina Curtis at sticker price. Billy Idol, I think that's the first single tonight, did not get a bid. But Fred Carnell wants to know what Billy Idol, Flesh for Fantasy, is a $7 start. It's about to be a buy now if you hadn't have asked. But we're going to go ahead and sell John Kaiser, The Grateful Dead, for $49. Final call to get a bid on Billy Idol for $7. Sex Pistols is at $85, and Cockney Rejects is sold for $35. Craig, I have to give, that was close. Craig almost sniped that, but Fred Carnell did ask about it. And now we officially have a bid for $7. So now it's got to run its course. Williams in at $7. And now Sex Pistols at $85. Sorry, Fred had asked about it. But it's now up for bid for anybody. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I got Sade. This is Diamond Life. Now, if you didn't know this, anybody on earth would pronounce this Sade, right? Anybody. If you know the English language, you would say that's pronounced Sade. It's not pronounced Sade. It's pronounced Sade. It's called Diamond Life. It's in shrink with hop sticker, but unfortunately, it's VG minus. It is kind of low grade, just a $5 start. $5 start. What Pink Floyd is that? The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door. It's a 2 LP compilation. I just went through the amazing track listing. It is amazing. $49.99. Billy Idol's a final call for $7 to William Warner. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid. Fred Carnell bid $9. William Warner, you're out. This is the new release from The Cult. I think this has been almost unavailable on vinyl. It's The Cult Hidden City. The Cult Hidden City is on red and white vinyl, $59.99. The Sex Pistols is at $100. William Warner, you're out. William, you're also out on Billy Idol. He says he's done on the Sex Pistols. Sade has a bid for $10. The other Cult album is called Choice of Weapon. Choice of Weapon is red and black, purple and black. Now, this one I think came out in 2012, rarely available on vinyl, and I think this one came out in 2016, also rarely available on vinyl. So there's those. I still got those. Those are new for Friday. There was a pre-order. Shout out to Laura for posting those. People were asking about them. If I hadn't have had Laura post those, probably we wouldn't have sold 20 copies like we did tonight. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. Last copy. It's a Friday Music hand-poured colored vinyl, $39.99 on that. Sade has Hang On to Your Love, Smooth Operator, Your Love is King, and When I'm Going to Make a Living. Those are the hyped songs. So I'm assuming Ordinary Love would not be on there. Fred Carnell wants one each of the Cults. Those are sold to Fred Carnell, sold and sold. Billy Idol is sold to Fred Carnell for $9. Sex Pistols is sold to Cynthia for $100. And then Sade is at $10 with Joseph McCormick. All right, let's go ahead and put up another single, Moon Zappa. That's He that's on Austin Power. I was just rewatching that over last night at the gym. He's like, we'll call it Operation AZ Zappa. We'll call it Operation Moon Zappa. And of course, his son, Dr. Evil's son, we'll call it the Alan Parsons Project. They have all those references, and Dr. Evil is his son's like, oh my gosh, that's funny stuff. Preparation H. Okay, here we go. We have going up for bid right now, Love Ain't No... Wow, that's a great song by Whitesnake. Love Ain't No Stranger, $7 start. Frank and Moon Zappa, Valley Girl, $7 start. And Testament, that's a music on vinyl, $39.99. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits, 2 LP, 21 tracks, clear vinyl. Bush's greatest hits, $39.99. Sympathy X, Underworld, Purple Violet, double LP, $39.99. Electronic is Raise the Pressure, a 2 LP remastered at Abbey or mastered at Abbey Road, $39.99. Shinedown, Leave a Whisper, double LP blue vinyl, $44.99. Sade is sold to Joseph McCormick for $10. We need another single. We're about to go 3 wide with the singles. How about another Sex Pistols? Now, this looks very similar to the one we had earlier, but the sleeve is maybe slightly different. It's the Great Rock and Roll, or maybe it's slightly different. The Great Rock and Roll Swindle and Rock Around the Clock, the Sex Pistols. $10 start. $10 start on that. We have Testament, Live at Dynamo Open Air, 1997. Testament, $24.99. Black Sabbath, the new Rocktober exclusive, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. Green vinyl, double LP, $38.99. Jackal, self-titled, $39.99 for Jackal. Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. Puddle of Mud with Blurry, $39.99. And another Testament, The Gathering, $29.99 for Testament, The Gathering. Okay, Whitesnake does have a bid with John Napolitano. And the Sex Pistols is a $10 start, no bid yet. Frank Zappa is a $7 start. And Kelly Vlodarchek wants Puddle of Mud. Sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Okay. Amazing. It feels later than 11:15. I guess because I've been basically gone nonstop with auctions. It's been a heavy auction night, plus all the new stuff that came in. One more new thing comes out Friday. If you're a fan of Neil Young, you probably don't have these albums unless you've bought them originally back in the day, or you've stepped up to the plate recently and probably paid pricey for them. So these are first-time reissued. This is Neil Young Official Releases Series 26, 27, 28, and 29. Volume 6. There are 3 albums in here that's previously been unavailable as reissues. Sleeps with Angels, Neil Young Unplugged, and then the very popular Mirror Ball. He recorded that one with Pearl Jam. So that's been unavailable. Harvest Moon's been in print for a while. Another fantastic album. So 3 that hadn't been available and 1 very popular one. $159.99. Remastered, all analog originals by Bernie Grumman. And they're all double LPs. So 8 LPs of vinyl. 8 LPs. Neil Young. Awesome cover too from that era. From his 90s era. $159.99. And we pre-sold about 6 of those. I've got 2 extras. 1 may be going home to Chad. They are numbered too. They are numbered. And if you collect these, you know some of those first ones are really expensive. I think there's a couple of these that sell for like huge money because they made them very limited. Very, very limited. I forgot which volumes it is. All right. So Whitesnake is sold to John Napolitano. Sex Pistols is Cynthia's at 10, final call. Now it's at 12 with Sean Bailey. And if anybody wants Frank Zappa, $7 buy it now on Frank Zappa and Moon Zappa, Valley Girl. Okay, and let's go ahead and put up another single. Let's get back to some of these picture discs I had earlier. I still got Tony Basil, Nobody. It's in the original plastic. Tony Basil and Thief on the Loose. It's a UK picture disc. $10 start on that. Okay. Terry Gearhart wants a Neil Young box. I will give you this one right here where the tape hasn't been busted on it. Brand new and sealed. Sold to Terry Gearhart. Whoever's watching the sale, I'm going to stack these all together over here. So there's another one sold to Terry Gearhart. There's one left, which is the one I've been showing for the display model. Zappa is sold to Cynthia for $7. There's one Neil Young left. And the Sex Pistols is the Great Rock and Roll Swindle and Rock Around the Clock. Tony Basil picture disc is a $10 start. So it's time for our first discount crate of the night. Let's go ahead and do our nightly nonsense crate. I usually do at least one of these a night, and it's great. I'm great that I can do it right now where it's still relatively early for people that are watching. We'll go ahead and knock out one. And perfect timing because I'm swapping out crates. This crate has gotten pretty full, and this is probably a great time to swap out crates since we're about to start with half off. That will be easier for them to know. Jim Beat has fell off his couch. He's ready to take some advantage. He's ready to buy those $99 sealed records for $50 so he can put them on Discogs for $99.99 like we should. And he's going to sell for $100 like we should instead of $50. And then he's going to make $50 and pay his water bill. And finally get those kids those cheeseburgers they've been asking for. They ask him every day for cheeseburgers. And he's like, well, Chad hadn't been doing many half-off crates. Sorry, Molly. Sorry, little Jim. Chad hadn't been doing half-off crates. No cheeseburgers for y'all. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that is... we're going to be selling a lot of singles for the rest of the night. We'll probably start trying to do 2 or 3 at a time. We've usually been doing 2, but we'll probably keep maybe 3 or 4, I guess. Let's go ahead and do accept, as in accept this free. This was a white label promo from Metal Heart, Midnight Mover, and Screaming for a Love Bite. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that, okay? Disney Plus, we noticed a new login. I wonder who's using my Disney Plus and my family and friends. Everybody's got all my login information. Let's see here. A Roku login. I'm going to guess it's Tanner. Let's find out. What's going on over here? Man, I'm behind on pre-orders. Okay. All right. Sex Pistols 20. Fred Cardinal, you're out on the Sex Pistols. Accept 7, accept 8, accept 10. And yeah, let's go pick out that crate. Sorry, I had to check my phone right quick. It'd been a minute. Make sure nothing crazy's going on with family, friends. Sometimes I've had people get on the feed before. Chad, check your phone. And I'm like, what is going on? All right, half off. Let's find a half off crate. All right, this has got a little Paul in it. This has got a little John in it. It's a pretty good one. I think we can find better. Let's see what this one looks like. Is this... Okay, this is probably pretty good here. Yeah. All right, let's do this one. What is today? Yeah, this wasn't yet. I don't like doing the ones from the previous day. If we're going to do nonsense, they're usually 2 or 3 days old. Yeah, this is a good one here. All right. And then there's probably, if we can sell everything in here, including the bundle, whatever's left, we'll put up some more, okay? Here we go. How much did Delicate sell for? $59.99. No Danzig available. Laura can look it up. I hadn't checked it in a few days, but they have not released anything Danzig to us yet. I need to actually ask a sales rep directly. They know that stuff a lot better than me. They go to meetings and sales meetings and stuff like that. Let me get reset here. I do need to probably go grab some calories right quick because we've got another hour and a half left tonight. Yeah, let me check this right here. No, Danzig is not available. No, Danzig is not available yet. It's not available. No Danzig. Okay, now Sex Pistols is sold for $20 to Cynthia Herdron. Tony Basil did not get a bid. That picture disc is a $10 buy it now. And then the last bid on accept was Chad Sauls at $13. New singles. We got them all night long coming. We might even do some buy it nows. I'm going to start sorting buy it nows. Okay, there's some over here that's just needs to be shown. Y'all grab them, and that's where we'll go from there. Here is the Buzzcocks. The Buzzcocks is Whatever Happened To and Orgasm Addict. The Buzzcocks is a $10 start. Tony Basil is sold to Stacy Metternich, and that's sold to Stacy. What about the Fastway LP Trick or Treat on order? Fastway LP Trick or Treat on order. Okay. I don't know. We'll find out for you. Fastway. It says it's due out November 7th. It says it's due out November 7th. Fastway. Fastway was posted in the group due out November 7th. It's still due out November 7th. It's due out November 7th. That's not this Friday. That's not this Friday or next Friday. It's 2 weeks from this Friday. Okay. Half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Anybody else? Show's kind of, we still got a lot of people watching, but now's the best time to ask me something. Any other time in the sale, it's chaotic. Here we go. It's a reissue, but man, what a great one. Ground Control to Major Tom and The Man Who Sold the World. Near mint. It's a gold series, which it's a double-sided hit kind of. David Bowie, Space Oddity, and The Man Who Sold the World. $7 start. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. I got to go up front and grab. Hey, we had this one just a second ago. John Denver, $5. Well, I was going to say, I got to go up front and grab a snack here in a second to get some calories in. John Denver, $5. I Want to Live. Dizzy Gillespie, Monterey Jazz Festival with Lalo Schifrin. That is now $10. David Bowie has a bid for $8. The Buzzcocks is at $15. Everybody else is out except Craig Thomas. Accept is sold to Chad Sauls for $13. Chad Sauls gets that for $13. Buzzcocks is at $17, now $20. And then David Bowie's at $15. Idle Moments, Grant Green, a 2014 press, $15 on that. The Who, a quick one, sellout. That is $20. You get 2 complete full Who albums, a Happy Jack, or a quick one, also known as Happy Jack, and the sellout. $20 on that. Did you find my Accept EP from 2 Thursdays ago when I bought it and no bid for $10? That would be a question for Ed. I have no knowledge of this. You're asking me something I have no knowledge of. That'd be a question for Mr. Ed. The Buzzcocks label, sure thing. The high bid on this right now is $20 with Sean Bailey. Their side 1 label. And David Bowie's at 20. Now it's at 30. James Allen on the Who. That's sold to James Allen. We also have Gilberto with Turrentine, $15, 1971. Still got Grant Green and Dizzy Gillespie. John Denver back home again, $5. Danny Kaye, Hans Christian Andersen with Tubby the Tuba, $5 on that. The Buzzcocks tracks are Whatever Happened To and Orgasm Addict. David Bowie, Final Call for 30. Jack and the Beanstalk, $5 on that. Buzzcocks, 21. Another John Denver, Farewell Andromeda, $5 on that. And Kenny Rogers in the first edition's Greatest Hits, $10. I asked you about it last Thursday, but I'll ask Ed. If you ever have anything missing from your invoice, you got to ask Ed. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, if it's left my realm of this live sale, it's back there with 10,000 other sold records. There's racks and racks of sold vinyl. You got to get with Ed, and you got to get it with him quickly so he can find it and try to figure out what happened to it. There's a good chance it probably got tagged for somebody else. They paid for it, and it's already in a different state. Usually it's not missing. It's got shipped to somebody else, and it's gone. That's usually what happens. I've never seen this Go-Go's before. I explained that earlier. I explained two things. If you have an invoice on Monday, don't pay it unless you check it. Because you might be billed for something, people pay for it, and then they end up getting their package and be like, I don't even remember buying this. And then they maybe want to send it back, and we have a lot of problems. So it doesn't happen too much. But if it happens 5 times, that means there's 10 mistakes because somebody's missing something. So if we mistag 5 records, it's 10 mistakes. If we mistag 10, it's 20 mistakes. The Go-Go's, very cool. I don't see this one before. We Got the Beat, one of their biggest songs. And this is some kind of UK label from Stiff. $10 start on the Go-Go's. A Stirred Gilberto. This is a 73 Uruguay press, $10. And a Perfect Match, Ella Fitzgerald and Count Basie, $10 on that. I mean, Ed is a full-time employee, literally just trying to figure out people's invoices 5 days a week. That's basically all he does. About 5 days a week, he is literally just trying to figure out people's invoices. It's a full-time job. There's thousands of invoices. There's tens of thousands of sold items. It's all back there in the back, and they have to figure out who got what, who messed up what. It's wild, okay? There's a lot of sold items in this building. Montrose is $10. I mean, look how much stuff I've set over here just tonight. Oh my gosh, just tonight, how many things I've set off to the side sold. Elton John, Jump Up, Gold Stamp promo, $10. And Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello, a 71 press, $10. All right, Buzzcocks, 22, Go-Go's 10, Go-Go's 15, Go-Go's 25. Eric Squindo on A Stirred Gilberto, that is sold. Go-Go's 13, Go-Go's 18, Go-Go's 25, though, with Michael Freiberger. And then Bowie is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $30. And then the Buzzcocks, Fred Cardinale, You're Out. Sean Bailey, $27. We're about to sell it. The Go-Go's is at $25. Sieg on Montrose, that's sold to Sieg. And we also have Dickie Betts in Great Southern, $12.50. And Ringo Starr. It does have the book. Awesome. $15 on that. Next single. This one looks interesting. It's in like Christmas paper. Basement 5. Who is it? Basement 5. Basement. Last White Christmas. Looks like it's got like a sticker or some kind of insert. And it's literally like in wrapping paper. Christmas wrapping paper. I don't have a clue. So how about a $10 start? Basement 5. $10 start on that. Next is James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work, $7.50 for that. But always just make sure you message Ed, end of story. He'll take care of you, but you got to reach out to him quickly and give him time. Because if you message on like a Monday that you're missing a record, it could take him 2 or 3 days to figure out what happened to it. And that's literally him trying to find it all day, every day, because y'all know how it is flipping through records. You got 10,000 albums and you're trying to find something. Man, it's like a mind blower trying to find something sometimes. Bonnie Raitt is $5. This is half off, no more, no less. We are officially in discount bins. Dan Fogelberg, $5 on that. Basement has a bid for $11. Ian Hunter is $7.50. And Peter Cetera is $5. The Buzzcocks is officially sold. That is sold to Sean Bailey for $27. The Go-Go's is at $32 with Michael Freiberger. Basement 5 is at $11. You Are What You Is, Zappa is $20. Cynthia on BR for Bonnie Raitt. That is sold. And Stan Getz, The Best of Two Worlds featuring Jael Gilberto. Jael, $10 on that. Next is Cron Gin, Jet Boy Girl. Cron Gin, Jet Boy Girl, $10 start on that one with some very communist looking cover. Very communist looking cover. $10 start on that. Next is Time for the Tams. 67 press and shrink with Kmart sticker. The Tams is $10. And Three Dog Night Cyan. $10 on that. The Go-Go's is at $32. Chad Sauls and Sean Bailey, you're out. I'll leave it up to y'all. Craig's about to get Basement for $11. And Uriah Heep, Innocent Victim. Warner Brothers, $10. And John Durden, you missed a Mac Davis record. I told everybody you were taking a nap. I was like, this dude takes a nap every night. He misses stuff. We have 10cc rubber bullets and $12.50. Troy, Laura left the building about 5 minutes ago. She is gone for the night, so you may have to send her a message for information on special orders. She is gone for the night. We have 10 years after Rock and Roll Music to the World, $10 on that. And we have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu. That's a 4-digit Atlantic super clean copy of Deja Vu, $17.50 on that. And Willie Nelson and Leon Russell, $12.50, one for the road. All right, well, I lost Chad and I lost Sean Bailey on the Go-Go's. I'll do a 5-second countdown, and then I got to sell it to Michael Freiberger. Chad's in at $33. Boy, buzzer, you almost got out. You almost lost that one. And then Basement is sold to Craig for $11. Cron Gin has a bid for $13. So now we're still bidding on the Go-Go's. Cron Gin has a bid. And then our next single is going to go up right now. I've almost got a little stack to show you for $6.99. Pretty interesting ones here. These are all $6.99 worthy. Here we go. We have The Cult of Personality by Living Color. Cult of Personality is a $7 start. Jim B's B5 12. Too late. Too late. Sean's out on Go-Go's, and Go-Go's is at $35. So the Go-Go's is still between Chad and Michael. Cron Gin's at $13 with Sean Bailey. Which, did somebody bid first on that one? He's the only bidder, so he's about to get that for $13. Cult of Personalities is a $7 start. Let's see, that's a buy it now. I'll do that for a buy it now. Buy it now. We always auction off Michael. Michael Jackson. That's a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. She'll be a buy it now. That's a buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now. We'll make that a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. That needs to be auctioned because I don't know what that is. That needs to be auctioned. That's got to be pretty. Here's another David Bowie and Star Wars. All right, cool stuff here. Okay. So, Go-Go's 35. He's out. Cross, Stills, and Ash is a textured sleeve. Yeah, it has a brown textured sleeve and paste-on photo. $17.50. Let's read through this half-off crate one more time. Hey, Laura is still here. Wow. Laura must be like working, driving down the road, or she hadn't pulled out of the parking lot yet. The Go-Go's is sold to Michael Freiberger for $35. Cron Gin is sold for $13 to Sean Bailey. And Cult of Personality, Stacy has that for $7. Final call. Okay, I have Dixie Chicks. Boy, how often do you hear that on vinyl unless it's a reissue? Dixie Chicks, Cowboy Take Me Away. That's the A side. And Goodbye Earl. Those are both pretty big hits. Dixie Chicks, Cowboy Take Me Away, and Goodbye Earl. Those are going to go up for a $7 start. Dixie Chicks, $19.99. That is now up for bid, the Dixie Chicks, okay? That's an auction. $7 start on that one. And then we got David Bowie. This is a promo of Space Oddity. A promo copy. Short version and long version. $7 start on that one. I've got on deck Michael Jackson, Star Wars, and more are coming. Let's read through this half off one more time. By the way, Cult of Personality has a new bid for $8. Mortgage Guy Rob on DC. I bet people thought that was a buy it now. Those are auctions. I'm about to do some buy it nows over here. I'm building a handful, but I'm making sure we have all the auctions pulled out. Whoa, what a record. Let's go ahead and put this one up. I have never seen this before. I've never seen this before. Ever. Waylon Jennings, the theme from the Dukes of Hazzard on green vinyl. And then the flip is It's All Right. I've never seen that before. Dukes of Hazzard promo on green vinyl. Never seen that before. Ever. Didn't know it existed. $7 start on Waylon. All right, so before I go anywhere else, before I do anything else, Living Color, Cult of Personalities at $10 with Hessen. The Dixie Chicks is at $10 with Michael Freiberger. David Bowie is at $15 with Cynthia Herdren. You tied Kelly Vlodarchek. And Waylon is at $10 with John McPatriot. A lot of bidding is going to take place on these. You and Tanner remind me of Bo and Luke. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu. 4-digit, textured cover, $17.50. Let's read through this half-off crate one more time. These are half off, no more, no less. John Denver, I Want to Live, $5. Dizzy Gillespie, $10. Idle Moments, Grant Green, $15. Gilberto with Turrentine, $15 for Gilberto with Turrentine. John Denver, Back Home Again, $5. $5. Danny Kaye, Hans Christian Andersen, Tubby the Tuba, $5. Jack and the Beanstalk, $5. John Denver, Farewell Andromeda, $7.50. Nash, $12. This is $17.50. This is a half-off bin. No more, no less. It was already marked for $35 at one point. This is a half-off crate. Okay? Dukes of Hazzard, there's only one for sale on Discogs right now, and it's overseas, and it's $36.52. Wow. I knew that was going to be pretty scarce. David Bowie's at $35. And Red Cave, if you don't want this, then Kevin Cassidy does. A classic album, a must-have. Living Color, the last bid that came in on that was Hessen at $10. I'm going to make sure Stacy doesn't want to bid again. Red Cave does get Crosby, Stills, and Nash for $17.50. Eric Squindo gets Gilberto and Turrentine. That's sold to Eric Squindo. Bowie is at $50 with Cynthia Herdren. Waylon's at $25, Bowie $50. What about the Dixie Chicks? The last bid on Dixie Chicks, DC, I've put up too many auctions. Michael Freiberger, $14. I've messed up. These are getting a lot of bids. I think Michael Freiberger has it for $14. Okay? Stacy's done on Cult of Personality. I better go ahead and wrap this one up. Cult of Personality is sold to Hessen for $10. Okay, let me get one of these off the table. That is sold. Dixie Chicks is at $15. David Bowie's at $50. Wolverine, you're out. And Waylon's at $28. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start a new stack of sold 45s. Here's all the 45s we've sold in the last 5 hours and 45 minutes. It's been pretty epic, honestly. I haven't had a batch this good in a long time. And there's still a ton over here to do. I mean, a ton. I'm going to actually cut this stack in half right there. That way they're not so stacked heavy. Yeah, amazing. Super duper cool. Okay. Now, we got more coming, but let's finish the half off bin. Kenny Rogers, Greatest Hits, $10. Ruby, Don't Take Your Love to Town. Ella and Basie, that's on red vinyl, Shrink, nice. Dixie Chicks is at 17. David Bowie's at 55. The Whalens at 28. Just Them Good Old Boys. Elton John, $10. Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello, $10. Whalens at 30. Bowie's at 55. Dixie Chicks is at 17. Dickie Betts and Great Southern, $12.50. Ringo Starr, Ringo, with booklet, Ringo is $15. James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work, $7.50. Dan Fogelberg, Phoenix. Dan Fogelberg is $5. Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac, $7.50. And Peter Cetera, $5. Before I wrap up these auctions, let's put up David Allen Coe. What Made You Change Your Mind? A double-sided promo from DAC, near mint in the Columbia matching sleeve. 7 on that. So Waylon is between two people. Dixie Chicks is still getting bids, but I think we're done on David Bowie. The promo is with Wolverine at $55. We're about to sell it. Zappa was $20. You Are What You Is. Stan Getz is still available for $10. The Tams in Shrink, very nice, also for $10. Three Dog Night Cyan, Shambhala, $10. Uriah Heep is $10. Innocent Victim, clean copy of that. 10cc, $12.50. 10 Years After, $10. Willie Nelson and Leon Russell, One for the Road, super clean double LP, $12.50. All right, so the Bowie is one can come off the table. That's sold to Wolverine 156C for $55. The Dixie Chicks is at 21. Cowboy Take Me Away and Earl. What's that song? I know that one. Goodbye Earl. Waylon is at 30. Tim's out. David Allen Coe, $7 start. Green vinyl Waylon. All right, let's put up another Buzzcocks. This one is Buzzcocks Promises and Lipstick. In the picture sleeve, in the sleeve, I should say. I guess it's a picture sleeve. $10 start on Buzzcocks. Now, that is a pretty dang good crate of leftovers. I don't mind offering them as a bundle. It might be a higher price point on average across the board because there's some pretty dang good titles in there. But just FYI, it is going to be offered for a bundle. I usually do it unless it's just a crazy amount of leftovers. So, boy, look at all these Funkos over here that haven't been priced. I bet we got 200 or 300, yeah, probably 200 or 300 Funkos over here that have never been priced. They're not new ones from our distributor. They're where we've picked up a couple collections lately, and we just stored them back here. Buzzcocks is at 10. So that means Waylon can also be sold to Wolverine for $30. I mean, not a bad price at all. 30 on that. James Lavender on Willie. Dixie Chicks is sold to Michael Freiberger for 21. Final call on David Allen Coe for 7. And Buzzcocks has a bid for 10. Okay, looks like we need some more auctions, eh? Those will be coming up shortly. This will be coming up shortly. So will that and this. I got a little stack over there. You can already see to the left. That way I can do some buy it nows later. Still got all the picture disc, most of them. All right. So here we go. Let's do The Doors. This is really cool. Love Her Madly. A promo of Love Her Madly. Very nice. The Doors in the original sleeve. $10 start on that. And then Star Wars, the main title, and the Katina Band. Very cool. Star Wars, which is also written by John Williams. That Dun, 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 dun. That, of course, he was a jazz artist before he really started doing a lot of film scores. So that's where that comes from. That's also a $10 start. Charlie Brown Zoetrope. I have those right over here. I got them. I got those right here. I got 2 left if anybody else wants one. Peanuts, Charlie Brown Christmas. $38.99. All right, let's take this from the top. Buzzcocks, $10, final call. We sold Willie. We sold Charlie Brown, the David Jennings. The Doors, 10. The Doors, 10. Jerry Rock on Uriah Heep. Star Wars, 10. Star Wars, 25. Doors, 15. Doors, 20. David Allen Coe is a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now for that promo. Buzzcocks did not get another bid. That sold to X-Wing for $10. The Doors is at 20 and Star Wars is at 25. Next auction, Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, in the sleeve, $7 start on Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. Here's what's left in this bin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Some pretty good titles in there. 23 records. Here's the bundle deal price. $135. $135, 23 records. Everything that's left, and I'll blow the air horn because I feel like we should have one tonight, but we haven't. So I will blow the air horn. 23 records. Think about it before I go pick out the next crate. The Doors promos at 30. Star Wars about to sell for 25, and Michael Jackson's a $7 start. Since one's about to be sold, let's go ahead and put up another one. Here's a cool one. Probably one of their biggest songs. This is Big Country in a Big Country. It's a UK single. It's still actually in shrink wrap. It's super clean. It's super nice. Big Country in a Big Country. $10 start on that one. Okay? Chad, you're out on the door. Star Wars, this sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $25. That's so to you. Can I convince somebody to get into on the bundle deal? You know, I'd much rather go through another half-off crate than have to go into something else like, you know, buy it now best offer or something like that. I'd much rather just go ahead and sell y'all another half-off crate. But, I mean, surely we can get somebody bought in on a bundle. Surely. I mean, where's Thomas Baumhart? Where's Mark Kaser? Where's John Barry? Where's Brian Call? Where's John Kaiser? I mean, where's the bundlers at when we need them? That's great titles in there at less than that $6.99 price that I know we could easily sell them for. So think about it for a few more seconds. The Doors at $35. Nobody bid on MJ. Billie Jean can be bought for a $7 start. Big Country, a $10 start. And while you're thinking about that, here comes the first handful of Buy It Now singles. I've not done any for Buy It Nows tonight, so let's go ahead and do those right now. Buy It Now singles happening right now. These are all $6.99 each, okay? Ones that I don't think should be put up for auction. We'll just go ahead and straight sell them. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and a little help from my friends. That's from that Peter Frampton Bee Gees movie. $6.99. Elvis Presley, What I'd Say, and Viva Las Vegas. Blue Oyster Cult, I'm Burning for You, and Don't Fear the Reaper. Nice. Double-sided hit. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, That Girl, and I Don't Blame It on You, a 1971 original Tamla Motown. Beautiful, too. Sheena Easton, Sugar Walls, and Straight Talkin', and Bananarama, Cruel Summer, and Cruel Dub. Bananarama, $6.99. Those are available for quick buy it nows. Big Country did not get a bid. That's a buy it now for $10. The Doors promo is sold to Wolverine for $40. Stacy got the Bee Gees for $6.99. Wolverine on Smokey Robinson for $6.99. Stacy got BOC for $6.99. So, Stacy, I got you for the Bee Gees and BOC. James Lavender next on BOC. Jerry Rock next on BOC. William Drugovich next on BOC. X-Wing on Bananarama. That leaves Sheena Easton and Elvis Presley. Those did not get claimed at $6.99. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and put Michael Jackson in that pile and David Allen Coe because those were supposed to be $6.99 too. Promo David Allen Coe and promo Michael Jackson. Let's put up some more auctions. Let's do another Buzzcocks. Buzzcocks with Howard DeVito Spiral Scratch. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And we have Stiff Little Fingers Talk Back. And that one is going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? There's those. Over here, Stacy got Elvis. That's sold to Stacy Metternich for $6.99. The Sheena Easton song was Straight Talking and Sugar Walls. And then Wolverine got Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. That was in the no bid pile. Now it's just David Allen Coe and Sheena Easton. Those two are $10 starts. Buzzcocks and Stiff Little Fingers. Craig's in on Stiff at 10. Okay, we sold one of these earlier, and there was quite a battle for it. It's Purple Rain on purple vinyl. It's really nice, too. $10 start on Prince. Purple vinyl, Purple Rain. Good luck bidding. Nobody on the bundle? That's okay. This makes great flip crate stuff. Yep, I see several in here that I will pull out later. Let's go ahead and knock out another half-off crate. Another half-off crate. I'm going to put these right here because what I don't use for the flip is going to go up front in our store for sale. And let's do another half-offer. This was the one that I almost brought up first, and I said, nah, we'll go ahead and do this other one. So here's this one. And I really want to focus on some 45s in this last hour of the show. So let's do it. Is the Buzzcocks a single or 4-track EP? This is a Boredom Friends of Mine. It's a 4-track. It's a 4-track. Craig bid 10, William bid 10. So Craig has it for 10. William, you're out. It's on this label. Okay. They're tied. Stiff Little Fingers is at 15 and Prince is at 20. And before I get started with another half off, let's do another handful of $6.99 singles. Okay? Here we go. More $6.99 singles. Rick Springfield, Bruce, and Guinevere. Addicted to Love, Robert Palmer. Greg Ken Band, Reunited, and Work, Work, Work in the original sleeve. Night Ranger, When You Close Your Eyes. Rare Earth, Hey Big Brother, double-sided promo, and Black Oak, Arkansas, double-sided promo of Taxman, as in the George Harrison song. These are all $6.99. We have Wolverine on RE, and that was probably for Rare Earth. We still got Night Ranger, Greg Ken Band, Robert Palmer, Rick Springfield, and Black Oak, Arkansas. Derek Clark says, somebody grab that Buzzcocks. It's a 4-track EP, a Punk Grail. A Punk Grail. There you go. Stiff is at 18, Buzz is at 16, and Prince is at $20 with Wolverine. That's where we're at right now. All right, let's get started on some half-off LPs. Half-off LPs. What do we have? What do we have? Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. No condition notes. $7.50 for BTO. $7.50 for that. Belafonte Sings the Blues. Belafonte is $5. RCA Victor. King Biscuit Boy. King Biscuit Boy is $10. This crate is pretty simple rules. You'll hear me say it once. I'll probably say it about 10 more times. This is half off. No more, no less. No more, no less. Gina Raven. Gina Raven's $10. That is available. No condition notes on that. And God, Guts, and Guns, Jeff Ampalisk. That is now $5. Let's go ahead and sell Purple Rain to Wolverine. That's sold to Jason Boxell, going over the big pond to the UK. Buzzcocks is at 20, and Stiff is at 20. About time for some more buy it now singles, but let me sort through these a little bit more. We've sold a lot tonight. Okay, Okay, that's a buy it now. Dawkins probably needs to be an auction. Buy it now, buy it now. There's some good ones in here. I mean, great. We're in some great titles here. But they're not auction worthy. That's auction worthy. Oh my gosh. Is that real? Holy moly. I gotta look. Sometimes I don't look them up till after I put them up. I've got to look that one up. I didn't know we had that. And I'm not like doing my normal holy moly, and I'm exaggerating. It was really a holy moly moment. Wow, there's gonna be some great buy it nows. Y'all should obliterate these. Oh man, those are awesome. Okay, we got some great stuff coming up. Holy moly. Okay, so fantastic stuff coming up. Well, here's what's going on. Stiff 20, Buzz 20, Buzz 22, Buzz 23, Buzz 25. Okay, so Buzz Cox is at $25. Stiff Little Fingers. Craig's out. The last bid was William Drugovich at $20. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. One more coming. How high's the water, mama? Nice. A promo copy of Johnny Cash, 5 feet high and rising. How high's the water, mama? Johnny Cash promo, $10 start. Let's do some more half-off LPs. This is about to turn into a 45 show after we finish this crate. The Hank Wangford Band, $5 on that one. We also have Anne DeJarnette Possessions. This is $5. Johnny Cash 10, Johnny Cash 10. Forever Young, Forever Free. Music from the motion picture soundtrack. $7.50 on that one. Buzz Cox is still getting bids at $30. The Best of the Brothers Grimm. That's Snow White, Little Red Riding Hood, etc., $5. Original Broadway cast recordings, Pacific Overtures. $10 on that. And Hello People, The Handsome Devils, $7.50. Stiff Little Fingers is sold to William Drugovich for $20. Okay? And now Buzz Cox is still getting bids. It's at $30, and Johnny Cash is at $25. Let me try to look up the Holy Moly record here at the midnight hour. You've got to wait till the midnight hour for me to check the Holy Moly record. It'd be nonsense to put this thing up without me really checking it. I don't think it's super expensive. Yeah, it's just really cool. I mean, it's just really cool. Here we go. This is it. I think it's really cool. It's Nirvana, Come As You Are. It's probably VG. It's got a scuff up here at the top. It's got that scuff right there. The B-side is Drain You. It's got even more markings on it. So it's not a top grade. It looks like it was in a jukebox. I think these were manufactured for jukeboxes, honestly. I don't think they were really trying to push these sales in stores in 1992, mostly for jukeboxes. $15 start on Nirvana. I've had it before, so Come As You Are. That's about a VG. $15 start on Nirvana. All right, Johnny Cash is at $35, and Buzz Cox is at $30 with William Drugovich. I want to make sure everybody's done. We're in a half-off crate. I'm about to do some buy it nows. Oh, no, it's the whatever word. $5 on that. Also, Roseanne Cash, Somewhere in the Stars. Roseanne Cash is $5. And nice, the Beatles 67 to 70, the Capitol Press for $25. The Beatles 67 to 70. It's got a little bit of a seam crackle at the top. 25 on that. Johnny Cash is at 35 of Wolverine. That's going once, going twice. Here's some buy it nows for $6.99. And I will say some good ones too. Grease, John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John, the movie. You're Not the One That I Want, and Alone at the Drive-In, $6.99. Elton John, Mama Can't Buy You Love. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. The Bee Gees, Staying Alive, and How Deep Is Your Love. Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything. Adult Education, Hall & Oates, and Gillian Lennon, Veloute. Those are all $6.99. So X-Wing gets Grease. The Buzzcocks is, I think, sold to William Drugovich. It is $30. Wolverine gets Johnny Cash for $35. And Nirvana has one bid for $20. Final call. And that leaves Gillian Lennon, Hall & Oates, Cyndi Lauper, Bee Gees, Bruce Springsteen, and Elton John. We need some more auctions over here that I just pulled out. The next one is awesome. Motley Crue, Smoking in the Boys Room. Motley Crue, Nice in the Picture Sleeve, $10 start. And another Johnny Cash promo. Look at this one. Honky Tonk Girl and Second Honeymoon. It's got a free stamp, Columbia Records, Nice, earlier Columbia label, and sleeve, $10 on that. Some other stuff coming up for auction. Zombies, a Waylon Jennings on yellow vinyl, an early Willie Nelson on Liberty as a promo, ZZ Top, a Kiss, a Dokken, and another Motley Crue. That's some cool stuff coming up for auction here in just a second. And then we have about now a fifth of a crate of buy it nows to read through. Nirvana's at 25, Motley Crue 10, and Johnny Cash 10. Doing a half off crate. Oh man, here's your record, Jim B. Sealed, half off of $99.99. Paul's going to be mad. He was mad nobody bought it the other night for $100. He says, great album. Recommend if you like The Byrds. A 74 Private Press country rock psych album. Sealed, news, hot off the press. Half off of $100 makes that $50. Dance music. The Bombay Ducks. $15. It's an 81 UK experimental post-punk. $15. Guffey Hollow, Clean Up Your Act. $10 on that. Nirvana. Mortgage Guy Rob, You're Out. That's at 25. There's only been one bid on Motley Crue, and there's only been one bid on Johnny Cash. Final call on that. Craig Thomas on Bombay Ducks. This was already shown half off. This crate has never been shown half off. Oh Mama, Kristen Limbs, a 1978 folk album, sealed for $5. And we have Tom Rush, New Year, an 82 US audiophile press, $7.50. The tracks on Nirvana, Come As You Are, and Drain You. Motley Crue and Johnny Cash are about to sell for $10 and $10. We have Herbie Mann, When Lights Are Low, an 88 mono remaster, $5. And Alex Haley tells the story for his search for roots. 1977 spoken word, $5 on that. Here are some more opportunities for buy it now singles. The Eagles, Lion Eyes, $6.99. Mike Oldfield, Tubular Bells, also from The Exorcist. Ambrosia, Holding On to Yesterday. Anita Ward, Ring My Bell. Elvis Presley, you get Jailhouse Rock, and She's Not You. That's a double-sided collectibles reissue. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. Nancy Sinatra and Merle Haggard, Things Aren't Funny Anymore. Things are just not funny anymore of Merle Haggard. Those are all $6.99 each. Merle Haggard, Nancy Sinatra, sold to Wolverine. We got Elvis Presley, Anita Ward, Ambrosia, Mike Oldfield, and Lion Eyes. Jerry Rock on AW. And that was for Anita Ward. That sold to Jerry Rock. Johnny Cash, one bid sold $10. And that is sold to Wolverine. Motley Crue, one bid $10, sold to Chad Sauls. And I'm waiting to make sure Mortgage Guy Rob doesn't want to bid any more than 25 on Nirvana. Awesome. I love this one. Tell Her No. One of the best songs by the Zombies. It's really nice in the original Parrot matching sleeve. The Zombies, a $10 start. And let's also jump over here, and I'm going to go ahead and put this up. This is going to go up for bid right now, It's $9.99. Indian Reservation. So Greedy, Remixed and Taboo, $9.99 on clear vinyl, a $10 start. $10 start, $9.99. I heard you have Nirvana. I did. It's a final call, and I figured you or Rob would bid on that other Johnny Cash that just sold. Zombies has a bid for 10. Nirvana is in VG condition. It's a 1992 single of Come As You Are and Drain You. It's a final call to William Drugovich for $25. I was going to make sure Robert Barnett didn't want to bid. The Zombies is at 10, and 999's at 10. We have Hoyt Axton, Road Songs. Hoyt Axton's VG plus $5. Southside Soul with John Wright Trio. Look at that one. In G condition, this is half off of $69.99. It's G, less than VG minus, a 1960 US Deep Groove Mono, $35 on that. The Zombies has a new bid for 11. 999 has a bid for 10 with Craig Thomas. Nirvana has a new bid for $45. William Drugovich, you've been outbid. We also have the Byrds, the Notorious Byrd Brothers. That's in VG condition, $12.50. And Harlequin Mass. That is a 78 US Prague Art Rock, VG plus $12.50. How about some more buy it nows for $6.99? We have Jive Talkin' by the Bee Gees in the original sleeve. The OJ's Love Train. Anne Murray Snowbird. Phil Collins Against All Odds. Don Henley Dirty Laundry. Clarence Carter Strokin'. And the Stylistics, You Make Me Feel Brand New. Those are all $6.99. Quick buy it nows there. Nirvana out. Nirvana has a new bid for 50. Kelly Vlodarchek, you've been outbid on Nirvana. The Zombies is at 11. Mr. Wolverine, you've been outbid on the Zombies. Craig is the only bidder on 999 for $10. He's about to get it. First is Wolverine put OK, and I think he meant OJ's. Wolverine put OK, and that was for OJ's. He was first on that one. He corrected himself, and he also got PC for Phil Collins. What was the Ambrosia single? Hold It On to Yesterday and Make Us All Aware. And then Stacy was next on OJ's. Nirvana got a new bid for 60. Wolverine first on the Stylistics. Jamie Wheels first on Don Henley. And the Zombies has a new bid for 15. 999 has a new bid for 11 and 11. And the Zombies has a new bid for 16. Nobody got Clarence Carter. Nobody got Anne Murray. And nobody got BG's Jive Talking. Moth the Hoople Live, VG $5. The Supremes, a UK flipback 66 original clean for $10. Frank Marino Mahogany Rush Live, $10. Andy Gibb Flowing Rivers, $5. And The World of Tony Orlando and Don, $7.50. The Clarence Carter is on Ichabod Records out of Atlanta, Georgia. Love Me With Feeling is the flip. The Zombies has a new bid for 20. 999's at 13. Everybody else is out. And the last bid on Nirvana was Kelly Vlodarchek at 60. William Drugovich, you're out, and he says he's done. We're about to sell that one down. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Earlier, we had a green vinyl Waylon Jennings, Dukes of Hazzard. How about a Waylon Jennings, I'll Be All Right, and Wild Side of Life, It Wasn't God Who Made Honky Tonk Angels. A yellow vinyl promo, $10 on Waylon. Wolverine Does Want Clarence Carter, sold for $6.99. We have Heartbeat. Heartbeat is a compilation, $5. Soft rock from the 70s, $5 on that. Christopher Yoakum on Mahogany Rush. Nirvana is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $60. The Zombies is at 20 with Wolverine. I'm going to make sure Christopher Yoakum doesn't want to bid again. 999. I haven't heard back from Sean Bailey. Craig's about to get it for 13. And Waylon's a $10 start. Third Rail ID Music from 1967, $17.50 for Third Rail ID Music. And Knoxville Grass, $7.50. Knoxville Grass, $7.50 Oh my gosh, Pink Floyd, an early 80s Pittman press, half off, very nice. This is now just $32.50. A head in a pig pen saying, keep on grinning. Ha ha, charade you are. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me if I'm just being used. The artist, Robert John, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Dionne Warwick, ABBA, Roberta Flack, Donny Hathaway, Ray Goodman Brown, Gina Vanelli, Gloria Gaynor, Air Supply, Dr. Hook, Rupert Holmes, Susie Quattro, Al Stewart, Jennifer Warren, Kenny Rogers, and Bob Welch, a.k.a. 70 Soft Rock, $5. $9.99 is sold to Craig for $13. The Zombies is got a new bid for $21 with Christopher Yoakum. Wolverine, you've been outbid. Waylon has a bid for $10. Zombies has a new bid for $25. Gimme all your lovin', all your hugs and kisses too. ZZ Top in the picture sleeve. Nice. $10 start on ZZ Top. Next auction, next handful are some buy it nows for $6.99. The Stylistics, Thank You Baby. Walk Away Renee by the Left Bank. A Heartache Tonight by the Eagles. Baby Come Back by Player. The Doobie Brothers, Eyes of Silver, and You Just Can't Stop It. Dolly Parton, I'll Never Forget. And The Bargain Store, $6.99 for all of those. Those are BINs at $6.99. Christopher Yoakum, you're out on the Zombies. ZZ Top's a $10 start. Wolverine on ST for Stylistics. Wolverine on LB for Left Bank. Stacy got the Eagles. It's a Heartache Tonight. Wolverine on Dolly Parton. And ZZ Top has a bid for 10. That leaves Doobies and Player. Baby Come Back. We can leave it all behind. Waylon, yellow vinyl promo or almost orange vinyl promo. That is sold to Chad Sauls for $10. What year's the Floyd? I don't have an exact year for you, but it's got a barcode. It's an early 80s press. Of course, it came out originally in 77. I don't have an exact year, but man, it is real and it's spectacular. $32.50. Let's do some more half-off LPs. I can tell everybody's definitely in a 45 mode right now because this half-off crate has a ton of stuff left in it. Lacey J. Dalton's $5. We have Pratt & McLean featuring Happy Days, $5 on that. Milt Matthews Inc. or Wilt Matthews. Milt, it looks like an M. Milt Matthews, a promo, $15 on that. James Lavender gets ZZ Top for $10. And the Zombies has a new bid for $26. We're not done on that. I don't know much about this early Willie Nelson, but it's on Liberty and it's a promo. It's got to be pretty early. Willie Nelson, Mr. Record Man, and The Part Where I Cry. That's early Willie. And that's a promo in the sleeve, a $10 start. Zombies is still getting bids. And we have Kiss, Hard Luck Woman, and Mr. Speed. And those are from Rock and Roll Over. Nice. In the Casablanca sleeve, Kiss is a $10 start. John Kaiser does get the Pink Floyd. Wow, dogs. Player, Baby Come Back is sold to Be Yourself Adventures. 2 or 3 more half off, then we'll do another handful of buy it nows. Chet Atkins Super Pickers in quad, $10. Christopher, you're out on the Zombies. Kiss has a bid for 10. Whoa, big discount on this. Half off of $139.99. Hold on, let me go over here and just kick this wall as hard as I can with my bare foot. That's the equivalent of what I just did. So half off of 100 is 50, half off is 40 is 20. So half off of 140 is $70. That's how I just did my math. I could have done that a lot easier. Half off 140 is 70, Chad. Lonnie Liston Smith, $70. Zombies is at 31. Kiss has 2 $10 bids. And we have this for $7.50. What is this? It is Cut and Move, a 12-inch single. All right, there's that. And now what do we have? We have, going up for bid right now, without any further delay, right now, here it is. Here it comes. The Cockney Rejects. We Are the Firm and War on the Terraces. Cockney Rejects, UK, $10 start on that one. Willie did not get a bid. You can pick him up for $10. Willie Nelson. We also have a special programmer Imperial Records sampler, a white label promo. First track is Tom Dooley, $7.50. The Zombies is at $35. We have Wolverine getting the Willie Nelson promo for $10. Zombies is at $35 with Wolverine. Kiss is at $12 with Scott Wynn. And Cockney Rejects is a $10 start. Together, Steve Kuhn and Toshiko Anakoshi, that is $10. And George Burns in Nashville. George Burns, $7.50. There's that. Okay, here's some more buy it nows. These are all going to be $6.99. And early Mahalia Jackson. He's got the whole world in his hands. Mahalia Jackson on Columbia. Men at Work Overkill. Double Vision by Foreigner. Sheila E., The Glamorous Life. Golden Ring by George Jones and Tammy Wynette. Another Men at Work, Who Can It Be Now? And Nice, a promo. That's got to be pretty good. Beginnings and Color My World. I didn't realize that was Chicago. That is from their first album, Color My World and Chicago. Whoa, 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 whoa. No. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, Zombies. So the hammer was up for $35 to Wolverine. Kiss got a new bid for $13. Wolverine got Mahalia Jackson for $6.99. Cockney Rejects got a bid for $10. Edwin Blom on Foreigner for $6.99. Cockney Rejects label looks like this. We Are the Firm. All these tonight have been in beautiful condition. James Lavender next on Foreigner, and then Wolverine on CH for Chicago. Then Edwin Blom. X-Wing got Men at Work, Who Can It Be Now? Kiss has a bid for $15. Cockney 11, Cockney 12, Cockney 12. So no claim for George Jones, Sheila E., or Men at Work. I got to go ahead and sell the Zombies. Unfortunately, I lost Christopher Yoakum on that one. This is sold for $35 to Wolverine. That is sold. She's Tell Her No. Kiss is at $15. It's still getting bids. Cockney Rejects is at $13 with Craig. Next is Motley Crue, Home Sweet Home. Motley Crue in the original sleeve is a $10 start. Let's finish up the half-off crate. Chet Atkins, Legendary Performer. That is $5. Johnny Taylor, Eargasm, $10. The Best of the Pointer Sisters, $7.50 for that double LP. Nice. The Ohio Players, ouch. Ohio Players is $12.50. And Esther Phillips, Capricorn Princess, $7.50 for Esther Phillips. Also, Marion Faithfull's Greatest Hits does have some writing on the cover, $5. Antonio Carlos Jobim, $12.50. The OJs is $10, So Full of Love. Ray Bryant is $7.50. Wishbone Ash is $9. And Lonnie Mack was $10. Okay, let's do some more buy it now singles. These are all $6.99. Level 42, Something About You. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. George Jones, The Bird. Tanya Tucker, Not Fade Away. Bobby Gentry, Ode to Billy Joe. Brenda Lee, Sweet Nothings. And Weep No More, My Baby. Early on Black Decca. And Kansas, All We Are Is Dust in the Wind. $6.99 on those, okay? $6.99 on those. So Kiss was a final call. Scott Wynn's had it for $14. I haven't heard back from anybody else. It's about to sell. The Cockney Rejects is at $14. Craig says he's done. And Motley Crue has one bid for $10. We have Wolverine on BJ for Billy Joel. Wolverine on BL for Brenda Lee. And Stacy on K for Kansas. X-Wing was next. That left Bobby Gentry, the original Capital Swirl label, for Ode to Billy Joe and Mississippi Delta. Tanya Tucker, George Jones, and Level 42. Okay, we need some more auctions. I have going up right now, without further ado, I'm about to sort through some more buy it nows and more auctions so we can knock out these two other boxes. Let's see here. Kansas, I have it, okay? So give that to X-Wing instead. Give Kansas to X-Wing 81. Let's see. That will be a buy it now, buy it now. That's definitely an auction. That's a buy it now. That's auction because I don't know the value. Or that one. Buy it now, buy it now. Ooh, that's a good one. 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 Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Okay, I got some killer auctions over here. This whole little stack over here. Auction stuff. Here we go, here we go. And those are going to be buy it nows in just a second. But first, let's clear the board. Kiss sold to Scott Wynn for $15. Cockney Rejects sold to Hessen for $14. And X-Wing gets Motley Crue for $10. Moving right along. So here's the next one. This is Dawkins, Bullets to Spare from Tooth and Nail and Into the Fire by Dawkins. Dawkins a $10 start. What about David Bowie Tonight, a special limited edition poster sleeve? This literally folds out into a poster sleeve, and the vinyl is near mint. $10 on David Bowie. And then let's do this UK Subs. What have I done with it? Here it is. UK Subs live in Holland. Ooh, it's on red vinyl. UK Subs live in Holland. So Dawkins, David Bowie, and UK Subs, those are all $10 starts. I will definitely read through this crate again. Yes. For two reasons. One, there's way too much left over. Fantastic half-off crate. We still got singles I'm going to be doing for buy it nows, and I still got stuff to pull for auctions. Okay, so right now, these are $6.99. Tina Turner, What's Love Got to Do with It? Frank Sinatra, Mac the Knife. Mercedes-Benz by Janis Joplin and Cry Baby. Heart and Soul, Huey Lewis and the News. Quarter Flash, Harden My Heart. And the Human League, Don't You Want Me, Baby? The Human League, $6.99. Don't forget, we might can read through that other box of 45s. Christmas 45s. Christmas 45s. All right, let's get started recapping the half-off crate. First thing we have is Bachman Turner. I'm going to do 5 and then take a pause. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $7.50. Belafonte Sings the Blues, $5. King Biscuit Boy, $10. Gina Raven, $10. And God, Guts, and Guns, Jeff Ampelisk. That one was $5. Up at the top, David Bowie, 11. UK Subs, 11. Wolverine got Tina Turner. What's Love Got to Do with It? $6.99. Next was James Lavender. UK Subs, $12. New Bid with Hessen. Stacy Metternich gets Janis Joplin, $6.99. So does Stacy. James Lavender, you were next on Tina Turner. William Drugvich on the Human League. That leaves Quarter Flash, Huey Lewis, and Frank Sinatra. The flip of Sinatra was It's All Right With Me. Okay? So that means David Bowie's at 12. That means Dawkins doesn't have a bid for 10. And that means UK Subs is at 13. Half off. The Hank Wangford Band live, $5 for Hank Wangford. And DeJarnette Possessions, $5. We have Forever Young and Free, $7.50. The Best of Brothers Grimm, $5. And Pacific Overtures, original Broadway cast recordings, $10. And Hello People, The Handsome Devil, $7.50. Jamie Wills, you were next on Human League. Let's do some more buy it nows. These are going to be $6.99. Another Bobby Gentry, Ode to Billy Joe. Eddie Money, I Think I'm in Love. And Shakin', both double-sided hits. That's a good one, Shakin'. Christy Burr, Much More Than This. Bruce Springsteen, The Boss, Cover Me. And Sheila E., The Belle of St. Mark. These are $6.99. He wanted HL for Huey Lewis, okay? And William, I'm assuming your HL was for Human League. He wants HL for Huey Lewis, okay? So did Jamie Wills. Dawkins does have a bid for 10. Craig's out on David Bowie. And there's Sheila E., Bruce Springsteen, Krista Burr, Eddie Money, and Bobby Gentry. Those are all $6.99. So that means David Bowie's at 12 of Edwin Blom. And the UK Subs is at 13 with Craig. And that means Dawkins about to sell for 10. We also have, I forgot how this is pronounced. It's actually, is this a compilation? Well, first of all, I couldn't read what it said. And then the other night I was like, I think it says A Gape Force. And then they was like, no, Chad, that's pronounced Abagachi Forche. And I was like, do what? So there it is. It's $5. Dawkin has a new bid for 11. Claymore, you're out. Eric Squindo on Belafonte. That is sold to Squindo. Roseanne Cash is $5 somewhere in the stars. The Beatles. Wow, no one's bought this for $25. It's a 70s pressing of the Blue Label compilation or Blue album on the Capital Blue. Does have a seam crackle, but man, $25 on that. UK Subs is sold to Craig Thomas for $13. David Bowie is sold to Edwin Blom for $12. All right, next over here in the auction stack then. This one looks interesting. The B-52s is literally in a baggie. It's literally in a baggie. How cool is this? And I think that's the way it came. Let me see if I can get it out of here without causing major damage. Wow, look at that. B-52 strobe light and dirty back road. How cool is that? And it comes in this bag. That's pretty dang cool. Let me just leave it out for a second. B-52s, $10 start. How cool is that? It comes in a little snap like shopping baggie. And let's go ahead and put up, let's do Poison, Talk Dirty to Me. Talk Dirty to Me. Poison, $10 start on that. Okay, more half off. We got that half off of news. So, whew. Let me take a deep breath for a second. Okay, NEWS, hot off the press. This is a sealed 1974 private press country rock psych album. And Paul says if you like the Byrds, you'll like this album. It's half off of $100. Okay? The B-52s have bids for 12, 15. Poison has a bid for 10. Dawkins at 13. Claymore, you're out. Just FYI. We're about to do some more buy nows, but not after I show you Guffey Hollow, Clean Up Your Act. $10 on that. Kaiser's going to get news for $50. Awesome pickup. I was expecting that to sell a long time ago. Oh Mama by Kristen Limbs. $5 on that. We have Tom Rush, New Year. Tom Rush is $7.50. We have Herbie Mann, When Lights Are Low, $5 on Herbie Mann. And Alex Haley tells a story for his search for roots. That is sealed for $5. Hoyt Axton Road Songs, VG plus $5. And this is a big discount. Southside Soul with John Wright Trio, $35, half off of $69.99. It is in G condition, okay? So Dawkin is up to Claymore. Hessen has it for $13. The B-52 strobe light and the baggies at $15 with Steve Riley. Poison has one bid for $10. Motley Crue, he's done. So let's go ahead and sell that to Hessen Session for $13. B-52s is at $15. Poison is at $10. And here comes some buy it now 45s. Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. And I Know I Want You Live. That's the A side because it has the barcode. I Know What I Want Live. I Know What I Want. Bangles, Be With You and Let It Go. Debbie Gibson, Silent Speaks 1,000 Words and Lost in Your Eyes. Columbia White Label Promo. Lester Flat with Earl Scruggs and June Carter. And that is Green Acres is the place to be. And that's the theme. Theme from the CBS television show Green Acres. That's the theme song. The Who, a promo copy of Trick of Light. This is cool. Bob Dylan, Band of the Hand with the Heartbreakers, as in Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I Got You Babe, UB40 with Chrissy Hind. And Joe Cocker, Civilized Man. And that's a white label promo. Okay, so that was Joe Cocker, UB40, Bob Dylan with the Heartbreakers, The Who, Green Acres, Debbie Gibson, Bangles, and Cheap Trick. Poison is sold for $10 to Cameron Koenig. Stacy Metternich on Dylan for $6.99. And it looks like the B-52s is sold to Steve Riley for $15. I'm going to attempt to try to put this back inside of this shopping bag without causing any major problems. I think it lines up just like perfectly in there. There we go. All right, that's all sewed together. and $15. I thought that would bring a lot more than that. Maybe because it's 1:30 East Coast time and I'm trying to put up some really good stuff, but that's okay. I've almost hit my stopping point with this box. We've made a big chunk out of it. And then Stacy got Green Acres, and Sean, you were next. Boy, I've almost lost my voice tonight. Earlier, I took a deep breath because I've done a lot of talking tonight. The Birds VG 1250. I mean, it's no different. We've been live for, it feels no different time-wise than any other show, but I think I've said more words tonight than any other. We've been live for 6.5 hours, and I feel like I've talked for 8.5 hours. Harlequin Mass was VG Plus 1250. That was a Prague album. Mata Hoople was VG 5. The Supremes was 10, a 66 flip back, and Andy Gibbs 5. Okay, here comes some more singles. Quiet Riot, Bang Your Head, Metal Health. How about that? And Bang Your Head Live, a classic. $10 on Quiet Riot. Danger, this one looks interesting. Motels and Total Control. That's the Motels, and it's in a picture sleeve. It's in a picture sleeve. UK, $10 on that one. And let's also go ahead and put up Talking Heads, Once in a Lifetime. That's awesome. With the picture sleeve, also $10 on that. Okay. Gary Wellman wants the Prague album. That was right here, Harlequin Mass. That is sold, and then Edwin asked about it. It's all that it's sold. It's yeah, it's me trying to sing like David Gilmour. All right, I've ran out of buy it now, so let me do some more sorting. Let me grab a big handful here. Let's do some sorting. That will be auction. Buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Auction. 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 Auction, buy it now, 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 buy it now. Okay, so I got some buy it nows for you. Y'all ready? Let's shuffle these up. We got Quiet Riot at 10, no bid on Motels, no bid on Talking Heads. $6.99, Kim Wilde, Go For It, in the poster sleeve. Kim Wilde, Go For It, with a poster sleeve. Roger Daltrey, Walking in My Sleep, Roger Daltrey from The Who. Yes, Leave It. And that is from Big Generator. Yeah. No, it's from 90125. Which one is that from? Either way. Yes, $6.99. Paul Young, Come Back and Stay. That's All by Genesis. Dun, 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 dun. And then Connie Francis, Who's Sorry Now, in the original MGM sleeve. Charlie Brown by Chet Atkins, Promo. Tony Perkins, Moonlight Swim, RCA Victor. And Billy Grammer, Gotta Travel On. Billy Grammer. Those are all $6.99. How cool is those? Very, very cool, Chad. I know. These are great records, aren't they, Chad? They are great records. I know. Thank you for showing all these great records, Chad. You're welcome, Chad. Quiet Riot's about to sell for $10. Next is Wolverine. He got Connie Francis for $6.99. He also got Charlie Brown for $6.99, which was his second claim. He also got yeah, I got you for Chet Atkins. Yeah. You got Chet Atkins. Cameron got Yes, Leave It. Leave It. Great song. Sean Bailey on Paul Young. And then Edwin was next on Chet Atkins. So that leaves Billy Grammer, Tony Perkins, Genesis, Roger Daltrey, and Kim Wilde. Okay? All right, more half off. The World of Tony Orlando and Dawn, $7.50. Third Rail ID Music from 1967. Interesting one here. $17.50 for the Third Rail. Knoxville Grass, $7.50. Heartbeat, $5. And Lacey J. Dalton, $5. Over here is Platt and McLean. Happy Days, $5. Milt Matthews, $15. And Chet Atkins Super Pickers and Quad, $10. Recap the stack to your right. After I get done showing everything, Quiet Riot is sold for $10 to Cameron. That means Talking Heads is a buy it now for $10. And Motels, Danger and Total Control is $10. All right, let me sort through some more. Still got stuff to show before we can do any recapping. Sounds like Denise dozed off. You been dozing off, Denise? You been dozing off and missing records? Auction. Let's see. Auction. Buy it now. 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 Auction. Ooh, auction. Okay. And here we go. Van Halen, 1984 and Panama. 1984 in Panama. Van Halen, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Next is Hessen Session. Got Talking Heads for $10. And Van Halen's at 10. TSOL, Weathered Statues. Wow. TSOL, Manned and Machine, Weathered Statues, The Thoughts of Every Day and Word Is. Dang. TSOL going up for a $10 start. And also for a $10 start is going to be Richard Hale. Richard Hale, The Voivodes Part 3, Don't Die and Time. And Neon Boys. Is this split? This is a split. It's the Neon Boys and Richard Hale and the Voivodes. $10 start on that. Whoa, TSL's already jumped up to $40. More half off records. Lonnie Smith was $70, which is half off of $140. $7.50 for, I can't read that. Cut and Move, horrible font. Somebody should have got fired for that. $7.50. We have Imperial Sampler for $7.50. Together, Steve Kuhn and Toshiko Yakisoshi, $10. George Burns in Nashville, $7.50. Chet Atkins, $5. And Johnny Taylor, Eargasm, $10. Okay, here's some buy it nows. I've had the time of my life. Dirty Dancing, $6.99. Buster Poindexter, hot, hot, hot. Missing Persons, Give. I almost pulled that for auction, but there it is. Missing Persons, $6.99 on that. Willie Nelson, City of New Orleans. And Bryan Adams and Tina Turner, It's Only Love. One more, Pat Benatar, La Belle Age, $6.99 on Benatar. Okay? Tracks on Imperial. The Imperial compilation has Johnny Rivers, Tom Dooley, Jackie DeShannon, somebody circled it. What the World Needs Now is Love. The OJs, Let It All Out. Mel Carter Wanted. Sandy Nelson, Casbah. Slim Whitman, Women Reminiscing, Cher, All I Really Want to Do, Mel Carter, I Need You Now, Johnny Rivers, Mr. Tambourine Man, A Lifetime of Loneliness from Jackie DeShannon, Cher, The Bells of Romney, and Billy J. Kramer, Trains, Boats, and Planes. All right, so quick update on the 3 auctions. So let's read these out. There's Van Halen, TSOL, and Richard Hale. Van Halen 10, Van Halen 12, Van Halen 13, TSOL 10, Van Halen 10, TSOL 10, TSOL 40, Van Halen 15, Richard Hale 10, Richard Hale 30, Richard Hale 32. Steve Riley got Buster Poindexter for $6.99. TSOL 42, Richard Hale 35. Wolverine takes the Imperial compilation. And info on Third Rail. Yeah, who else asked me about that? Was it you that asked me about that? Who asked me about Third Rail earlier? I guess it was you. No, it was Gary Wellman, first of all. Gary Wellman asked me earlier. The Third Rail ID music. It's a 1967 press, yellow Epic label, no condition notes, but a VG cover. $17.50. Gary Wellman asked, and then Denise. Gary Wellman asked, and then Denise. So nobody got Benatar, Bryan Adams, Tina Turner, Willie Nelson, Missing Persons, or Dirty Dancing. Those are still available for $6.99. Van Halen's at $16, TSOL's at $45, and Richard Hale's at $35. Gary Wellman got the Third Rail. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Next is the Pointer Sisters, the best of, $7.50. Ohio Players, Ouch. Ohio Players is $12.50. Esther Phillips, Capricorn Princess, $7.50. Marion Faithful's Greatest Hits, $5. Antonio Carlos Jobim, $12.50 on that one. The OJ, So Full of Love, $10. Ray Bryant is $7.50. Wishbone Ash, Just Testing, $9. Nice vinyl, VG cover. Lonnie Mack is $10. Okay. I've went through that one twice. It took forever because it's so unusual and there's so much still left in there. But I'm going to go ahead and say Van Halen's at 18. Cameron, you're out. Gary Wellman got Wishbone Ash. TSOL's moving to a final call. $45 of Sean Bailey. And Richard Hale is moving to a final call. $35 with Sean Bailey. He has both of those. John Kaiser, Lonnie Smith, is it left? It is. It's still available. No condition notes on the vinyl. And the cover wasn't too bad for that record. Let me see if I can find it right here. $70. And I think Tim Graham wants it if you don't. Boy, that came in at the same time. Lonnie Smith. And so it's either sold to Kaiser or Tim Graham. Okay, more buy it nows. Let me sort through another handful here. Getting some cool stuff here. Let's see. That's an auction. I think that's the Clash auction. I don't even know what that is, so it's got to be an auction. Buy it now. 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 Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now. Auction and auction. Ooh, that's a good one there. Okay. I want Lonnie M. Oh, Lonnie Mack. Okay, Tim Graham got Lonnie Mack. Lonnie Smith sold to John Kaiser. TSOL's at 50. New bid. TSOL has a new bid for 50. But Van Halen, I haven't heard back from Cameron. I'm assuming he's done. And Richard Hale, we can go ahead and sell this to Sean Bailey for $35. Sean Bailey, you were outbid on TSOL, though. Look at this. I don't have a year for you, but, man, how sweet it is. The Zombies, She's Not There, Decca in mono. That's pretty cool. Zombies, $10 start. And when one of these other ones, we'll do another one. Actually, let's go ahead and do 4 because I can keep track of it right now. This is this the Clash? Clash, it is. Okay, this is the Clash. The Clash is the Call Up and Stop the World. $10 start. Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, 29 Great James Street, London, WC1. Very cool. The Clash, the Call Up, and Stop the World. $10 start. Nice in the sleeve. All right, Van Halen, never did get another bid. I lost Cameron on that one. So this sold to Tim Graham for $18. Tim Graham, that's you. TSOL, still getting bids. It's at 42. The Zombies is at 10 with Christopher Yoakum. And the Clash is at 10. Here's some buy it now singles. Eddie Grant, Romancing the Stone. Waylon Jennings, Are You Ready for the Country? And The Wurlitzer Prize. Slade, Run, Runaway by Slade. Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll. Glenn Campbell promo, I Want to Live. And Heart, What About Love? Those are all $6.99. Craig Thomas was the first bidder on the Clash at 12. X-Wing, you're out. Edwin, you're out. TSOL is still getting bids. Who ended up with Richard Hale? You got Richard Hale for $35. You got Richard Hale for $35. All right, so John Kaiser on Slade for $6.99. That leaves Heart, What About Love? Beautiful in the picture sleeve. Also, Glenn Campbell, Huey Lewis, Waylon Jennings, and Eddie Grant. Okay. Cameron second on Slade. And then we have Apollonia 6, Sex Shooter. Probably could have put that one up for auction. Their stuff's always pretty desirable. Huey Lewis, Walking on a Thin Line. Jermaine Jackson, Dynamite. And Corey Hart, It Ain't Enough. Those are $6.99. So TSOL is up to one person, William Drugovich. The high bid William's $52 and William just bid $54. So it's no longer up to William. You know who it's up to? It's up to Sean Bailey. The Zombies just got a new bid for $15. Cameron wants Heart. This is sold to Cameron for $6.99. And Craig Thomas got Apollonia 6. Apollonia. Yeah, I think I'm saying that pretty close. The Clash is still with Craig, this time $16. Okay, I think we can put up another one. The next one is Dio. Oh, Motley Crue. Somebody asked for Motley Crue. We'll do Motley Crue next, I promise. Dio is Mystery and I Speed at Night from the Last in Line. Nice in the original sleeve. It's beautiful. It's like new. Dio, as in Ronnie James Dio, $10 start on that. The Zombies is still getting bids. He's out on TSOL. William, that's about to be yours for $54. One more bite now here. Hall & Oates Out of Touch from Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates is $6.99 for Big Bam Boom. That's Out of Touch. Okay? There's that. Clash Out. Zombies has a new bid for $25 and Dio's at $10. And I still got that stack of auctions. I've only got 2 no bids. These are the unclaimed $6.99s back here. And pretty amazing. I have 2 more things to put in the auction pile. And we're going to auction this in just a second. The Elvis box set. The Joe Jackson box set. We're going to auction that. And we're going to auction this. Okay? Now, I said pretty amazing because look. Empty box. Empty box. And empty box over the last 3 nights. We've done 2 tonight. That empty box was the Christmas record. So, yeah, pretty amazing. Next is this. So, let's go ahead and sell TSOL. William Drugovich, $54, sold. The Zombies is Christopher Yoakams for $25, sold. The Clash is sold to Craig Thomas for $16. And now Dio has 2 $10 bids. Cameron, you're out. Hessen was in first. Let's go ahead and knock this out. This is Elvis Presley, 50th anniversary, 12 picture sleeves. Now, I don't want to get all these out because they're, well, I'll try. Yeah. So this is an Elvis box set of 12 singles. And they're all on colored vinyl. Very cool. That's All Right, Blue Moon, Are You Lonesome Night, Can't Help Falling in Love, Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse, Love Me Tender, Loving You, Promised Land, and Blue Suede Shoes. And some of them's on different colored, like Blue Suede Shoes is on blue vinyl. Suspicious Mind, We Can't Go On Forever, and Mary's the Name, his latest flame, and Little Sister. Little Sister. That's a good one. Okay, so all those Elvis singles, there's 12 total. In this box, a $20 start. And I don't want to cut, I want to cut down on wear and tear, so I'm going to put them in here. And this little flap and stuff, it's kind of hard to get them in here, honestly. So, $20 start on Elvis. And then let's do something else. Oh, I promised Motley Crue. What was the other one left over here? Here we go. Yeah, this one doesn't come through too often. Too Young to Fall in Love. And Take Me to the Top. I don't get that one as often. Motley Crue, $10 start. Okay? There's that. But wait, there's more. Let me take the lid off of this one. And I have not looked at a single record in this one. Looks like we're going to be busy tomorrow, folks. I have not peeked at a single record in here. Let's try to do it together. Can y'all see? Y'all can't see, can you? Let's see here. Carl Perkins, Kenny and Dolly, Little Willie John, Beach Boys, Estevan, Poison, Marmalade, Spider Murphy Gang, Bloomin' Brothers, St. John, Stargazers, Moody Blues, Peter Gabriel, GTR. A lot of 80s picture sleeves right in there. A lot of 80s stuff right in there. Will to Power, Billy Ocean. Boy, that looks interesting. Who is that? Sex Pistols, Stray Cats, Exploited, Toilet Boys, some cool, some more punk stuff back here that Ben, couple ooh, look at that XTC. Oh my gosh. And oh my gosh, a Japanese Clash singles box. A Japanese Clash single box. Craig Thomas just fell off of his couch. A Japanese Clash singles box. Holy moly. Goodness. Whew, golly. All right. Are we done on Dio? The last bit on Dio was Hessen Session at 13. Cameron, you're out. Elvis is at $23 and Motley Crue's at $15. It's amazing when John cleans up the back room what we can find. So I've been auctioning Amazing 45s for 7 hours tonight, and I didn't even know we had them. Discoveries from the back room. Have y'all ever seen this back room? This is what happens when you turn me loose buying stuff for years, and then I turn Paul loose buying stuff for years. It just accumulates and accumulates, and we could sell 24 hours a night and still not get through all this stuff. Whew. Let me do some stretching. Holy moly. Hold on a second. Whew. Oh. Okay. I'm down on the ground right now. Well, what time does Taco Bell close? Oh, man. What time? Tonight might be a cookout night. I haven't been to cookout in a long time, mostly because I always get disappointed. With the results. Golly. Music on vinyl. I forgot music on vinyl. I have to post these pre-orders. That was a weird thing for them to post that I just clicked on, but that's pretty cool. All right. And then Matt Algram wants Death Certificate by Ice Cube. Let me go pull that right now. Matt Algram on Death Certificate by Ice Cube. That was from yesterday's new arrivals. Let me go pull that right now. Matt Algram on Death Certificate. He commented that 4 hours ago. Okay. First thing I have, Dio out. Elvis is still getting bids. It's at 32. Motley Crue's at 22. And then Dio. Cameron Koenig had that for 14. Hessen's out. Cameron gets that for $14. The Elvis Presley is at 32 with Levi Hilton. Motley Crue's at 22. James Lavender's out. All right, so let's pull something else out over here from the auction bin. Let's do the Defects. Survival Brutality. The Defects on WXYZ 1982. $10 start on the Defects. That looks interesting. Now up for bid. Okay, far as albums, we've gone through 2 half-off crates. Was anybody interested in a bundle on these? I mean, I need to offer it at least. I mean, I would love to sell at least one bundle tonight. We haven't done a single bundle yet, and I'll blow the air horn and do these for a great price for somebody. Be Yourself and Levi, y'all are both out on Elvis. Be Yourselves back in. They're still bidding. Here's what's left in here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And that 24 was a $70 record in G condition. I need to look this thing up. So in G condition, for it to be $70, let me pull this out. That means at high grade, that's got to demand big money. So we'll say 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. And then the Beatles is still in there. I'm going to pull that one out. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. So if somebody wants a wide, eclectic Paul crate of stuff, there's, did I count 41 or 31? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 45, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Yeah, 41. All right, 41, I've pulled 2 out. 41, here's the buy it now price. You can get everything left in this crate for $155. $155 for 41 records. That's the rest of this crate. I'll blow the air horn. We'll all celebrate, and we'll keep the show rolling. If this bundle doesn't sell, I might just try to literally focus on 45s for the next half hour that we're live, or hour, whatever it takes. Technically, we got 2 hours before Facebook expires. If my brain makes it to 2 a.m., that would be a miracle, being that it's 1 a.m. right now. But we probably can do it. Clay, you got outbid on Motley Crue. Clay had it for 22. James wasn't done bidding. He still bid 23, and the defects doesn't have a bid yet. We're looking for a $10 start. $155, 41 records. I would love to sell this to somebody. I'm going to start sorting over here right now some buy it nows from that other crate that I showed y'all, right? I'm going to separate the auctions from the buy it nows. We got buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Oh, man, that's a good one, but buy it now. That's a good one, but buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. We got 2 of those. Buy it now, buy it now. There's some good ones in there, okay? John Kaiser says, I'll take both of these and pull it out of the crate. Okay, great. So John Kaiser gets the Beatles for $25, and then he gets John Wright Trio for $35. Can I interest you in a bundle, John Kaiser? Elvis is at 50, Motley Crue's at 25. Let's make the defects a buy it now. $10 buy it now for the defects. No go on that one. That's okay. Let's go ahead and put up then Stiff Little Fingers. Stiff Little Fingers. Listen, sad-eyed people. That's when your blood bumps, 2 guitars clash. $10 start for Stiff Little Fingers. That's now up for bid. Here comes some buy it nows. I hope y'all are ready. We got 2 copies of Islands in the Stream. That's a big, big song. Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. $6.99. I've got 2 of them. Lay Down Sally. Eric Clapton. Carl Perkins. Pointed Toe Shoes by Carl Perkins. Pure Prairie League, Let Me Love You Tonight. John Fogerty, Rock and Roll Girls, and The Old Man Down the Road. That's back-to-back hits. And then John Fogerty, Big Train from Memphis. And that's a double-sided promo. Here comes some big hits. The Police, Every Breath You Take. I ran so far away, I couldn't get away. Flock of Seagulls. Belinda Carlisle, I'll Feel Free, and Should I Let You In. Those are all $6.99. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I walk along the avenue. Dun, 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 dun. I never thought I'd meet a girl like you. Meet a girl like you. Dun, 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 dun. Elvis, sold to Be Yourself Adventures for $50. Motley Crue, sold to Clay Moore for $25. Stiff Little Fingers has 1 bid with Craig Thomas for $10. X-Wing on P for The Police, sold $6.99. That leaves Belinda, A Flock of Seagulls, even after I was done singing. Still nobody wants it. John Fogerty, Pure Prairie League, Carl Perkins, Clapton, Kenny and Dolly. No interest in the bundle, eh? No interest in the bundle. How about Turn Down Day? That's a big song from the 60s by The Circle. We have Jumpin' Gene Simmons, Haunted House. I Want Your Sex, George Michael. And Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All. Those are all $6.99. Okay. Let's pull one over here from the auction pile. Well, let's go ahead and run this because I still hadn't figured out what it is. Let's figure it out together. Plasma Alliance. Plasma Alliance. It's got a poster insert. It's got inserts. Plasma Alliance. $10 start on that. Stiff Little Fingers has a new bid for $11. Craig, you've been outbid. And he said he would do 6 on the defects. Sell that to Craig for $6.99. And the third auction is Angelic Upstarts. I don't know. So let's put it up for a $10 start. Angelic Upstarts, We Defy You and Never Say Die. So Plasma Alliance, Angelic Upstarts, and Stiff Little Fingers has a high bid of 11. Oh my gosh, Jim B is bidding on Plasmic Alliance. He's bidding on Plasma Alliance. Oh my gosh. Jim, I'm having to walk away from the camera. Jim B is bidding on, everybody get to Discogs right now and look that thing up. Oh my gosh. Jim B is bidding on Plasma Alliance. Goodness. Whoa. Hold up, everybody. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is let's wait on some of that crazy stuff that was in the end of that box in case some of y'all really need to go to bed. I'm going to work on this stack. I may add a few more, but I think some of the bigger, crazier name stuff I've seen in that crate, we need some stuff for tomorrow, right? We got to have some stuff for tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to still be doing some stuff, but I think some of that crazier big name stuff, y'all can expect some of that to start going back up immediately tomorrow on a fresh sale. So, just FYI, okay? So, first thing we have is Plasma Alliance is at $10. Now it's at $15. Stiff Little Fingers $12. Plasma $15. And then Chuck Haley on Haunted House $45. This is sold for $6.99 to Chuck Haley. Stiff Little Fingers is at $13. Craig's out. Plasma's at $20. And let's do some more buy it nows. 50 bags of crab chips for the Clash. Yeah, I mean, I can look these up and run them, but, you know, tomorrow it's going to be the same result either way. But, yeah, there's some cool stuff in here in the back. I think I want to wait and do, I mean, because, hey, if you watch tomorrow, I guarantee you, tomorrow, as soon as I go live, we'll have some people asking, do we have any more 40? Some of those people that's already went to bed, they're missing out on all these, so there's at least two more. Let me see what's in this other box. There's one more box over here, too. Is this Christmas or is this good stuff? I mean, Christmas is good stuff, too. This is all Christmas. So I've got a whole nother Christmas box that's never been gone through. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Jethro Tull's in here. Some of these are auction worthy. I'm going to have to sort these like I've been doing the other stuff because I let some stuff go last night. Some $20, $30 singles in the $6.99. All right, let's do some more buy it nows. Here we go. And then I'm going to do some sorting, okay? Let me sort them first, actually. That's sort, or $6.99. Okay, these are all $6.99. North to Alaska, Johnny Horton. I definitely reward people who stay up late. We still got plenty of stuff to put up. Definitely rewarding those that stay in late with me at 1:04 a.m. Johnny Horton, North to Alaska. Johnny Horton, Sink the Bismarck. I always thought that was a cool picture sleeve. I don't get it too often. Johnny Horton, Johnny Horton. Howard Jones, Live Your Life in One Day. Don Henley, Not Enough Love in the World. How about the trio? Dolly, Linda, and Emmy Lou, Those Memories of You. Hank Williams Jr., a duet with Hank Williams Sr., There's a Tear in My Beer. Willie Nelson, City of New Orleans. And New Edition, Lost in Love. New Edition, Lost in Love, $6.99. You're rewarding me. Well, you made fun of my flock of seagulls singing, so I had to punish you. I had to punish you for bidding on that Plasma Alliance. You should have never made fun of my singing. Stiff Little Fingers, 13. Stiff Little Fingers out. Plasma's at 20. So just so we're all on the same page, Angelic Upstarts did not get a bid. That's a buy it now for $10. Plasma Alliance is at 20 with Sean Bailey. Hess and Session gets Stiff Little Fingers for 13. The first claim is Eric Van Leuven on the trio for $6.99. Clay Moore gets North to Alaska for $6.99. New Edition is Lost in Love and Goldmine. Lost in Love and Goldmine. Whoops, I put that in the wrong stack. Stiff Little Finger. I didn't do that for anything else, did I? No. Okay. All right. Plasma Alliance is at $20. Hank is sold for $6.99 to Paul Brothers. New Edition, Willie, Hank Williams Jr., Don Henley, Howard Jones, and Johnny Horton. Okay. All right, two more. Let's do the Joe Jackson box. So this is Joe Jackson, I'm the Man. And I think what this is I think it's literally a full album that's been split up into 5 singles. And it should have a poster. Oh, there's other stuff in here. Whoa. Costello. That's not supposed to be in there. Let me just lay that carefully right over here. That goes in a Elvis Costello album. Cinderella. That's something from like the late 40s, 1950s. Yeah, 1950. So I better check out this right here. All right, so there's that. Yeah, Joe Jackson is very nice so far. All right, so Joe Jackson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $10 start. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man box. Plasma Alliance is sold for $20. That is sold for $20 to Sean Bailey. What is it on the Elvis? Elvis 45 is supposed to be all gold. I'm curious why one is blue. Elvis, it's supposed to be... Blue suede shoes. Blue suede shoes is not listed. Was it blue suede shoes that was on blue vinyl? I bet somebody put an extra one in there. That's probably what happened. Okay. Hands look amazing. Thank you. Any 45 bundles. These back here that didn't sell, I was going to try to read through them one more time and then see if anybody wanted to bundle them. So Joe Jackson, $10. Next is, let's get down here to the bottom. This is the Magnificent Professionals. It's the Professionals is the name of the artist. The Magnificent, that's a $10 start. And then Bill Nelson, Eros Arriving, Haunting in My Head. He and Sleep Were Brothers and Flesh. Bill Nelson, $10 start. Okay, there's that. Let's do some more 45 buy it nows. Let me do a quick sort. Buy it now, 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 buy it now. Okay, we got Ricky Nelson, Sweeter Than You, Just a Little Too Much. The Platter, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Martin Denny, A Taste of Honey. Gloria Estefan, Can't Stay Away From You. George Jones, Wine Colored Roses. Ricky Nelson, You Are the Only One, Milk Cow Blues. Kim Carnes, Draw the Cards. 10 Years After Promo, It's Getting Harder. Double Sided. The Searchers, Needles and Pens. And Dwayne Eddy, Theme from Dixie, Gidget Goes Hawaiian. Gidget Goes Hawaiian. Isn't that from a TV show? Dwayne Eddy, $6.99. Okay, Joe Jackson can be bought for a $10 buy it now. I'm the Man, a $10 buy it now. The Professionals has a bid for $15 with Sean Bailey. And Bill Nelson's also a $10 start. Okay, let me lay these over here for, I'll give those to John. Paul Brothers wants Gloria Estefan. You got it. $6.99 sold to Paul Brothers. Gloria Estefan. The Professionals. And let's do, let's see what else I had in here. Oh, here we go. Forgot about this. The Motels, Shame. Little Willie John, Talk to Me. The Beach Boys, Dance, Dance, Dance. And Stevie Wonder, Skeletons. Those are all $6.99. I'm about to start a new pile of unsold stuff. The Professionals is sold to Sean Bailey for $15. And Bill Nelson's a buy it now for $10. Okay? So there is another by the Professionals. Just Another Dream. Action Man and the Professionals. No, it's Just Another Dream Action Man. That's their lineup. The Professionals, $10 start. Over here is Violent Society Special Duddles. Violent Society Special Duties. I was about to say, what is a duddle? Special Duties. That is a 3-track, $10 start on that. Okay, so the Professionals, $10 start, and Violent Society Special Duties, $10 start. Any Booty Blues. I'm doing them handful by handful, so honestly, I don't know till I show them. We have Dwayne Eddy, some kind of an earthquake, First Love, First Tears. Dwayne Eddy, yep, 330 Blues, that's pretty cool. Julie Lewis, Turn On Your Love Light, promo. Patti LaBelle and the Bluebells, Unchained Melody. Roy Orbison, Only With You. We'll auction Poison. We'll auction Japanese. We'll auction Kiss and Kiss. And Mills Brothers and Hal McIntyre, The Glowworm. Ethel and the Shameless Hussies, It's Just Like the Whiskey Talking. That's from 1988. Loretta Lynn and Conway Twitty, The One I Can't Live Without. And Marmalade Rainbow. And that is a promo copy, the Marmalade Rainbow. Those are all $6.99. Final call to get a bid on the Professionals or Special Duties for $10 and $10. Hold on a minute. I got to lean up against this so I can stretch. Oh, that felt good. My body's like, Chad, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, man? I'm like, body, hold out another 15 minutes. Hold out another 15 minutes. We got this. Oh, almost tripped over Otis's chew toy. All right, the Professionals is a $10 buy it now, and Special Duties is a $10 buy it now. All right, $10 buy it now and $10 buy it now on those. Whoops, let me get over here. Okay. Let me ask y'all this. Is there anything else that somebody's seen in the corner of their eye other than the Clash Japanese box set that's like, Chad, I really love the bid on that tonight if I had a chance? Otherwise, I'm going to start turning on the light for like final request because my brain power is starting to go downhill. I know when it's time to stop, we've hit that benchmark tonight. Special Duties is sold to Sean Bailey for $10. Pink Floyd. I will run reluctantly because you've been up late and you're here. We'll run Pink Floyd and one other. Let's take a look at it. This is always epic. This is a $15 start. This is Pink Floyd From the Wall. When the Tigers broke free and bring the boy. Boy, it's beautiful. Pink Floyd's a $15 start. Bring the Boys Back Home from the movie The Wall. $15 start on Pink Floyd. And then The Exploited. Let me take a look at that one. I don't remember showing that, but I guess you've seen it. Probably this right here. All right. Give me 1 second. The Exploited Dogs of War. Cool cover. Dogs of War, blown to bits, $10 start on The Exploited. All right. Pink Floyd, 15, 20, 21, 15. The Exploited, a $10 start. Whew. We have a... a tremendous show tomorrow. All right, so Craig, you're out on Pink Floyd. X-Wing has it for 21. Everybody else is out. The Exploited 10, the Exploited 11, Exploited 15. While there's some people here, I guess I can show some more buy it nows. These are going to go up for $6.99. We have Free, Only My Soul, and My Brother Jake. That's a UK. Paul Rogers and Free, 1971. Spider Murphy Gang, Shikaria. Spider Murphy Gang. The Bloomin' Brothers, Drop Down Mama. Looks like we're into some rockabilly New Orleans stuff. The Sugar King Boys, Tip Top, and 3 other hits. These are $6.99. That one looks like something we need to auction. Vince St. John and the Red River Rock, 3R Boogie. Mars Attacks, Scratch It and Grab It. That sounded pretty interesting. And then the Stargrazers, Groove Baby. That's on Epic. Wow. $6.99 each on those. One more. Genesis Invisible Touch. The Moody Blues, Your Wildest Dreams. And also Leonard Skinner, When You Got Good Friends. And Truck Driving Man. Let's go ahead and do these last two. Glenn Fry, You Belong to the City. That's from Miami Vice. That's from Miami Vice. And then Heart Alone. Heart Alone, $6.99. Some good ones there. We'll do that one tomorrow. Okay, so Exploited 15, a Heston session out, Pink Floyd 21 X-Wing. I think the people who asked about them, I think are going to get them. And Be Yourself Adventures. There's your Moody Blues. See? You told you. $6.99. That's sold to Be Yourself Adventures. Skinner is sold to Christopher Yoakum. I hope everybody knows tomorrow it's going to be another epic show. Paul's here tomorrow. Laura's here tomorrow. They mark records. John has off. So all of our new arrivals tomorrow is Laura and Paul. Okay? All of them come from Laura and Paul. Laura tries to crank out 2 or 3 records or 2 or 3 crates on Wednesdays. Paul definitely does 2 or 3 crates. And we should have new vinyl. And then we should have, well, y'all know all this stuff here is still going to be auctioned. We got a whole box still full. Cameron on Heart for $6.99. Cameron on Glenn Fry for $6.99. Pink Floyd is sold to X-Wing for $21. And the Exploited is sold to Heston Session for $15. I'm usually not wrapping up the show at 1:20 a.m. Ending auctions on Pink Floyd and the Exploited. But thank y'all for have stayed late. I think everybody's like, dude, I better not go to bed tonight. Chad's cranking through some killer 45s. If I go to bed, I'm going to miss something. And if you stayed with me, you hadn't missed anything, and you've got some great stuff. Prices have got cheaper as the night gets later, except for Jim B. Be careful. All right. Here are the no bids. The professionals. Craig said he would do it for $6.99. I'm going to leave Joe Jackson at 10. I think that's worth 10. But if anybody wants Bill Nelson, $6.99. If anybody wants Angelic Upstarts for $6.99, Motels for $6.99, or Big Country for $6.99, I'll let any of those go for $6.99. I think for 5 records, Joe Jackson needs to be $10. And lots of no bids there. I don't want to go through all those again. We will maybe, I'll keep adding to it. And plus some of those I can go through again tomorrow. And then at some point, we'll have some killer leftovers. But yeah, we got some nice singles over here. But the bad thing is I'm running out. This little handful back here on the back, they'll be gone quickly tomorrow. And then I'll be trying to dig around for some more. I'll be like, where are the 45s, John? All right. Sean says he'll take the Angelic. Craig was second. That leaves Big Country, Bill Nelson, Motels. I thought Bill Nelson was, maybe I'm thinking about somebody else. Let me look him up right quick. Bill Nelson. I'm not looking it up like on Discogs. I'm looking it up. Singer and guitarist. Maybe it's not who I thought it was. Progressive rock, art rock, Gremlin. Yeah, I thought maybe he was more. I thought he was more in that realm of punk stuff, but I guess I'm thinking about somebody else. I mean, it doesn't look very punky. It looks exactly what it says on Wikipedia: progressive, art rock, glam rock, electronic rock, new wave, post-punk, ambient. Yeah, Bill Nelson. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else. All right, and Big Country. Boy, that's a cool song. And then Motels from Bebop Deluxe. Ah, yeah. Ah, okay, Bebop Deluxe. I'm more familiar with their discography. Yeah, Axe Victim, Futurama, Sunburst Finished, Modern Music. Okay. Drastic Plastic. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking maybe, but yeah, that's who that is. All right. Anybody else? Chad is going to run down the road. Not literally. I'm going to get in my Tahoe, but I got to go get some food. I didn't order anything, and I don't have anything prepared unless I go home and eat bologna and crackers and cheese right quick, which I could, but I want to eat here before I go to the gym. Holy moly, they close at 2 a.m. All right, yeah, I better get going. Okay, thanks, everybody. Good night. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to trying to start earlier, like no joke. I was going to think about literally making a post and say, listen, we got to get back on track starting at 5 o'clock. That's on me. I got to get to bed earlier. I got to get more rest. The time I start the show depends on how late I stay up here working. So I'm going to try my best. But y'all know 5 o'clock is going to be a stretch. 5:30 maybe. Supposed to be starting at 5 o'clock. So that way we could have started at 5. We would have already hit probably the amount of time we needed to tonight. I like going from 5 to 1. I think that's good for everybody. That's still late for East Coast, but if you're West Coast, you know, it's still relatively early, honestly, compared to late night on the East Coast. But I'll have to really redo my sleep patterns because I'm going to be awake for about the next 7 hours. And then that means I got to wake up at 3. So it's possible. It's possible. Instead of waking up at like 5. I've been waking up at 4:30 and 5 in the afternoon. I woke up today at 4:30. I think I was in the shower at like 5:15. And I was getting in the shower. I was like, man, I'm literally going to be live in 45 minutes. And that's just too late. I'm not getting to bed early enough. I'm only sleeping for like 5 hours, and I'm still starting the show late. So we'll hopefully change that this week. Good night, everybody, and see y'all tomorrow. I'll be here the rest of the night working, getting stuff ready, or mostly ordering new vinyl. I got to order a ton of